We're live.
You've probably
All right.
started by now.
No, I don't know. I pressed the button like 10 seconds ago. Welcome to Painkiller Already, episode 269.
Yeah, this episode of PKA is being brought to you by Casper.com and two brand new sponsors, Headspace.com and Ring.com. We'll talk more about them further on in the show, but first things first, we got a new guest tonight, new to the show, but not really. I think Josh has been a fan for a while. He said he's watched a few episodes of PKA before. We talked about him maybe 3 or 4 episodes ago. Your channel is Strain Central, right?
Yeah, you're the pot
It
guy.
is.
You're the pot
Yeah.
guy. I never would have thought it looking at it.
I know, dude.
You got such
I
a
would've
clean
pictured
kit,
Wall Street.
clean cut, middle
Right?
America kind of look.
I talked about this a few weeks ago. So my mother-in-law has cancer. And like there was going to be this thing like, you know, she has cancer. She's going to come and she's going to live with us. And last time she beat cancer, I mean, it came back. One of the issues she had is she lost weight because she wasn't eating well and nausea. So I was like, pot is the answer to this. And my whole plan was just to go to the NC State campus and look for someone who looked like you. That was the game plan.
Find like these stoner stereotypes, someone who embodies it exactly.
No one who looks like he does would trust someone who looks like you asking for pot on a college campus.
See, I'm glad you brought this up because this is a good question I want to ask you, Josh. We talk about this a lot. Let's say that you were in a state that doesn't have legal recreational marijuana.
Okay.
Here's a better example. Let's say you move to North Carolina tomorrow. You got a tech job there, and you want to score some weed. What is your first step? Where do you go? Who do you look for?
It is not what Woody just said. Like, I would say the only people that do that are like cops. Like, if you're going to a college campus,
hear me
it's
out.
probably gonna be-
Woody has seen
what if
that successfully put together.
What if I
before.
have the mother-in-law, right, with an IV bag, and I explain,
You got the paperwork.
right? And she's in a wheelchair with the IV hanging into her whatever this vein is, yeah. And I say, look, she's getting chemo right now. See this machine? They hear it whirring. It's putting chemo in her. Hook me up with some of your finest strain.
You're gonna be way better going on like Instagram or like any kind of social media. I would say way before you go to like the local
You
college
want a paper
campus.
trail.
You know,
You have to be tracked.
It shows you tweeted out for weed 20 minutes ago, and now you're here. So you're under arrest.
It probably works a little different, like as a weed YouTuber though, because like if I travel somewhere, there's gonna be someone like, "Hey, I have weed. Come smoke it with me." So, I guess like
you got a
local
discount.
bus
That
stops.
aside, though,
or-
you're just regular. You're a regular guy. You got no contacts, no connections, no social media following.
And just to throw a hitch into your game, you look like me, right? You're no longer 21, right? Like you exude cop.
It's hard
See,
mode.
I'm gonna
Well,
say
yeah, veteran
like,
mode.
honest answer to this question is probably bars. Like you could probably find someone having a quick conversation with someone at like a bar over a drink. Just look
So
for
we're
someone
eavesdropping now. That's your technique.
Exactly. So now we're eavesdropping. We have paper trails so we can incriminate ourselves. And yeah.
All right. Well, so
I thought you'd be better at this job.
Yeah, that's really
Too,
sketchy.
right? So I have been in 3 instances where the people with me wanted to score, and I've seen 3 different techniques go down with different results. So in Las Vegas, I noticed that a YouTube friend of all of ours here, really, he was looking to get some, and he went on Instagram. And sure enough, man, in my opinion, that seems like such a quick way to go to jail, right? You figure that the dude on Instagram
is,
who's like screaming 420 blaze it faggot and that has like tons of photos is probably a cop, right? He's going to narc on you or something. You're going to go to pick it up and he's going to slap the cuffs on you. But no, he found this guy who had lots of images of marijuana on his Instagram, and he just starts messaging him and said, "Hey, I want
Exactly.
some of what you got, man." And the next thing I know, like, he's walking around Vegas with a mason jar full of pot. Like, he went and got like 2 ounces or something. The other instance, we were at paintball, and it was the infamous Applebee's trip. And I believe the way that marijuana was scored and Woody was present was a gentleman who looked very much like you. Red hair, big mustache, beard, everything, you know. Basically asked that guy, said, "Hey, man, I don't want to offend you or anything, but you look like the kind of fellow that would know where the weed is at." And I swear to God, he went, "Hell yeah, man!"
Was that the sketchy ref who we pointed at when we were talking about it? And you were like, "I will bet you anything that guy has a solution." And
He had the
he did.
solution. Absolutely.
If I remember it, it was don't take this the wrong way, but you look like a guy who knows where the weed's at.
Even being in like legal states, like I get that question asked at least once a week. Like someone will come up and be like, "So, do you smoke?" And I'll just be like, "Cigarettes?" Like try to throw them off a little bit, but like, come on, like really,
Cigarettes, you
like,
know.
That's like the telltale yes answer to that question is when they're like, "Do you smoke?" and you're like, cigarettes?" Like,
yeah.
if that's the case, then no.
Do you smoke? If they say smoke what,
Yeah.
you know they're smoking.
Then there's a yes in there. Yeah.
Now, the other incident, and Woody, you were present there too. We were in Vermont, and there was a group of individuals with us who
I know
also
this is my favorite one.
some marijuana, and their technique was to send the hot chicks door to door asking for marijuana. That's what they sent 2 hot chicks out, and they went door to door. If it looked like they were having a party, they went.
I actually saw a slightly different way. On the same trip, I'm sure. But what the gentleman did is there was a party full of like 60 people there, right? He gets on a chair.
Oh God.
Yeah, at one point. And he's just like, fuck, I'm going to die. I want weed! Who's got the weed? And I think he actually asked for drugs. He wasn't specific about weed. He was just like, I need drugs. Everyone looked at him and they were like, ha ha ha.
Well, you got to broaden
And
your net.
he's like,
Did he
no,
do that-
I'm
did he do that-
serious.
Was that at our party or at the one across the street?
It was at the lodge we rented.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the incident I'm talking about, apparently there was a party going on like across the street that was not as big as ours because we had all those fucking people show up, but they had like a normal people party, and they went over there, just knocked on the door, and just asked on the. They didn't even come in. They just asked on the
Piece of
stoop.
shit. What a couple of piece of shit sluts there were walking around, going door to door. I feel uncomfortable. I've went
Well,
to the
they
store
wanted to
before.
buy it.
Taylor,
They
I don't
want
like
to
your
go.
attitude towards sluts. We
Yeah, I don't
appreciate
either.
these women, and they're performing
love
a
those
vital
girls.
service.
It's not about that. It's about I feel uncomfortable going to get like a cup of flour from my neighbor if I need it. I'm not going to walk over there and demand illicit substances.
Wait, you called
if
them
that doesn't
piece of
work, just
shit
go to the
sluts,
next
though.
one.
No,
Have I ever
these
told,
are
like-
see there are 2 kinds of people in this world. There are those that like cower and cringe at the distance at other people, and there are the fucking alphas like these girls are that make shit happen. I admire them. I don't know if I'm brave enough to go door
They're
to
just
door asking.
beggars. They're just hot beggars.
No, not at all. They were asking to purchase weed. That's what they were going for. They weren't saying give us free pot. And I'll be honest, I wish that girl had gotten some because later in the night, I hung out with her most of the night. And around 4 a.m, we had some sort of snowy photo shoot where she was wearing like a bikini and some snow
as
boots.
you do.
And we got
I was in
some-
bed for this photo
We
shoot.
get some of Epic Mealtime's fucking DSLRs out. And we're out in the snow. Yeah, work
Normal
for me,
weekend.
baby. Very nice, very nice. And then we go upstairs to bedrooms, and everybody was too fucked up to have sex. And I'm not
Kyle, you're ruining my fantasy. Carry on, dick.
except for me. I was ready to go, but like and don't picture this as some sort of weird big orgy or anything. But there's like a hallway with lots of bedrooms in it, and I came to find out what had happened to other members. One person was almost going to get laid, and the lady vomited. Like right in the middle of the first part of sex, so that was a no-go.
Oh God.
So I'm in another bedroom with a lovely young lady, and we're sitting on the bed and everything, and she starts crushing up a pill on the nightstand with a fucking
Yeah,
lighter.
second wind.
You're like, this is the way this is going. Okay.
I was like, oh, yeah. It was like on It's Always Sunny when the girl's like, I want to take a pill to dentist. And he's like, all right, whatever, and she starts crushing it up, and she
Like,
just
0 to
snorts
100.
it. She snorts it, and at this time in my life, I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, like I've seen it. Not that I'm experienced that regularly now, but I've seen things like Nurse Jackie and other media where it's done. I didn't know at the time that people crushed pills and snorted them. So she snorts this fucking pill, and she looks up at me with these little pill crumbs trickling out of her nose, like little Vicodin boogers, and she goes, "You want some?" And I was just like, "No,
That's that one.
no." No, I don't want some, you maniac. Like, what the fuck are you?
God.
Yeah, let's go huff some glue right after. What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's prime
spray
time
paint
to be
my bag.
snorting pills, right as the party's winding down. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
So let me ask you this then, because it doesn't sound like you're very experienced in scoring weed in a non
you've been
legal
playing on
environment.
easy mode.
I would hope not.
Yeah, of course not. So how long have you been smoking? How old are you, first of all? Because I can't tell.
I'm 20.
Okay.
And this is a question that I feel like it's asked a lot because people think I'm like in my mid-20s, so it like throws the scope off.
It's a beard.
Beard helps.
It's the beard. It's definitely the beard.
Yeah.
But I basically started smoking like right about 18. Like maybe 2 to 3 months before I turned 18, I kind of like I have gastroparesis, which is like my reason to have a medical card. It's a GI condition, so it's like a stomach condition that allows me to essentially not digest food normally. But I was on just a whole array of pharmaceuticals that weren't working for me. And at 17, that was just kind of the age where I had some friends that were like smoking occasionally. So they were like, hey, hit this joint one night that I just wasn't feeling well. And I basically started right about as I got 18, got my card, and kind of went about being in the legal system. Like 1 or 2 times I've actually scored weed illegally, but it's pretty much all just been like legally in legal states. So
Was it a black guy?
not gonna state that.
Oh,
Oh.
it was.
It was a black
Yeah.
guy.
Wow.
I like that you're not perpetuating any gender.
Are you
I
okay
don't
with
like-
that state you're
Answer
in
to
now?
that question, I actually do have an answer to scoring weed illegally. Kitchens. I've worked in food service almost the entire like job experience that I've had, and I think 95% of the people in the kitchen have been either, they say there's like the 5 C's of line cooks. There's like college kids, people with cocaine problems, people with children, and then there's career people, and I can't think of the 5th one, but it's pretty true from what we'll go with cannabis.
So if they're working as like a busboy or a waiter, they're probably toking up out back before they get back in there.
If it's like if you can shut up and do hard work, you'll fit in pretty well. So there's a lot of stoners that work in kitchens, definitely.
I got you. All right. So go to the kitchens.
Go to the kitchen of like your local restaurant and
And
you
just walk back in there.
Now,
right?
any particular
Hey,
race of person I should look for? Should I sniff them? Should I do that? Because I would be really afraid to approach like a square guy who's gonna like recoil like I asked him to suck my cock or something. I feel like it's not kind of. I feel like it's kind of a similar situation, like being a closeted gay guy who's trying to hook up, and being a closeted like pot smoker who's trying to get hooked up. Like you're afraid that the other person isn't gonna like be on the same level as you. You don't want anybody to really hear what you're saying out loud. You don't want it. You're afraid. It's kind of a similar
And
thing.
you're going to look like a real asshole when you're walking into the back of that Applebee's. And instead of taking the right into the bathroom, you just take a left and, proudly walk into the kitchen.
¿Qué pasa, amigos?
Yeah, ¿qué pasa? Yeah, that's...
Start out like that and it'll be fine if you're now. I didn't realize as a kid that all those restaurants like Applebee's, TGI Fridays, I don't know, name one, like all those that are just like Chili's,
Ruby
all
Tuesdays.
Ruby Tuesdays, that they're all just prepackaged microwaved food. I didn't make that connection. Like it's clear just looking at it if you got any fucking common sense. And obviously they're in the frozen food aisle with that same shit. But in my head, I just thought, yeah, they're back there mixing up those mozzarella sticks, right?
Yeah. There is a distinct difference in quality with those restaurants, though. Like Chili's, same frozen food, I guess, as TGI Fridays, but TGI Fridays is infinitely better. Chili's is horseshit garbage.
It wasn't always.
Actually has the like good microwaves. They don't have the Walmart microwaves.
In my opinion, Chili's was top of the line until about 2008, and then they just sank. And it
Obama.
Yeah, thanks, Obama. No, I legit think it was the economy. Like I used to get the guiltless chicken platter. It was something I ate Chili's like every 2 weeks or something. I ate there I think fairly commonly, and then they cut the portion like in half. They're like, oh yeah, no longer
even more guiltless.
Yeah, and then the quality of the food changed, and now I avoid Chili's. It's garbage.
I like if I'm gonna go to. I like Outback Steakhouse. I don't know what like how on a scale of 1 to 5. Where is Outback? Like 2.5.
Well,
3?
give me a 10 from you and a 1 from you.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 5, there are very few 10s.
Well, I doubt I've been to very many 10. Yeah, exactly.
He did say that.
I'm sure I've been to some 5-star restaurants, but I wouldn't remember the name of them. The only like nice-ish restaurant that I like know of and know the name of like is Mortons, and I don't think that's a 5-star restaurant. I think that's probably like a 4-star restaurant. it's $100 a steak, and
I-
it's really good.
It's
but
weird. Morton's to
top
me
of the
is a
line.
5-star restaurant, but I feel like there's someone out there that's like,
Exactly,
oh, you
that's-
peasant, you think that's 5
That's
stars?
how I feel as well. To
Yeah.
me, it's definitely it's very unlikely that I'm going to go somewhere more expensive than Morton's.
I like
I've
Brazilian
been-
barbecue a lot, also.
Yeah,
You know,
that's-
with
That's kind of like experience kind of meal. I don't know how to rank that because the food is really good, but
food
there's
is
also
outstanding.
also the gimmick of the whole thing that I
Yeah.
like.
You know how you can tell when a place is like super high tier is when the waiters and waitresses aren't just like young kids, even in their 20s. They're like
like
guys in
professionals.
their 50s. And it's
Yeah.
like that's been their career. Like they've been serving mob bosses and whatnot since 1961. Like there's one steakhouse here that we go to that's like that, and it
New
feels
Tino's.
way. Yeah, Chris's is the name of the one here.
Now is
Spelled
it
all
Ruth
goofy.
Chris's or is it just a? Is
There's
it,
a Ruth's Chris here, but this is Chris's. It's better than
Okay.
Ruth's Chris.
all right.
But I don't know. I put was it Longhorn you were talking about? Or
I was
Outback?
talking
You
about
were talking about
Outback,
Outback.
but Longhorn
Same
and
thing.
Outback are pretty much the same thing.
I don't know. I put them like on par with like a Red Robin.
Oh, I think of Red
Yeah.
Robin like as
I-
way down there.
I think
like,
of Red
Yeah,
Robin is somewhere with
1.5.
the Ruby Tuesdays and Chili's of the world.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think of
right.
Five Guys above Red Robin. Yeah,
Oh, that's foolhardy. I disagree there.
I'm just saying. I
See,
do.
Five Guys just bamboozles you into being impressed by the amount of food, and they make you think you're getting like a freebie because there's a whole bottom section of bag covered in greasy, really overly peanut flavored fries that aren't good. They're
Wrong,
not good.
wrong.
So, give you a
You
closed
get the
hamper
Cajun
full of French
fries. You get the Cajun fries.
I haven't ever had the Cajun
Get the
fries.
fucking Cajun fries. They're delicious. Now, look, here's the thing about them. Not only is it a lot of food, they put a shitload in there. The meal I get is 2,300 calories roughly. But it's high quality food. It really is. The fact that they bring those potatoes in from a different place, and they're hand cut potatoes right there in the place, not frozen French fries. The meat isn't frozen. They're bringing it in every day. They're serving it to you fresh. LeBron James owns like a big controlling interest in that. I think like 15%, 20%.
Wow, that changes my opinion.
Right? Those are LeBron's burgers. He's a goddamn champion. All right.
I've only been to
He
Five
eats them,
Guys once or twice,
who am I to judge?
and it's been a while. I feel like I can't weigh in. But on these other things, yeah, and there's two. There's Longhorns and then another one, Lonestar. And I forget which
Is
one's
that the one with the
good
peanuts
one.
on the floor? Lone Star is the one with the peanuts on
Lone Stars or one with the
Not-
peanuts is Texas Roadhouse.
that too. I think there's two. There's like two chains.
The
that peanuts-
two I mentioned don't have peanuts on the floor in my area
Really?
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. I
I'm
have
not
been
a
to
fan
one
of
with
peanut on the floor establishments. I don't think
Neither
that
is
it's
Kitty. She
sanitary,
calls it
and I
the
don't
floor
think-
is lava.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Oh God! I just realized that.
I took her to a place like that. We opened the door and just looked in, and I went, "This ain't gonna work." Fucking left.
Yeah, they would kill her.
Kitty is so allergic to peanuts that if like you ate some peanuts and then you dusted your hands like this, and a bit of that dust flew through the air and sprinkled onto her, where it landed, it would burn her like something that were caustic, or an acid or something. It's really nasty. I've seen her fingertips get melted off before.
I've
And all-
known people like that. Yeah.
like
so when I
blist- like
carpooled
really
with,
bad
I couldn't
burn blisters.
Eat Reese's cups in the back seat or anything like that when we were driving home without their mom freaking out. Oh, Taylor, you're gonna kill Andrew. You're gonna kill Andrew. And I'm like, he's fine. Like I'm not gonna just take my hands and just start rubbing him all over his eyes in the front seat. Like I'm just trying to eat my candy.
What, you
here.
want to give him a peanut butter wet willy and end his life right now on the way to school? Come on.
Yeah, that was like a moment of not really understanding the severity of it, getting lectured like as an 8-year-old by that mom. Like, when I drive you home, you cannot be eating your peanut candies. And I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, see you tomorrow.
I get that I get that lecture at least once a month, so that's not a new thing to me. You got to keep the peanuts away from Kitty. She will not deal with. That's why when I get the Five Guys, it's a big deal because they use that peanut oil. I got to bring that shit in like it's plutonium. I got to dispose of it properly. I dig a hole out back and bury it. It's a whole program I got to go through.
So Josh, you have a pot-based marijuana channel. Can you
do.
make any money off that?
So I'm gonna say like 90% of the channel is like non-advertiser friendly because Bounty Paper Towels doesn't want to advertise over some kid smoking pot on the internet. So most of it's like the weird thing about the cannabis industry as a whole is like organic advertising is all we can actually do. You can't have someone advertise their weed on NBC over like, basic commercials because that's federally illegal. So organic advertising, meaning YouTube, social media, anything like that, any word of mouth is going to be up here. So it's basically just like weed advertisers and or people in like the weed product community, like vaporizer people or people that just make like basic cannabis accessories are the people who will like actually come to us for advertising. So that's where like most of the channel revenue comes from. I mean, this is my full-time job, but I definitely have to supplement with things like Twitch and other forms of like just advertising.
You know what I would like to see you do? Because I saw, I don't remember who it was, they did this and I really liked it. Get a non-smoker on there and get them to smoke for the first time.
That would be interesting. So it's weird. Like when it comes to my channel, there's a lot of weed tubers. I'm gonna use that term throughout the thing, weed tube. There's a lot of weed tubers that like don't make educational content. They focus on entertaining and hey, I can take the biggest rip and do all of this. Or it's just basic smoke sessions. Like maybe they're just recording a 10-minute smoke session and someone wants to sit along and smoke with them throughout the day. Whereas my channel is a little bit more focused on like at least educating the basic cannabis audience as well as kind of the general public to like what cannabis smokers are. A lot of people think that weed smokers are just like your normal like sit on the couch all day, I'm gonna get lazy and do nothing, opposed to just like everyone knows a stoner. Everyone knows someone who smokes weed. But a lot of the really good stoners, a lot of the people who actually like smoke weed daily aren't going to be super vocal about it. So I kind of decided instead of just kind of sitting back and being one of those stoners that's not vocal about it, I really wanted to actually get some information and like real knowledge out there. And I think something like that really would help, like maybe just like a first time session thing. But at the same time, I don't want someone like coming on the channel smoking for the first time, getting too ridiculously high, and then it's setting like a really bad precedence for the
No, you don't want that. So in the video,
image.
in the video I saw, it was old women. There were these 3 old
Oh,
women.
yeah, I have seen that. And there's one.
And you know they just
too.
took like a hit each off a bong or something, and and so they were all just kind of like, oh, this is really nice. I like this. Yeah, and you know there wasn't like, where am I? Where's Pete? Where's Pete? Did he come back from Korea yet? Like they didn't have a meltdown or anything.
They didn't suddenly think, oh, the Alzheimer's, it's finally here. Like,
Now,
I can't remember how did I get here?
you mentioned pot smokers don't just sit on the couch and do nothing, but some do, right? Like now, I feel like there's a certain denial that there's any correlation between them. Not everyone who drinks alcohol is going to be an alcoholic who becomes non-functioning and crashes their car and hurts people. And but
I felt like what he was saying was that those are the more vocal guys.
Yeah.
Like the only people who are out there like talking about weed are the real stoners.
Kid that is a fuck up, that their friends friends like son who isn't doing anything with his life or whatever. But when it comes to overall usage, like you're just gonna have people. I know people like that don't smoke, never touched any kind of alcohol or cannabis in their life, that have no drive as a human, as a person. Their day is spent maybe spending their 8 hours at work or whatever, but it's like they don't do anything other than just doing the very basic, very like bare minimum. So sure, in some senses, like you smoke a heavy indica, I think we need to get away from the term lazy, because a heavy indica is going to make you really tired, and it's going to make you want to do nothing but sleep, and that in turn will probably make you lay on said couch and lock into the couch. But laziness, I think, is more of something that's going to be a person by person attribute. It's going to be a trait of every individual. I think drive's the same way. So I mean, sure, over like consumption, over excessive use of any substance could definitely cause someone to be lazy and cause someone to do nothing. But it's responsible cannabis usage, and it's like not using it and letting that be what you become essentially. So
I saw a T-shirt the other day, and I forget what it said exactly. It was just graphic, but it was like food, cannabis, and something else. It was like the life's necessities. And I like, as an outsider, I can't get past the idea that there does seem to be some sort of correlation and causation here.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like the guys on the inside are too quick to deny any kind of causation. Like there are people who pitch pot as a health food, as the cure to all diseases. Like, oh, do you have a digestive issue? Do you have cancer? Do you have glaucoma? I might have glaucoma. This is my preventative glaucoma medication. Anxiety. And there are I'm not in denial that it can help with some of these things. That for some people it might even be the perfect drug.
Definitely.
But when it gets pitched as being practically good for you with
Like
no
the miracle?
downsides,
Yeah.
the miracle, oh, perfect. I sometimes think like, come on, man, like,
Let's
can
be
you be
real.
straight with me, right? You know,
Exactly.
that there is some causation that a lot of people will get into pot and then get into tiredness, as we call it.
Exactly.
You know, that it becomes like
Lack of ambition.
lack of
drive.
ambition, or like it might be that like the cure for anxiety is so effective that it was that anxiety that was fucking driving you to get the shit done in the first place. You know, I have tons of anxiety. That's how the fucking mortgage gets paid. A joke
Do you know
stolen.
how high my blood pressure is?
Yeah. I don't have a
and-
mortgage,
and-
but like that's the idea in general, right? Like, that concern about like setting enough aside for Colin's life, right? That's a thing that worries me and drives me. And if I were to smoke pot all the time, who knows? But maybe it would stop
Okay with
worrying
not
me.
being anxious. Exactly.
There are absolutely people that I saw, at least going through college, that fell into exactly what Woody said, where, you know, maybe they were doomed to it from the start, but they fell into a cycle of just no longer going to class, obliterating all anxiety by just smoking a ludicrous amount of pot. And it was like, at some point, there's nothing worse than listening to someone talk to you about how much pot they smoked. It's it's horrible. It's like,
stop.
it's pathetic
Is
because
it-
it's like,
is it any-
why do you
is it
care?
any
Why do you
different-
think I care?
How
What?
many times have you told your buddies, hey, 3 Miller Lights, two shots of Patron, three shots of Patron. Then they got
I'm
bought the
already
champagne,
bored.
and
No,
I
it's the
had-
same.
See,
It's the same thing.
It's exactly and boring.
Yeah.
But if somebody asks you that, then you might go through a list of it. But if somebody just comes up to you at a party and is like, "Dude, it's fucking crazy. I've had 6 of these and 2 Wizimadoos, and I'm just now hitting my stride, man." Like that's still, like it's bad.
It is.
Nobody wants to be around that person, and it does happen. It's like it almost turns people who are on the fence off to pot
Oh, yeah.
more when they come into the scene and do a little bit of research, and everyone they see is some like, you know, strung out hippie looking motherfucker who's just like,
No
you
offense,
know, it's all
Josh.
great, man. It's all great. You know, there's no downsides at all, man. Now I'm just gonna smoke all day. Like it, I know that turns people off more than anything because that's their first impression, you know. So I think it's good what
And-
you're doing because I took a peek at your channel and you're actually doing informative videos and not just
And
touting
gigantic
marijuana as a
dabs.
I really
yeah.
like when you did the 1 gram dab. I really like watching those unboxing videos a lot because I like seeing what's in there. I'm curious, like what's gonna be in there. I'm trying to think what else. I liked. There was one where I think you smoked a gram of weed in like
We watched that
really
recently.
fast. You had
Yeah,
multiple
and-
pieces and
That's mostly like what I would consider to fall into like the entertainment aspect of my channel.
yeah.
And I guess it's technically a little bit of like pandering to the cannabis audience because I understand that not everyone wants educational videos. And to get that educational content out there, I need to draw an audience and get an audience onto the channel. So I'm slowly kind of turning away from the excessive use, like overconsumption videos like that. But at the same time, I know it's what's drawn the audience that I can educate today. But going back to what you guys were just saying, as an activist myself, like that's one of the first things I will admit. Like people ask, "Do you smoke weed every day?" I'm like, sometimes, but I'm not someone who's going to be spending all day every day smoking. For the simple fact that I've understood, sure, I can function high all the time. I can remain myself. But there's some things that I just don't want to do high. If it's public speaking or if it's like I have to go to work or something and not forget something throughout the day, then me personally, I understand that I should either not smoke that much or not smoke at all prior to doing that task. So I think one of the main things, especially for people who are, you know, falling into that fuck up path, the path of not getting anything done, it's realizing that they're the ones that have to control their usage. That's what it starts with. Because sure, smoking 3, 4, 5 grams of weed every day, or dabbing an entire gram of oil, if you're literally doing nothing but sitting all day and packing that pipe over and over again, and then just like chilling and watching Netflix or whatever, you're not getting anything done. So if you can like pack that pipe and actually go about your normal life, then good. That's you as a human. But like not everyone can do that. And even as a cannabis activist, I know myself can't do that. So it all comes back to is not blaming the substance itself, but more blaming the individual. But at the same time, I understand exactly what you're saying because I've seen plenty of people fall prey to the same traps of starting to smoke, be it even small amounts, and then not being able to exhibit that self-control or not even being aware that they need to exhibit that self-control because weed's this wonderful thing that's going to cure everything for you. Because it's not, and it's not going to be helpful for every individual.
How high would you say? How high would you say your tolerance is?
It depends. It'll drop. It'll go crazy after like the 1 gram. I can say that it was high as absolute hell. Recently, it's right about in the middle, so it kind of fluctuates. But that's because I try to take tolerance breaks just to do exactly what I was saying, like control my own.
So to
use.
put that in terms that like a real amateur would understand. So are you smoking an entire joint by yourself? Are you smoking multiple bowls by yourself? Like if you're kicking your smoke session off, you're gonna smoke and then chill and watch TV. You're gonna smoke and then have a nice meal. How much are you smoking prior to that to get to where you want to be?
So I guess we'll put it in the terms of joints, even though I don't smoke a lot of joints. I would say probably about 2 joints a day would be a good like fill. I wake up in the morning, especially if I'm having like a really bad GI day, and I'll normally take a dab, which is like the equivalent of like an entire joint, I guess. And then right before I go to bed at night, I've always been the kind of person that's not really been able to sleep. So I also have to smoke prior to going to bed.
I feel like that's a waste of money.
I've heard that a lot. Also because cannabis actually does mess with your REM sleep. So technically if you smoke before you sleep, you're getting worse sleep. Like that's not something that I'm going to deny. But that being said, going back to what Woody said, there's also some people that like it is going to be something that's a miracle drug for them and it helps them every single day. But they'll reach a point where they have to have cannabis to feel normal. They have to have cannabis to reach that point of normalcy. Sure, you could say that they are chronic pain users that will exhibit some sort of not normalcy on a normal level. But there's some people that if they don't smoke before they eat, or they don't smoke before they sleep, or they don't smoke before X, they're not going to feel normal. So that's when it becomes a problem, in my opinion.
Yeah. Some people get cranky. Like, have you met people who don't get their coffee in the morning before if they're like addicted to coffee?
I was about to say.
It's just like that. Like, it's very unpleasant when you're around someone the next morning after you're hanging out and they're just a little nippy. And it's like,
tell you what, you don't want to take Chiz's coffee away from him for very long. Like,
no, I need to see that firsthand. He drinks like 10 cups a day, right?
He drinks a lot of coffee.
Yeah,
we had that instant Folgers crystals out in the forest, and he was drinking that.
He was not a fan though.
He was not a fan. No, it's pretty disgusting.
The first thing I moved into my new place was a Keurig. So
he was snorting it.
Same.
He was not actually snorting it.
It was Folgers crystals. Yeah.
Get high on it. Yeah. I don't know how you could drink 10 cups of coffee a day and still be fine. I had 3 or 4 in a day before, and I'm actually sweating. I feel moist, like my hands. I can't stop
moving. He just kind of hydrates with it, like I don't know if you've worked at a computer for a long time, but yeah, that's you just drink and code or type or whatever, and just in the same way that you might drink water or lemonade or whatever's your.
It makes me have to like stand up and pace around.
I drink a lot when we're doing this show. Like I filled this thing like all the way up. This is a really big mug. This was I put the Keurig on the largest setting and hit it twice, so I guess that's at least 2 cups, like 16 or 20 ounces, and I'm gonna get another one before the show's over, and it gets me.
I sometimes have a cup before
a show. It gives you a little pep. I usually have a Monster, but even like the Monster or 2 I usually have on these shows to stay peppy. Like I'll still right after the show like get up and just like pace around like a 20-foot area like a serial killer, plotting my next move for no reason, just because I.
Yeah, sponsored or not, I actually like GFuel, the Gamma Lab stuff for this.
He's not kidding. When I went to Woody's house, like we had GFuel.
Yeah, I'll have. I don't know. I'm trying to put it in terms of coffee. It might be like 2 cups of coffee for me.
Is there caffeine in that?
A lot.
Yes, and then more. Yeah. It's it's you know what? It tastes good. Maybe sometimes a little powdery, depending if you don't make it well. But I guess it's like candy caffeine.
Yeah. You get a powerful sugar rush and a powerful caffeine rush all in one punch that you can make as much or as little as you want.
Coupon code Woody, I guess I'll throw that out there since we're talking about him.
Well, while we're here.
Try some of your energy gel,
Taylor, that's totally my mindset. It was like, they're not sponsoring this show, but while we're here.
Don't they have those energy gel packets, or is that someone else?
What they have is, it's the same stuff, but it's in a packet, so it's a dosage. They call it a stick pack, and rather than like scoop it, you just empty the pack into a water bottle, and it's the right amount for.
Could
a water
you just
bottle.
do it? Could you just eat it straight out of the packet,
like a pixie stick? Yeah, I'm sure you could.
Is it a gel or a powder? It's powder.
It's a powder. Yeah.
Okay,
It'd be more
okay.
like a pixie stick.
Oh, you'd want to put that between your lips like a little snub. Like, just be spitting it all day, just taking it straight to the bloodstream.
Kyle is a nonstop fountain
sugar
of video
right against your
ideas.
I say that because in high school I had there was this asshole in my weightlifting class, and creatine was a new thing to us as like 10th graders because that was 2002 or 2001.
That's when I first heard of it too. Was it right around the home run race, or was that after
Mark
that?
McGuire, he liked his creatine.
Yeah.
So everybody did. And creatine, I'm certainly not a weightlifting expert or anything like that, but it's a supplement that works. And I just remember Ricky, we were all taking creatine, and we were surprised by the gains that you would get, even as like a kid working out in high school. It'd be like, I can lift 8 more pounds on my bench, and it's only been 10 days. That's remarkable. So I just remember Ricky would just get a scoop out, put it in there, and he would have it in there, and he in class, and I'd be like, and I would see tears like welling up in his eyes, and I'd be like, Ricky, you all right? He's like, yeah, it's creatine.
Savage.
That's not how creatine works.
It's not how creatine works, but I would never say anything different. And then years later, I saw it on The Office. Like Dwight is trying to show up Gabe, and he does protein powder. He's like, you dilute it with water, woman. And he like just throws the powder in his mouth and just he spits it everywhere.
Dude, I keep pimping. Do you know GFuel used to have creatine in it?
Oh.
That's
not a good thing.
Yeah, creatine actually sent me to the hospital to have my kidneys flushed because I wasn't drinking enough water with it.
Lots of water with creatine.
So they have a pre-workout formula, not the stuff that's marketed to gamers, but they have a pre-workout formula that it did. I'm not sure if it still does, but it had some element of creatine in it. And then as they developed all their like gamer-friendly recipes, they took the creatine out because apparently
it's a terrible idea to be gaming and doing creatine.
Yeah, it's not a fit. Like,
with a bunch of Mountain Dew.
Sitting still, not doing anything. Like
yeah, and I guess I don't know that I forget what the specific was, but yeah,
it dehydrates you and it causes kidney issues because there's been like high school football players die of dehydration on the field because the coach is doing some drill where he doesn't give them water. And these kids are taking creatine and the coach doesn't know it or doesn't know the ramifications. And by denying them water as some kind of an asshole drill, he killed the kid.
That is a terrible. There's no.
You never had.
That was not have water during the game.
That was my next question. I will say, I was about to ask you, Woody. Did you ever have a swimming coach say you couldn't drink? But if you got real thirsty, you're in a fucking pool, right?
Yeah, I know a workaround.
The coach is like, those kids haven't had a drop to drink in 8 hours. Look at them go.
No, they would deny us air a lot. There were a lot of drills where we weren't allowed to breathe.
Another essential.
Yeah, they'd either regulate how many breaths per lap you could take, or and for the top guys it was one. It was 1 breath per lap and then a breath on the turns. Or they did just do like underwater stuff or whatever. And I guess the idea was to, at the end of the race, when you're done and your body says stop, when you breathe, it slows you down. It's like the hydrodynamics of it. You turn your head sideways and you don't fly through the water in quite the same way. So everyone's lost. But anyway, it slows you down to breathe. So it's that drill to sort of push through, give everything you have for that last 12 yards without a breath. And I don't even know if they still train like that anymore. But back in the day, they'd ask you to do it without breathing.
Does it train your like cardiovascular system to operate with less oxygen? But, all right, so they do those altitude masks. Athletes will use sometimes. Is it a similar thing that it's training your cardiovascular system to operate with less, do more with less, that sort of thing?
I feel like the science of it has probably been grown since the 90s when I was really into it. Yeah. But there was a lot of thought around having a higher red blood cell count. That was it.
Yeah, that's like what the bikers do, right? They do the blood doping, and so then their red blood cells, they can carry a ton more oxygen.
Right,
Well,
but this
they're-
was more of an
they're
honest
saving
way to
red-
go about it. Like
Oh.
if you train
naturally is what
like
you're trying.
yeah, like a marathoner, for example, would have a much higher red blood cell count than a person who likes the couch. So that's what they would do. They would just train
Or a
us all the
person
time.
who does like a quick, like a power lift. That's a real quick boom kind of.
Right. Yeah, dude, I used to be like people would donate blood and stuff, and I'm like, dude, you have no idea how hard I worked for this excellent blood. I've got coursing through me right now.
Good shit right here.
This is the best blood in like the neighborhood.
Gold
I'm the
seal.
fastest guy on my team. You think I'm just giving this away? Like,
In retrospect, like I bet someone would have paid you if you could for your blood plasma. You know, you probably had some good stuff in there. Probably a lot of red blood
sure
cells
I
in there.
did. There was
not
like
too late.
no drinking, no coffee, no like just exercise and healthy foods is all I had cooking. It was the best version of me, and I hoarded it. I didn't just give it away to Red Cross.
You bastard. You hoarded it. You're a blood hoarder.
I don't like giving blood. I'm glad I read about that guy who had some sort of special blood that saved that couple thousand babies or something. I don't remember the particulars, but something about his blood was wonderful and it saved lives. And he gave like thousands of pints throughout his life. And I was thinking, like, if that were me,
Those would be $20 a pop.
sorry. At least, like because I really dislike giving blood. I've done it a few times, and I always get nauseous. I've never vomited right there. I've never passed out right there, but I've gotten lightheaded, and I've gotten that like grayed vision you get when you stand up too quickly or right before you have a panic attack, which I have occasionally. And it's fucking awful. I hate it. Nauseous and cold, clammy.
Yeah, I had a little of that when I gave
Never
blood.
felt like
I haven't given blood in a while now, and
They miss the vein.
I'm
I'm
twice
sorry
the
to
man I
interrupt.
used to be.
yeah.
So I bet I could give a pint. It wouldn't be a big deal.
You know, it wasn't the pain. It wasn't the blood flow and seeing my blood. It was that she kept missing the vein, and I was looking, and I
worst.
could see the vein like bouncing off the needle. And I was like, in my head, I was going, "She's got 3. She's got 3 tries at this," and it took her 4. I as a 17-year-old or 18-year-old man, I had to be 18, I guess, to give the blood in high school, but I just didn't have it in me to go, "Fuck you, stop. That's it. It's 3 pokes. That's enough."
That's a
But-
serious problem. Those like nurses that they have there taking blood, I didn't know this till someone told me.
Not
And so it could be
18.
speculation, is that they're not real nurses. It's just some lady that works there.
That
And
bitch should be sticking an orange somewhere, not me.
I've been hit like twice on my right arm, once on my left arm, and then she was like, "No, this one's not going to work at all." It's like, okay, well, I'm glad you pricked it once just to be sure, and then went back over to the right arm and got it eventually until I looked like I was, a star cast member of Train Spotting, just horrible little dots all over your arm. You look like a heroin addict.
I don't have
was
this
talking-
problem. I usually get a
was-
compliment. It goes like this. They put the little heroin addict rubber strap on my thing. They make me make a fist. And then, without fail, they compliment my vein, and then they hit it first time.
Oh, and you believe them. They're
not.
telling that to every Joe who comes in.
It's how
talking-
it goes.
I was talking to a girl once, and she was a nurse, and I felt like I could tell this joke to her without her slapping me or anything. But she was going on about like taking blood and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I have O negative blood, and that's true, I do. I've got O negative, so I give a lot. I give like every Thursday. She's like, oh wow, that's really great. I was like, yeah, they can't use the veins in my arms anymore though. They're just not big enough, so they use the vein in my penis. And she was like, really? Doesn't that hurt? And I just had her going with this thing. I was like, well, it did at first, but I kind of
Was
started
this
liking
an
it.
actual nurse? Like
Yeah.
a licensed
I
medical
was like,
professional?
I kind of started liking it after a while, to tell you the truth. I'm really enjoying giving this blood. And I had her really going there for like 5 minutes. It was a lot of fun.
Like, I hadn't noticed that. Cool. I had my knee surgery. They went on my arm, so I don't do needles well at all. Like I've never been good at giving blood or
You should
doing
try
any
smoking
kind of,
pot
stuff
before
like
you go.
that. But I had this arm done several times, and then they went for my left arm. And once they tried my left arm like 2 or 3 times, they're like, "All right, we're gonna go for your neck." So they almost had the IV in my neck, but then they finally got it on like the top of my wrist. That being said, I would not have gone well with a needle to the neck.
Holy shit.
No.
Can't stand it.
What
That'd
about
be
under your
horrible.
finger? You know those heroin addicts, after a while, they're like looking for places to stick it, like under nails so it won't show track marks, or between their toes and stuff.
Between their
veins there?
toes, their dick vein. Those are like the last highways in a heroin.
Oh, I start out with
addict's
the dick
life.
vein. Just start right.
Just go
Work
right for the dick.
backwards, so it's almost like you're getting better.
I think it would be funny to like go and give blood and start out talking like that, like be like, I like to use the vein in my penis. It's huge. And she'd be like, no, we don't do that. Trust me, it's huge. You're not going to start unzipping. You're not going to have a problem finding this one. I promise you. Just have her be like, no.
And depending on your behavior during the drawing, this could take between 3 and 40 minutes. You don't
need gloves.
Oh, no. Trust me, it gets really veiny if you could just help me a little.
Here, tie one of those rubber gloves around it.
That's not what I'm thinking.
I was talking to
Put your lipstick on.
I was talking to Chiz today, and he said his back was hurting him, and we were talking about chiropractor / massage therapist, and that was my recommendation that he go see someone like that because he said it was a sciatic nerve, and I'm certainly don't know shit about anything, but I figured maybe there's something putting pressure on that could be adjusted, take the pressure off, make it feel better. Has anybody here? I know Woody. I don't think you have, but have either of you guys been to like a massage therapist, chiropractor type person before?
I've had a massage, but it was never for like medical reasons. Just because.
How long of a massage? Like, was this like a 15-minute or like an hour?
Hour.
Yeah, you got a massage.
Yeah,
I don't want a stranger.
Isn't it glorious?
I remember the first time ever I felt really anxious about it, right? And I was like, Jackie, I won't really be comfortable unless my masseuse is a woman. Like, that's weird to me. And I won't really be comfortable unless your masseuse is also a woman. Because
I had the exact same talk with my girlfriend.
And she was down. She was like, all right. She accepted my terms.
Yeah, mine did as well. She agreed. She was like, I think it'd be weird if you got a massage from a man. I'm like, I do too.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm glad you feel that way. And my masseuse was a very attractive lady.
Yes, I've only had
strongest hands. Her hands were, and the whole time I was thinking, like, if she grabbed my cock, it would just explode like one of a fucking balloon.
I wasn't thinking.
What if you both go there for your daily spa trip? They have a shortage. Horrible accident on the way into work. One of them dies. They only have one guy, one girl. And you're both going to be in separate rooms, and you get the pick. Who do you pick to massage?
We come back another day.
No, you have the expiring coupons, Kyle. One time only. This weekend.
All right, let's follow the scenario. If there is a guy and a girl, which one of you has to compromise on this thing?
I would prefer that. I guess I would take the guy because, like, it is a little weird. Like, I don't want to massaging my ass or anything, but I've never had that anyway. Like, as far as she went down was like my lower back. I guess she saw my ass crack a little, but that was it. So I figured like maybe the guy will be better anyway with much stronger hands. Like I would take the guy.
What if you found yourself really enjoying it?
Oh, you mean what if it moved?
Well, yeah.
I think it moved, Jerry.
Like a stanza quandary.
Yeah. I just remember that male masseuse like grabbing his jeans and like jerking him down like a little, and George is like, oh,
rips up like a prairie dog.
Yeah, like the guy's about to fuck him. It's great. Yeah, I would take the man. I figured the stronger hand's going to be better anyway, because that's what I was always impressed with all the massages I've gotten, was how strong these people's hands are. Just like they can. I was in a strip club one time, and they had a legit masseuse in there. Like, she was not going to get naked or anything like that. She was dressed in a business suit, like a blazer type thing. But she was giving massages for like, I don't remember how much it cost, $10 for 10 minutes, something like that, while you watch the stripper strip. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And she it was funny. She was Russian. She's like, 1 to 10, how hard? And I'm like, 8 or 9. I don't know. Give me all you got. And she goes, and I'm just like, 4! A 4! I need a 4!
Did you like play it off for a couple seconds so that she wouldn't think that you were too much of a pussy?
No,
like you sit there like this for like a minute just to be like, you know what? Let's ratchet that back.
It was clear immediately that this bitch had hands like Andre the Giant or something back there. This Russian milkmaid had been using those things since birth. She'd been squeezing those spring things since she was a baby. She could have broken me.
Same problem here, except that rather than be like, stop it, 444, I just took the pain.
Like the haircut.
I had a like the haircut. I just had a fucking awful massage experience, and it was because I didn't want to tell her like this is too much.
Woody had a bad barber shear him one time. He's just ripping the hair out with these dull clippers, and Woody's taking it because he thinks that that's part of it, like taking it. And finally, he's like, and the guy's like, what's wrong? Why'd you flinch? She's like, it really hurts. Well, why don't you say something?
Yeah. And I was like, I am saying something.
Look like a bitch.
No,
I thought you'd see the blood.
That's not how it went down. He was like, well, you should have said something. I'm like, I am saying something. And I'm like, the fuck? You're giving me shit for not saying anything while saying something? Suck a
This
dick.
reminded me of a haircut. Did you guys ever get your hair cut by your mom when you were growing up?
Yes.
So I had
No.
to do that a couple times, and usually it was just a bloodbath. I looked like a real asshole. Like, you have to get a really bad haircut for someone in 3rd grade up here to say something's wrong with your hair. But that's achievable when like you cut it this high, and it's like that's not a natural end for hair on the back of a child's head.
You're like a
So-
goddamn alien.
Yeah, you look like you're wearing a baseball cap of hair without the bill. Like, that's the amount of head space it's covering. But one time my mom
Bill
actually
Fryer
nailed
tuck.
it. Yeah, one time my mom got me pretty good with a decent haircut, and I went to school. The guy across the street drove me to school because he was much older, and he's like, "Oh, you're looking pretty sharp there." And I was like 8, so I'm like, "Thanks, man." And went to school, came back, and I told my mom. My mom was like, "Oh, they thought your hair looked nice, didn't they?" And they were our neighbors, and so my mom invited the 3 of them, who were all like, they're probably all like in their late 30s now. They're much older than me, and they came over to get haircuts for my mom because my mom was like, I'm really figuring it out with Taylor. Like, I'll give it to you for free. And she gave the first guy a haircut. Really not great. I'm standing there in the garage watching because I'm 8 and have nothing to do. The second guy, it's a slight bit better, so maybe the third guy got a little bit of confidence. And then him, my mom just like started to feel like she was the queen of a salon, just like boom, 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 yeah, like going so quick. And she caught that ridge on the back of where your ear is with some clippers on the third guy, and I swear to God, I didn't know this area could bleed so much. Like, she like raked it with the clippers without a guard on it and just punctured the back of the ear. And this I guess at the time, like 16-year-old kid just had blood pouring down the back of his neck in the middle of our garage. And she didn't cut my hair anymore after that, so it was a net win.
Good thing you might be one-eared Taylor.
I might be. Yeah, that'd be even more comfortable. Make my head look smaller. So.
It's all bad.
That's awful. Yeah, my mom cut my hair once. I remember it very well. I was 6, and I remember her suggesting it, and she asked me for my opinion as a 6-year-old. And a 6-year-old me was like, "Yeah, mom, you got this shit."
Yeah.
And
Shave
so
a spider into it.
yeah, you got it. Come on, yeah, sure. So she fucks it, right? Ruins it real bad. Like just up the line is up here for some reason. Like where did my sideburns go? Not that a 6-year-old has sideburns, but like there's hair there. There's supposed to be some. And so she's like, I know what to do now that I fucked your head up, Kyle. I'm going to take you to your grandmother because she's got the answer to this. And I remember going to my grandma and her really fucking it up. And then me showing up at school with a shaved head for a while. That's how it went. That's just how it went. I had to explain to everyone, no, Kyle doesn't have cancer. He's just got a terrible mother. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, you can't pull that off when you're an adult. You can't just fuck up a haircut and go, well, guess I don't have hair for the next 9 months. Like, you got to try and fix it.
PKA Dan would do that.
Like people to see.
PKA Dan would shave his own hair. He would cut his own hair, right? And he says it always would start off with the intention of like a shorter version of what Kyle's working right now, like a high and tight, still comb to the side, and then it wouldn't work. Like mistakes would be made, so he just takes it down to the nub and grows it back. And that's
pretty balls.
He did it all the time.
The worst I've had as an adult was like maybe 5 years ago. I went to the haircut store, whatever the hell, and this area where the sideburn goes into the beard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, usually when they ask you, like, all right, you just want me to blend the sideburn in there, like cut it off because it gets too bushy and long. It's like, yeah, that's fine. This lady just for no reason took the clippers after fixing it all and just like ended my sideburns, just like vit, vit, right there. And
So,
then
like,
I
there was a
had
split?
sideburns, and then not contiguously my beard, just like a line on either side of the beard. It was like, I can't not shave my face now. You made me look like a clown, like an idiot with 2 gaps here. Do I just wait for this to come in, where just like thin hair comes in at first, and then slowly it feeds back out? Like, no, you've ruined my look for like 3 months.
When was that?
Like my either freshman or sophomore year of college.
Yeah, I
Get,
think
like,
of you.
fancy with it and try to shave like a bunch of lines into it, like
Yeah,
make, like, a nice
Do that
pattern.
thing.
A little
Like
vanilla
backwards,
ice
too.
thing.
That's-
Yeah.
So, do you guys ever think about shaving the beard?
I will
I've-
eventually. I mean, I go and I cut it with scissors every couple weeks to kind of like shape it down, because otherwise I just grows like that, and I get a real pear shape going on here. But
This is like my first technical real beard. So like the first like 2 years of growing it, I didn't have any clue what looked good or what was like normal. So until like probably 2 weeks ago or so, I just had like ridiculous horns that were like going everywhere and it was like poofy. But I would
It used
say
to be poofy, you say?
it used to be even crazier than it is now, should I say. But like when I first started this channel, I was fully baby faced. So I've pretty much grown the beard like continuously along with the channel. So for that simple fact, I don't think I'll shave it, but I don't know. At some point possibly.
When you hit 1 million subs, you'll be an Orthodox Jew.
Right?
yeah,
I did a for Halloween. I did a Amish like episode where I just dressed like I was Amish because I had like the beard and the glasses and my hair was a little bit longer. But when it comes to haircuts, I would say the worst one I've ever had when I was probably middle school. My mom did like the super stereotypical bowl head cut all around. So it was like the actual bowl cut with a bowl. And for probably like 2 years' time, I just looked like I had a coconut head. Like it didn't work well.
It
and
wasn't
you were in
me.
middle school. That was well past when the bowl cut was in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it was not like 1992, so it did not fit in. I was on to like the Justin Timberlake hair at that point. Everyone had like bleach blondes, like
Oh, I had
curls.
some frosted tips. Yeah,
The chips.
I mean,
I could never pull-
everybody loved Backstreet Boys.
Right?
It wasn't me, but here, hold on. In about 8th grade, I had a classmate who had his hair shaved like this. Oh, I need to move this. For
Oh my
Halloween.
god! Oh my god! He
Yeah.
shaved his hairline.
He shaved his hairline to do that V thing for Halloween.
Commitment.
Yeah, and apparently the costume was incredible. But then he had to grow that out for the next couple of months. That was
That's
a
a lot of
nightmare.
commitment for
Why wouldn't you just shave
a
it
couple
down?
people to be impressed briefly.
I hope they took pictures because that's a serious commitment. I broke one of my
think-
teeth. I
if
broke
that
one of my
person-
teeth the other day, like in the bottom, one of my bottom back molars, like the one all the way in the back. It broke. Just the whole top of it broke, and so
It's a
now
good
there's
one to
this,
break.
I thought so too. And so like there's this jagged piece of tooth that will like rub against my tongue. And after a while it made it hard to speak because it kept cutting my tongue every time I would talk. And when I would swallow like a beverage, that motion that your tongue does when you do that would rub against it and it would cut it a little each time. And I was like, finally I couldn't take it anymore. So I go to the you think I'm going to say dentist, but I went to the drugstore and I got an emery board, right? And I get back there and I'm just sanding this fucking tooth down.
Why
in the
not the
middle of-
hardware store in a Dremel?
I considered that, but what if I get wild in there? Things could get out of hand. So there I am in Rite Aid parking lot with my emery board. Those of you who don't know, that's what you file your fingernails with if you're a lady. And I'm just like sanding this shit down, and I'm looking in my like mirror, the flip down vanity mirror, and I'll sand for about 20 seconds and then look around to make sure that nobody sees what I'm doing, and then I'll sand some more, and I can see it like wearing down that sharp edge, and I can see like bits of tooth on the like tooth powder on the emery board, and I got a whole pack of emery boards, so I'm just changing emery boards, going to different grits until I get until I've shaped it up, smoothed it all out, rounded it down, and then I got the fine one, polished it up, good to go now. At home dentistry.
Why wouldn't you just go to a dentist? You're a fairly well-off guy.
What's
You're not
the point of doing
struggling.
that? Yeah, I don't like going to the dentist. I do need to go, and I plan to go. I don't have any like emergency stuff going on. I don't have any pain.
You do actually.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
did,
had,
but I fixed it.
hardware supplies in your mouth.
Cosmetic supplies, but yeah, I see your point. I felt like, because the only problem with it, it's not painful. It's not cosmetically bad because it's all the way back there. I've really got to say before this thing's broken. I just had the thing cutting my tongue a little, and I felt like, why spend $1,000 to get like a root canal and a cap or something? Or it'd be like $1,400 or something. When I could just sand this motherfucker down.
They
I like
would.
that you did it in a parking lot too. So if anyone
I needed
saw
some
you from
relief.
the outside, they would be like, "What the fuck is that guy doing?
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
expect a
really
root
hurt.
Frantically
canal.
brushing his teeth? Like, what did he just eat?"
I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna put some sort of cap on, and you'll have as close to what you had before. It's something weird about teeth. If something changes by even like a half a millimeter, you are acutely aware of that. Like it just like you know exactly what the inside of your teeth are like with that tongue, and if something changes at all, you're on top of it.
Yeah, definitely so. I've had a root canal before, and everybody says it's a nightmare, but it's just quite unpleasant. It's not very unpleasant. It's just quite unpleasant. That's how I describe it. I would get another one if I needed one, but I wouldn't look forward to it at all. But it certainly wasn't like a screaming, excruciating, painful thing that like I rank up there in like my most painful or uncomfortable moments or anything like that. It was just like, I hope this is over soon.
What's the most painful doctor experience you have? Either by you getting like horribly injured before you go, or just something they do there.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, I had this doctor. He was Vietnamese. His name was Dr. Haddock, and I was afraid of him because when I would visit Dr. Haddock, like he was no nonsense. Like he's gonna give you a shot, but he would also. I remember I had like this like nasal congestion thing, and he would use that squeeze bottle to like clear my sinuses. No mercy as a 7-year-old. He's just, and I'm just like, he's like, there we go, cleared him out.
Must have been McCain's dentist.
Yeah, it's like his little squeeze bottle came with like an air socket hookup. He was not fucking around, and I just remember fearing him going in because it was very uncomfortable and painful when he'd do that, and always being afraid of that. But I don't know. When I broke my ankle, I remember him like not thinking it wasn't broken and squeezing it and asking if it hurts here, and me just screaming, yes! And he'd be like, all right, okay. I don't know. That was one of the most painful things, breaking that ankle. That was just awful because they had me walking around for a week in a soft cast splint, basically, for a sprained ankle when it was broken. I don't know. Can't think of any. Oh, the burn on my hand hurt before I got the medical attention, but afterwards it was great.
I would have to say for me, it's probably so. I've had like a total of 4 knee surgeries, and one of the surgeries was just called a manipulation, which I thought was going to be like the easy of the. All the other 3 were like meniscus, like 2 of them are lateral and one's medial. But the manipulation was because I couldn't fully straighten my knee. I had scar tissue built up. And they say manipulation like it's just going to be something. They go in and kind of slowly move. But you basically get slightly sedated, not to the point where you're actually fully out of it, though. And they take your knee and go, okay, let's make sure this can stretch. And then just rip it. They're like 1, 2, and they just fully straighten your knee and rip the scar tissue. So it was like a state of like somewhat being out of it. And then all of a sudden just, oh, okay, that happens. My knee is straightened and I'm in like horrible pain / half like sedated. And they actually have to strap you down to the table while they do it, like arms and legs. So you feel like you're in some kind of like horrible, like Insidious movie or something where you're being like wheeled into the back room.
Sounds like a party to me. Experience. Tell me more about the straps.
Good Friday
I like
night.
leather. Are you familiar with bondage tape? Comes in a roll. It sticks to itself, but it's not. There's no glue involved. It's good stuff. Doesn't cut off the circulation either.
Makes the cleanup easy.
You just throw it away afterwards? It's a one-time use type thing, bondage tape?
The girl?
Well, it depends how frugal you are.
No, the tape.
I mean, that's... Yeah, you just throw the tape away. That's definitely not a reusable item.
That's funny. I'm more a fan of the fuzzy like handcuffs than tape. Tape seems like it's a little more aggressive.
Yeah,
bro. You know what? We all start with the handcuffs. You spend 20 years with the same woman. You gotta just fucking try something different.
A little bit of mummification.
Step it up. Before long,
just a little bit of like a kidnappy vibe.
I saw a GIF on Reddit where the lady's lying on a bed with this huge rubber sheet over her entire naked body, and then they like vacuum seal her to the bed so tightly that you can see the indentations of like you can see a camel toe and like her belly button and her nipples. Like that's how tight the plastic or latex is on her. Maybe some shit like that.
Yeah.
I want to vacuum seal a bitch.
I was gonna say we're vacuum sealing our partners now.
I'm sealing in the freshness.
It's like
keep her in your closet for later.
You worry she'll have second thoughts,
when
but
I come back.
You worry she'll have second thoughts, but how would you know? Just hit that.
Ziploc creators are like, damn it, we missed out on the market. That's easy.
That is a thing. I did some of those prank phone calls earlier, and I got some interesting reactions. By the way, I got to go back. I got some audio issues. I used OBS, But I gotta work on my like levels because I feel like the person who's cursing at me on the other end of the line was a little quiet.
Did you Skype call them?
Nice.
And you used is that what you use, Woody? OBS?
I use it now. I used to use XSplit.
Yeah, I got to do some test calls with like I don't know. My cell phone would probably be the best bet. I'll call my cell phone and get my levels right. But I've been fucking with people today.
Nice.
Good. Well, don't ruin any, but any premises you could maybe spoil.
So I had this idea that there's the LGBT group, rights group that supports lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered rights, and we're all big supporters of that group around here. But I felt like it would be funny to call some conservative business owners and pitch to them that we're having a fun run for our organization, which is a little more edgy. We support the rights of some of those groups that not everybody's willing to throw their... They need a friend. Not everybody's willing to throw their weight behind the pedophiles of America, okay? Not everybody is willing to get behind the people who like to suck dog cock and get fucked by horses and stuff like that. The furries, all those people. I'm sorry to throw the furries in there with them, but I feel like it's fun to explain what a furry is to a conservative business owner. I'm sorry. It's not that I think they're on the same level. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to trigger anyone. I'm just saying it's hilarious to hear these guys like, hell no, faggot shit. And
yeah.
Just keep calling them all day. I think I'm going to do it a little bit tomorrow, too. I had a good time today. Just calling them back over and over. I got $50 worth of Skype credit. It's a lot of fun. I think I'm going to...
Furries and people who actually fuck animals, like, they're not in the same league.
No.
They're definitely playing the same sport.
It's like violin and fiddle,
Yeah, they're in the minor leagues, like the ECHL of bestiality. They're just getting in. Maybe they'll make it in the end.
And look, I'm sure there's some furries that might be insulted by such a proposition. But
oh my god!
I'm not judging either group. If you like to get fucked by dogs, or you like to fuck a guy dressed like a dog, or you like to be fucked by a guy dressed like a dog, any of those things are perfectly cool by me. You do what you need to do. You.
It's a damn good weekend right there.
Yes,
I'm fine with all of those.
Can you imagine if you're doing both? Can you imagine the dog coming in and it's used to fucking like a human, and it sees like your ass dressed up as like a 6 foot tall dog? It's oh shit! How am I gonna compete with that?
It's in competition.
Damn. I'm a Rottweiler, but that dude's at least 225 pounds.
Oh, that guy can reach the fridge? Man.
Oh, when he opens doorknobs. Fuck all this.
Oh, this guy, I get my own treats whenever I want them.
Dude, Chiz is getting a dog.
Yeah, he's getting a Dachshund.
Let's can you put the link in here so I don't have to change everything?
Yeah. Let me hunt that down real quick.
Wiener dog, right?
He's getting a wiener dog.
He already has the dog?
It's not a... Is it a wiener dog? It looks furrier. I want to see the pictures again.
Well, it says right on it that it's a wiener dog, but I'm looking for it. Let's see. Shit. Maybe it was in the other chat. Let me go over there.
I think I want a dog here soon. I'm looking into getting like an Iggy, but I feel like Iggies are like the stereotypical YouTube dog.
I thought I knew dogs, but what the fuck? Iggy.
It's a Italian Greyhound. It's like a small,
Apparently
it's
Greyhound. A rapper, and she's
not
like
Iggy's,
7 out of 10, maybe.
Very easily confused.
Oh, those have a nice ass.
I'm here. I'll let you guys know that. So this appears to be what an Iggy is. They come slightly tattooed. She's branded. Maybe this one's a cattle farmer's dog. I don't know.
Just think of like Dobby the elf. It looks like a small little Dobby the elf with 4 legs. That's pretty much exactly what an Iggy
Master gives us clothes.
All right, let's see. Let's look for a regular Iggy. Shit, if you just Google Iggy, is it spelled Igggy?
Igggy, yeah.
I'll have to add dog to it. All right, Iggy dog.
Yeah, you're going to have to put...
I'm just hearing that rap song in my head now. Igggy.
I
see it. This looks pretty cool to me. Oh my God, this is a one-eyed Iggy. Gross.
A Cyclops Iggy.
Search for Iggy dog and look at the first result you get. It's a Cyclops, this thing belongs on Vet Ranch. God, there's a lot of one-eyed dogs.
I linked Chiz's dog. It's he said he's gonna name it Ruby. I think its name is Sabine currently, but very cute. It's a miniature Dachshund.
Aw.
Yeah.
Dachshunds are adorable.
My girlfriend has Dachshunds. She's got one that lives with us, and I before I I've told this to our audience before, but just for your sake, like before I like hung out with that dog and lived with it or whatever, I thought Dachshunds were one of the lamer dogs. I thought they looked stupid. I didn't think they would be really physically able to do anything.
Yeah.
But man, that dog's got so much personality, and it runs around and plays tons of games. It knows about a lot of commands. It does tricks and stuff. I've bought it a bunch of costumes and outfits, and it's vicious when it comes to anything smaller than it. So it's got a different.
What a dickhead dog.
Yeah. Well, like lizards and stuff. Like those are her prey. Although she bit Dak's cock the other day, and he screamed and ran away. It was great. Bit him right on the dick.
My black Great Dane is this. Actually, both my Great Danes are very, very sweet. I feel like they've got tons of personality. You would like them. They're fantastic dogs.
Your dog takes a bigger shit than my dog.
Yes.
I don't have the budget to be going through that many pairs of shoes.
You throw,
the farting and the shitting really is one of the major hang-ups that keeps me away from your dogs.
The pooping isn't that big an issue. We've got a lot of land and stuff, and the girls handle it. So this doesn't bother me too much.
I like that. See, no, hang on a minute. Rewind. He said, we got a lot of land, and, well, someone else picks all the dogs. We don't, so I don't have a problem with the huge turds.
They are big turds. They're like
they are huge.
Human-sized turds, yeah. 120 some pounds. Our dog just got weighed.
Yeah.
So
that's gotta take a little piece of your soul every time, bending over to pick up a human-sized shit.
Oh, it's like a dustpan and brush, but designed.
I've picked up dog shit like when taking it on walks for like little dogs, but that's just like, it's like you're grabbing like a fuzzy caterpillar with a bag. You grab it and pull it in, and you can't even notice the weight. But just the feeling the weight of all of that heaps and mounds of dog shit. It's swinging. It's a stiff breeze outside, but the bag stays firm, like a pendulum to the ground.
It's been colonized by termites. There's a whole ecosystem in that shit now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a petri dish. New things are evolving.
And I bet if they piss, like I bet if they ever piss in the house, it's a lake.
Flood insurance.
They're really good now. Ender's always we got Ender. He's like 4 months old and he was already housebroken. But yeah, when Harley pissed and stuff, oh my god, it's such a huge problem. Like Jackie left and I had to deal with it, right? Which is not right.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable completely. And I was like there's so much pee. Paper towels have like no impact on this like fucking disaster area.
Towels over.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna sacrifice a couple towels to this, and then
it washes out. Just throw them in the side.
I threw them straight in the outdoor trash. Like you get a towel, you clean it up.
Oh, look at Mr. Fancy Pants. You could throw away his piss towel.
What are you, Charlie? No, it's a fucking piss towel, and then like I fold it up in such a way that it's not leaking anymore. I run it outside. I dump it in the trash. That towel's never to be seen by me again. Anyway, it's just gone out of here.
Hang it out.
There was this kid named Jaret when I was, I guess, in like first grade maybe, and he came over to my house on like a play date, and he, I guess, had to take a shit at some point throughout the day, and so I went in the bathroom, and instead of like taking his shit and being like, oh dear, like there's no toilet paper in here, and like knocking and being embarrassed his first time over at my house, he just used one of my bath towels to wipe his ass and then just left it in the tub. And so then when I went in there later that night,
age? What's the age group?
How old are you in like first, second grade-ish? Like 6
to 7.
Yeah,
to 7?
add 5, so 6, 7.
Yeah, so 6 or 7. And there was just a towel covered in little boy poop in the fucking bathtub sitting there, and I had to tell my parents that it wasn't me and that I guess Jared did it, and we just never had him over again. Like, it was settled. Like, it was just, sorry if you really bonded with this kid, but we can't have kids pooping on our bathroom.
Dude, when I was
keep some TP in there and it won't be a problem.
When I was 12, so my best friend's father was divorced. Yeah, so my best friend's parents were divorced, and he developed this real like hero thing around his dad. Right, he didn't see his dad much. His dad was kind of a scumbag. Fucking cheated on his mom, ran out of town, they let her handle the kids entirely, and then did that again to another woman after they had another set of kids. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, not a great track record.
Yeah, this guy would just fucking seat them and leave them like repeatedly. But I made that up on my own. Seat him and leave him. Anyway,
if I were a landscaper, that'd be my on the side of my trucks. Yeah.
But anyway, so he just loved his dad. He thought his dad was the greatest thing in the world. He would just describe little things like, I guess as he'd watch TV and his bicep would flex. And he's like, my dad's bicep flexes while he watches TV. It's incredible. So finally he brought me to like spend the weekend at his dad's. He spent like every other weekend or something visiting his dad. And he brought me with him. When I was there, they had this cabin in Pennsylvania somewhere, and I blew my nose into toilet paper and then threw it out. I don't. Is this odd behavior? It seems kind of normal to me.
Nothing is
right?
adding up so far. This is normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the dog took the toilet paper out and like scattered it in like outside, like not in the house somewhere. There was a pile of toilet paper, and I didn't put it all together. But they were like, what's going on here? Like, why is there toilet paper scattered in the like entryway hallway? And they're asking for people to like own up to it. Like, how did the toilet paper even get out here? And I'm like, well, the dog did it. And they're like, but why would the dog even have access to toilet? I didn't realize it until a year later. They thought I shit and wiped my ass and threw it in the trash or the hallway or something. And then the dog got a hold of it.
What a weird leap to take.
And I never owned up to the fact that I blew my nose and threw the toilet paper away because they made it so bad.
Wait, how old were you?
12-ish? No,
Maybe
it must have been
they
like
thought
13-ish.
that someone had been masturbating into the tissues, and then that was what was on. That was the substance on all of them.
That's possible. That's because there was a real whodunit. Like what is the story behind this toilet paper?
Who's goofing my cabin?
and it like the adult me would have just admitted like I blew my nose or like maybe I could have flushed it or something. I don't know. But there was a whole like, how did the dog get the toilet paper? How did the dog have access to it? What's the story that led up to it?
Oh, that was like the most little panic feeling in your chest when you were over at a friend's house for the first time, and like, either your friend gets yelled at or the parent makes an exclamation of being pissed off about something that you didn't know was a big deal, where they'll be like, "What? Who left the lid off of the garbage can?" And it's like, "Oh shit, like this never was for real at my house." And then you have to like either listen to your friends get yelled at, which is always so uncomfortable, or you have to go up there and take the blame. You know, take that bullet for them because they can't yell at you.
I was like, never done that.
No, you never went over to a friend's house and they had really weird rules.
Oh, yeah, but I would never take the blame. I'm not going to be like, yeah, it was me, the visitor, who fucked shit up. I remember I went to a friend's house one time. He was kind of a friend. I guess maybe not, because we go down to his basement, and he was one of these kids who his parents got divorced at an early age, and the dad had a lot of money. And I imagine that the mom was getting a large amount of child support, and she spent it on the kids, all of it, seemingly. And you can only spend so much on school clothes, right? So they got toys. Oceans of toys with all this child support money. And so their basement was like a playground, you know, pool tables and air hockey and shit like that. And there were toys literally scattered everywhere. And I just remember being down there and all of a sudden the lights go out. Ka-chong! The whole basement goes semi-dark and my eyes are having a hard time adjusting. And him and his brother are running around from corner to corner and I can't really make out what's going on. And then one of them runs at me with a Jason mask and a pool stick and whacks me in the knee and then runs away into the darkness again. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is some kind of game they played where they would turn the lights out, arm themselves, and fight each other in the darkness. And I wasn't in on the joke. So I'm just like, and I'm like backing up around the pool table and I step on a Lego and I'm just, I fall back on my ass. And I just remember his little brother, Patrick, standing on my chest like a native with this pool stick going, got him! I got him! And raising up like he's going to poke me. And the mom opens the basement door, flooding the downstairs with light and goes, dinner! And I'm just like, I enjoyed those chicken nuggets more than any meal I've ever had in my life.
It's like safety.
Yeah, I had to explain the bruises at school.
Pushed you into a trap there. Like, they had that Lego specifically set up so you'd like fall backwards.
He tried to do the thing that Batman did to Bane to you. Turn off all the lights and run around.
Oh.
You merely adopted the darkness. I was born to it.
Those little fuckers.
Cool cues and Legos. Strong initiated. God damn it. Strong agents for the uninitiated. Whatever the fuck his line was. Ruin that. Sorry.
So I guess one last thing, politics talk before Josh has to run. You look like a Sanders supporter to me.
He's feeling the burn.
You feeling the burn, Josh?
I usually don't quite get all too political, but I would have to say, especially when it comes to cannabis views, I do not politically endorse any of the candidates. I don't think when it comes to like most of the things that they're saying and spouting and pandering to people like me for are like, I know everyone is super supportive because he says that weed's going to be legalized, but there's one more important things we should probably be worrying about, like, I don't know, politics. Usually a political view is a little more important than cannabis. And I'm when it comes to politics, I'm a cannabis activist, not a political reformist. So I don't currently support any of the candidates, I guess, because I'm not super into politics. I guess that's my overall, like, very held back view.
That's a bullshit view. You
Very
support
head-
Sanders and you know it.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I
didn't even get it. They were like, I'm not really a political activist. I'm a
Like,
cannabis activist.
If I had to choose any of the candidates, I guess I probably would say I believe
Trump.
with most of the things like Bernie stands for. I don't agree with his like socialism views, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
Politics are not my strong
So you're
suit.
down
I
with
think
his views on weed, but not necessarily like everyone gets health care.
not really even so much weed, just kind of across the board. But I mean, I feel like all the candidates currently, there'll be like one or two things that I can latch onto, and then two or three things that I'm like, are you trolling right now? Like, are you literally just being like a professional troll?
Yes,
So,
he is.
I don't know.
Yeah, some of them, one of them
Some
at
of them
least
are.
is.
Yes,
We all
I would
know.
like to dispel the myth that Mark Rubio has any idea what he's doing. Mark Rubio has no idea what he's doing.
Accurate.
I love this political cycle. I guess we just had the most recent primary or the most recent. I'm having a
Primary
brain
works,
fart.
yeah. The New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the debate?
I'm talking about I'm talking about the one Bernie won. That was the
That's
was
a New Hampshire primary. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Just had that, and that was interesting to see Bernie win. Of course, it was a neighboring state, and he had a massive ground game there. But I just like seeing Hillary lose and to see her campaign kind of like trying to downplay the loss and all that stuff. Most likely, Hillary's going to be our next president. We looked earlier; the odds are even on most Vegas betting sites, or maybe just plus a little. Like if you bet $115, you
Get
what was it?
100 back. Something
Get
like
100
that.
back. Yeah, whatever. It was a tiny amount. It was like
Betting on
she had the
politics.
best odds of anyone. It was either even or almost even, and then followed by Trump right after that, which Trump of course won his over on the Republican side, and Kasich stepped up to number 2, Woody's favorite candidate. Kasich, maybe he'll get some more eyeballs on him because from what I've seen from him, he seems like a good guy, and he doesn't seem like he has any of those outrageous negatives that I find in Rubio and Cruz and Bush.
Kasich
The
is-
funniest thing we watched today was that it was Jeb Bush's most embarrassing moments.
Oh, that
and
was
it was-
sad.
The term cringeworthy gets thrown around, and for those of you who are listening to this,
much.
pull back on that a little bit. You're not cringing at every little social faux pas. Sometimes
wrong
we
with
just
you people?
laugh at the fact that we're human beings and we err. But in this instance, it was Jeb getting his
Legitimately
shit
cringy.
pushed in. Legitimately, it was Trump going. It was Trump talking him down, talking over him, and insulting him simultaneously. Jeb was like, "No, it's my turn to talk," and Trump's like, "No, it's not. You're low energy. You're this. You're that." Ha 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 ha! And the crowd laughs at him. The crowd laughs at him, and his facial expression when he's trying to like bear he scans the crowd, clearly looking at all the people laughing
Yeah.
at him.
Where's
And
the Jeb section?
He's looking for those friendly faces out there. He's like, where's Barbara at? Where's Dad? Where's George? Like nobody's out
Dude,
there for him.
I watched that live and I didn't catch his face like that. Can you find the video again? It should be linked.
The turtles. Can I tell him about the turtles?
Let's watch it together.
Okay.
I'm actually still
Can you hang?
convinced that, yeah, definitely. by the end of this little political, like, I don't even know what to call it, run, we're going to get something called, like, The Real Politics of America on, like, ABC that's going to air every night at 9 o'clock. And realistically, it's just a reality show of, like, all these people trying to become president, and none of them are actually going to be president. Like, that's how I feel about most of the, like, current political
I'd
opponents.
rather watch that show than a debate. So,
right?
Maybe that's
I feel like that's what the debates are, though. Like, it's like the Real Housewives of America or something that you have to sit, like, listen to them debate randomness that they don't really even know.
On the Democratic side, they tend to debate the issues, and on the Republican side, they tend to just put each other down, and that's actually true.
That. Yeah.
You know, like if you watch both, and I've watched both, like it's pretty undeniable that they sit there and.
There's a lot less people on the Democratic side, and so on the Republican side, there's so many of these fuckers that it constantly seems like they will, eschew mentioning the issue if they can get a nice jab in at, like, I think that we should lower taxes, and Carly Fiorina, what a whore, right? And then they just move to the next
Horse is a horse, it's a horse.
Like, it's constantly just
like
trying to pull everybody down. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys ready to watch this?
Can I just preface it by saying, after watching this, not only do I feel sorry for Jeb Bush, but I'm actually, like, I feel so sorry for him that I'm going to look into his policies and I'm going to see what his actual policies are and give him an inkling of a chance. Before, I literally turned a blind eye to him completely because of his last name. But I feel so bad for this man after watching this 2-minute and 30-second video that I'm going to give him a shot for at least my consideration. Not that I have any sway over anything whatsoever, but I feel like it'll make me feel better to give him
throw him a pity vote.
It's like a sad puppy.
Yeah. Are you guys ready?
Check this out.
All right. So ready, set. Are you ready, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready, set, play.
This is a tough business to run for president.
I know you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is
real tough.
You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see. I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
Look at the poor guy. Look how sad.
Over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further.
One at a time.
He's like smiling it off.
Oh, the poor man. Look at him.
This look.
Look at this smile.
Oh.
The pain.
Oh.
I'm a Bush, goddammit.
So right after his little speech, he walked over to me and gave me this little and said,
Who's the cameraman for ABC? Jesus Christ.
Right? You're artistic with it.
And Michael J. Fox over there.
I got the little baby Jesus. Got my rosary beads.
What's happening?
Show the turtles.
Listen.
Slow but
Why are you guys
steady.
obsessed about the turtles? Huh? They're gone. I gave them all out today.
Where do they come from?
Are they sea turtles? They're sea turtles. There's a guy in New Hampshire who didn't come today, but he came for the first town hall. He gives me my stash every time I come up here. Gives me a... Huh?
The music is great, too.
You're right.
To get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Please clap.
Please clap.
Please. He got a lot of hate for that.
Excuse me. 1 second.
No.
I didn't want to get
you cannot take...
more energy tonight. I like that.
Look at him.
It was not.
That's it?
He's been kicked out.
Thank you.
He's been kicked out of the New Hampshire Rotary Luncheon at the Nashua Country Club right now.
They're kicking me out the door.
They're kicking him out of the New Hampshire Rotary Luncheon.
Joining us today.
What is that?
Who knows?
I believe much for joining us today.
Look at him.
I believe your schedule has a hard stop.
No, it doesn't. You're kicking him out.
That's rough.
Look at him. Oh, this. For people on the audio thing, he's just putting on a hoodie, and it looks so ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
This is cringeworthy for anyone watching. 60 or 70-year-old Jeb Bush
Bro.
putting on that
Today was
hoodie
my
and trying to
mom finally
look
told me
sort
that
of
I was her
urban
favorite.
and grinning like it's going to appeal to some voters is cringeworthy. Just so
This is great.
His mom's
Yeah.
starting to get a real Skeletor vibe about her.
The best part about today was my mom finally said I'm the favorite, and Mom goes, "No, I didn't."
What a
You mean
cunt.
of the children? No.
What a cunt. Not like she should be like, absolutely. I always knew, George did great things, but I knew you were the one who was gonna do. She could have backed him up. The fucking news cameras are there, Mom.
What
Come
she
on.
meant was,
At least
I love
lie
all
and
my
say
kids.
I'm your favorite.
She could have said, I love them all or something. But
Yeah.
just no way, you're not the favorite. That was the worst possible answer.
Wow.
She's senile at this point, it looks like.
All right.
Gotta go.
Can you explain the turtles like in depth? There has to be something.
So
It's a slow but steady wins the race.
That can't be all. That's
That is
ridiculous.
it. One of his supporters is giving him those because that's what he's saying to Jeb is, hey, slow and steady wins the race, and he's adopting that and he's giving them back to his supporters and telling that to them like that kid. Yeah, he's saying he's the tortoise. He's going to keep grinding. He's not going to stop. He's committed. And that these guys who are blowing up to 30% and then dropping out of the race, don't look at them. They're the rabbit who's just out there showing off being a jerk. I'm the slow and steady tortoise that wins the race. Now, that's probably not going to be the truth, unfortunately.
No, he's not going to
Probably
win.
shouldn't convey that opinion with a pocket full of little figurines.
Now,
It's very
I have
unbecoming of a president to see a bunch of spiky little things poking out of their nice dress pants.
So here's a 13-second video of Ted Cruz trying to kiss his daughters to kiss his daughter to sort of give off that family man vibe by his tour bus in front of the cameras.
All right. After this one, I want to talk about it. Is Josh coming back?
I think he is. Yeah, this one, I've seen this one. This is just a little girl kind of pushing away from her dad. It's not that
she's
she
old
thinks
enough to know that she should be that their camera.
Yeah,
Let me
she's
watch
young
this
enough to
together.
get pissy about
It's
something.
only 13 seconds. Ready, set, play.
Do you think you can win here, Ted?
Are you taking off?
Yeah, they're going with me.
Let's hop out of
She's doing this to him.
Good jump. Good jump.
All right. So that was rough. I get that. He tried to show his daughter some affection and she didn't return it.
And it was clear that wasn't a regular thing. That wasn't they're like, oh, see you leaving? Give my damn daddy a kiss like always. She was like, what the fuck?
I didn't get that. My thing is,
Watch it in slow motion. She is repulsed.
Yeah, but she's a child. She could
She's
just be in a bad mood because she didn't get the flavor Pop-Tarts she wanted.
Exactly. Kids can be cunts sometimes, and
Look at those Obama kids.
I knew
You see
Woody
them
would be
doing
on the
bullshit
right
like that?
with this one.
Yeah,
The Obama kids. Look at Chelsea Clinton. You don't see her showing her ass out
I was
there.
talking to my daughter about this. You remember the time when she said, like, see if we can make money sitting on our couch? I talked to her about that a few years later. And I was like, sometimes it seemed like you just weren't on my team. Like everything was kind of begrudging. And she's like, yeah, sometimes I wasn't. I was 12. And like it was a phase. And, now she's so much easier to talk to and we get along great. And I'm sure my kids have done that to me at one time. And I'm the best parent I know how to be. Sometimes kids like Taylor called out a great thing. She might not have gotten the flavor Pop-Tart she wants. They're in the middle of a presidential campaign and there must be so much stress on the family. I'm sure she doesn't understand that her father is working like 140 hours a week right now.
How old do you think
it's
she
temporary.
Like 11?
11-ish.
Oh, come on. Let me watch again. Hang on. Let me look up how old she is. That's probably.
Let's hop out of
How old?
Yeah, 11, 12 is my guess. You tell me where I am on that. But yeah, I kind of feel like kids are gonna be sassy sometimes, and I saw that. If anything, my heart went out to Cruz because he's just trying to love up his daughter before they have to be separated yet again. She's probably upset that they get separated so much right now. The stress that a presidential campaign must put on your family is worse than anything I've done with mine. So. I think Ted Cruz is a cunt. He's one of my least favorite candidates, but I'll cut him some slack on this little interaction.
I feel like even you can just be in a bad mood sometimes. Sometimes you're just, especially as like a kid, like a 12-year-old or like a 10-year-old, like the kid have like a bad mood and not understanding how to control said bad mood. So
if it was his
to be a little shit.
If his wife did this, You know?
Yeah, it would be completely different. Like an actual adult.
His wife knows there's cameras around and people are
Yeah.
watching, and that even if she's mad at him, she needs to be, keep that in the, you talk about that at the hotel room tonight, where you sort out your issues. But here is not the place to do that. His little girl, is whatever. If I hold anyone at fault, it's her, and she gets a pass because she's so young.
Yeah, because
she's very young. Okay, all right. So I'm probably on your page now. Although you could see this kid wasn't down for that kiss, leading up to it. So I'm reading this here. It's straight from DailyCaller.com. A contributor to the Huffington Post and notable male feminist has claimed Senator Ted Cruz's awkward effort to hug and kiss his uninterested daughter isn't simply an odd campaign moment, but actually an example of rape culture.
Of course it is.
Cruz suffered an embarrassing moment Sunday when video surfaced of him attempting to hug and kiss his 7-year-old daughter, Caroline, while out on Iowa campaign trail. She was not terribly interested, created a strange scene. Yeah.
Rape. God.
Rape culture.
What a ridiculous trivialization.
Dude, rape is when you force someone to have sex with you that didn't want to.
Or if you lean into them and make them uncomfortable for a moment. It's a thin wire. You walk.
Yeah. If you're on a date and you had dinner and you go back and she says no and you still have sex, that's rape. If you didn't know her at all and you pull her into someplace dark and private and she has sex with you and she said no, that's rape. What is not rape is...
He didn't say it was rape. He said it was part of rape culture. Do you want to? I can speed through what the actual feminist guy said. I don't agree with it, but he says, as you probably know, rape culture is the way in which our society enables sexual violence against women and men. This spans everything from the portrayal of women as sex objects in media to how consent is taught, expressed, and honored. When you look at the GIF I posted, you see that his daughter clearly does not want to be kissed. Were this playful moment perhaps our perception would be different, but it's not. It is obvious she does not want the attention from her father. When I cite this as an example of benign rape culture, I mean that it's one of those seemingly meaningless moments that enables violent acts. No, I don't believe Ted Cruz would ever hurt his daughter, nor do I believe anything he's doing here is remotely sexual, but I think it's important to discuss the role of consent in this situation. If her father doesn't respect her boundaries, wouldn't this make it harder for her to understand she's able to assert boundaries to unwanted attention down the road?
No.
That's
No,
very
at
social justice warrior-y.
at 7 years old, you don't get to set a bunch of boundaries with your parents. Like, here's a comprehensive list of vegetables that I'm okay being served. Nothing green will ever make it on my plate. I'm setting a boundary.
That's not it, though.
No, but that's the spirit of what they're saying. The whole and the what is it? Objectification thing is silly. Where it's like that's a weird kind of thought policing. Where it's like saying I'm not okay with what you think internally, and so I'm going to project from you what you must be thinking about this image and what I assume you are thinking is wrong. Where it's like, of course, you objectify people every day. When you go to your doctor, you don't go, this guy's a real swell dude. Didn't really notice any diplomas hanging up on his wall, but I trust him. It's like, no, you're objectifying him on his ability to do his job as a doctor. When a contractor comes, you don't go, what a swell dude. We had a lot of fun chatting over lemonade. Let's hope he can do his job. No, that guy is an object that you're paying to get the work done. Like, I don't know. It's just a whole silly thing that you just get caught up in semantics and then you bicker over terminology until people get too exhausted to continue.
I think he was really zeroing in on the fact that a man was forcing a woman to receive some sort of affection or kiss, and he felt like that was going to have some more deep-rooted effect on her psyche further down the road. Maybe she was going to have flashbacks to daddy. I understand what he's saying. I'm just saying it's wrong and stupid and sensationalizing it, and just he's clearly trying to just pander to his audience. He knows the kind of people who are reading.
He's trying to get a rise.
There aren't any Ted Cruz fans on his blog like I never thought of it like that. Go Bernie or whatever he's supporting. Like I don't know. It's just so pandering and silly.
It seems like he was literally just trying to get a rise and trying to get like a group of people that would agree with his opinion.
Yeah, and when Obama was kissing those little babies, if it was a little boy baby, all for it. But what if he forced himself to kiss a little girl baby? What if she looks back on that?
What
and
if it was a white baby?
Confused about her sexuality. Exactly. Interracial baby kissing. Unacceptable.
Fuck that.
That baby wasn't old enough to consent to a forehead kiss.
No, to me, I feel like some people are so passionate about an issue, right? And this Tumblrina dude, I don't know what a Tumblrina dude would be called, the Kotaku dude, just looks through everything through this lens of rape culture, problematic areas, and assigns it to places it doesn't fit. I saw there was a guy who was on some online forum, but he always fussed about the environment. And then the movie Cars came out. And he's like, imagine this horrific nightmare of a world where all these things like just spat their emissions everywhere. Imagine being near Mater and what that tailpipe is like. It's like, dude, it's a fucking Pixar movie. Like, you can't just enjoy a movie about like car people talking and going through their.
Having too
No,
much
That's Larry the Cable Guy.
Automobile culture.
But the guy was so passionate or warped, take your pick, that he saw cars through the lens of environmental.
Does he really, or is he doing that for the specific purpose of trying, like, his normal view of like, oh, I just saw a car movie. Like, he wouldn't go and write a review of said car movie and be like, oh, everyone's loving this car review. Like, he can write this outlandish, way out there review that's, you know, saying, oh, this is objectifying this, that, and the other thing. And does he actually believe that, like, that hurt him in some way, like thinking that cars are gonna, you know, actually be hurting the emissions? I mean, like, that's literally specifically his view probably isn't like interesting enough, so he has to like actually claim a different view to get a rise out of other people. Like, I struggle to believe that someone actually saw Cars and got offended because they thought that it would fuck with like the emissions of that outside Pixar world.
Yeah. Well, I defy you to find anything that at least one person isn't offended by. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's accurate.
Anything at all. You can pick the most benign thing of all time, and someone will get offended by it. Like every year that Halloween comes around, if you check Twitter on Halloween, God forbid, there's a whole section of like, you know, I'm a culture, I'm not a costume, and it's some like, and it's like
God.
almost like they're making fun of themselves because it's like I'm you know, culturally enriched. I'm not a costume, and then it's some dude dressed up as like a stereotypical samurai because he's Japanese. And it's like, oh, okay, so what you're saying is now we have to dress up based on our heritage. So it's just you know, assigned costume day. Have fun, everyone. You know, make sure you give out culturally appropriate candy. You know, no fresh water for you, Somalian boy. Like, not from this house. Like, it's just silly.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just the entire social justice warrior cause. Like, they are looking for something to get angry about because they need some time to waste, basically. So it's like they might not even believe the cause that they're supporting, but they're like listening for that trigger word. They're listening for that keyword just so they can jump at you and have full range to attack you and or have like a ridiculous view that's different. But they don't even believe that themselves.
I think that like the people who are spouting the ridiculous ideas and the crazy like rape culture or this kind of culture, that kind of culture, whatever, car culture, like the people who are spouting that, I think they know on the inside that
exactly
it's BS. Like for a lot of them, no, they can't be that smart to build a following like that and then meticulously place all these statements perfectly aligned to garner more followers of the same hive mind. But the people following them, I think for the most part, they're not as into it, and they just think they're being good people, which is understandable. Where they're like, "Oh yeah, well, of course I'm against rape culture. Like that has the word rape in it. I'm against it because all reasonable people are."
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like good intentioned people rather get sucked into stuff like this, and then they go off the rails a little bit. But I think it starts from a place of goodness for the most part. But then of course they're like the holier than thou people. Anyway, sorry.
Josh, I know you don't have a ton of time. I know you got to head out early. What do you want to plug? Where can we go to see all the things that are Strain Central? I know there's the YouTube channel Strain Central. What's your social media like? You know, Twitter, Facebook, anything like that?
Yeah, my Twitter is just Strain Central, and then my Instagram is Strain_Central, but that's mostly just pictures of like weed. So Strain Central, I actually have like links to my live stream and stuff. I do like occasional Twitch streams and stuff. But yeah, just Strain Central pretty much all across the board. Facebook, Twitter, and then Instagram Strain_Central. But yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me come on. It was an awesome time to talk.
I really find your channel to be interesting. It seems like a new way to make some money with this verging industry. You need to get your own strain of marijuana, which you will then promote. Then you can promote the stores that they're in, the strain, and get money coming and going. Do that. Do that, and you'll make a lot of money.
It's very much something that is in the works. I had a meeting with this a couple weeks ago. So
your face is the brand. Put that on there.
Right?
Not even kidding.
Just like
It should be.
the lion mane that is my hair.
Yeah.
You,
You're gonna be the
you
Colonel
smile,
Sanders of pot.
like that look right there. You're photogenic. You got a good look. You look the part. Big smile. That should be part of the brand.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I will definitely. I'll keep that in mind.
Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
guys very
coming.
much.
Nice to meet you.
Have an awesome time, guys.
Bye.
So I think I might have myself a DIY project here. I've seen these on Reddit before, but I'm in the market for a new bed, and I was looking at what kind of frame I was going to do. And I remembered this, and I found this link here that shows you how to build the thing. It's this floating bed, and I really think it's cool, especially with the lighting underneath. I don't have... Yeah. Do you have the link there?
Yeah.
They're making it incorrectly.
Are they?
Yeah, and part of me feels like, I don't know, who am I to say? But I've built stuff in this class several times before. Hang in there, I'm fixing everybody's images and such.
I've seen 2 different ways to build it, but I'm curious what you think's wrong here.
I think they should have used a torsion frame construction. That bed could be prone to like warping. Yeah. Not even permanently, but even if it was just temporarily. Shit, I've got to fix this too. Sorry, I'm going to the big screen and now I'm fixing Merca again.
Oh my God, this is great. This website. I went to an adjacent link for 18 do-it-yourself projects that you're definitely going to want to try. And these are the most non-functional, stupid, horrible projects.
Are you changing the topic? It's very hard.
No, go ahead. Yeah, we can talk about this after.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I'm happy to, but anyway, so this is the bed. People are looking at it. It looks pretty cool. It looks like it's floating on air. When you have something like this, I think if I were building it, the objective would be to keep it so that even though it's hanging over the edge, it doesn't like flex and bend. And when you see they build it, you build the perimeter, you put it together. The only thing they did wrong to me is they didn't put the those like horizontal torsion things all the way through. Like if you were to put racking force on this, right? Like let's pretend that you had weight in one corner, then the part that doesn't have the blocking, like the horizontal beams that are just sort of long and they're rectangles instead of squares, is the part where that bed would be most able to flex. You just need to have the blocking all the way through, so it's a big grid. It's called
what
a
about
torsion.
This second link I sent you? Is that what you're referring to? It's an imager.
I think it is. Oh, image. Let me look. Maybe. No, I wasn't looking at the second one.
Yeah, it's being displayed as like a full image there that you can click, but it'll take you to an imager gallery.
So why do you want this? Just because you think it looks
I think
neat?
it's really cool. Yeah, I think it's really cool because obviously, you can't see the legs of the bed. That's the whole, cool thing about it. It looks like it's levitating, floating there. I think that's cool. And I'm in a queen mattress right now, but I think I'm gonna go to a king mattress. I don't know why I don't know why I've had a queen this long anyway. It just never occurred to me.
It looks good. I might have more blocking in it, like 2 per row instead of 1. But the idea is that it stays flat. I built 2 things. One, that loft bed that I used to have in my office, and it was one of those deals where like it needed to stay flat and it wasn't supported on all 4 corners. And another was an assembly table. Another thing that was like imperative that it stays flat and it hangs over the edge. So you use a torsion box construction for that, and these guys don't. But
can you get good lumber like that? I saw one of these guys used California redwood. Like, where do you go to get nice finished lumber like that?
There's hardwood stores. Typically, do they finish it? You might have to pay him extra to have them.
Well, he sanded it. I mean, I'm sure, but like it looked good when he got it. His raw materials they looked nice.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think. In my head, I'm like, I'd be tempted to build a lot of this out of for something like this. It's tempted to do a whole bunch of 2x4, and then all the show would be the expensive stuff.
And I saw where the guys, even the exterior is 1x6s, and he just stained it, and it looks good. Just stained 1x6s look real nice. He put like a red stain on it. So I think I'm gonna do something like that. I think I'm gonna get one of these Casper mattresses because Chiz got one and he was raving about it on our trip. And the beds we rented that really nice lodge, that really nice cabin, and it was perfect in every way. I thought, from the in-floor heating to the huge gigantic windows, but the beds were really really lumpy. And we got to talking about the Casper mattress, so I think I'm gonna get one of those. Speaking of Casper. Casper is an online retailer of premium mattresses for a fraction of the price. The mattress industry has inherently forced consumers into paying notoriously high markups. Casper is revolutionizing the mattress industry by cutting the cost of dealing with resellers and showrooms and passing the savings directly to the consumer, while still being an American-made mattress. A Casper mattress provides resilience and long-lasting supportive comfort. Casper mattress is one of a kind, a hybrid mattress that combines premium latex foam with memory foam. Mattresses can often cost well over $1,500, but Casper mattresses cost between $500 for a twin-size mattress, and it's $750 for a full-size, $850 for a queen, and $950 for a king-size mattress. Casper understands that buying a mattress online can have consumers wondering how this is possible. Buying a Casper mattress is completely risk-free. Casper offers free delivery and returns within a 100-day period. It's that simple. Statistically, lying on a bed for 4 minutes in a showroom has no correlation to whether it's the right bed for you. That's why Casper has turned the buying experience into a risk-free experience. Casper understands the importance of truly trying out a mattress that is, in all reality, you're going to spend a third of your life on the thing. So, to get $50 toward any mattress purchase, go to casper.com/PKA and use the code PKA at checkout. That's what I'm going to do.
That's what you really should do. If your room is real wide, get a king. If it's long, get a California king.
I think the king would be big enough because even with I don't have the big. I think the big dogs you have necessitate the California king.
So I think you might be thinking that the California king is just bigger. It's actually, I think it's a few inches narrower and a few inches longer by your feet. So we got a California king because our room is I don't even know how long our room is. It's 40 feet long. It's stupid. So we were yeah. On the other hand, between the two doors, there's just enough room for an end table on either side. So California king shrinks you a few inches closer to your partner, but more foot room.
Yeah, I would rather have the king then, I think.
Well, then maybe.
Yeah.
Whatever fits the room better.
It's the lateral movement space that you need. At least
the thing is, we're still talking about kings. There's enough room for 4 people in either one of these stupid beds.
That's true. We've done it. Yeah.
Well, it depends how big the people are, but I see what you're hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
3 Americans, and 4 Asians. Take
French
your pick.
2 Americans. There's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. I see where you're headed with that.
1 Samoan.
They can't help it.
Did you see that DIY thing that I got off tangentially to what you linked, Kyle, in there?
I'm clicking it now.
If you go
branches out.
Some of these are, well, to be clear, all of them are stupid and bad ideas to do yourself or to have someone do for you.
I don't know. I like
one
this.
Of these, go to page
the hello
2
thing is cool.
for a lace candle holder.
I like number 4, the fresh outdoor seat. So go to number what for the lace?
It's number 10 overall. It's on the second page if you go to the bottom and you'll hit next and then go down and you'll see that their instructions is to take a doily, which is just basically a piece of frilly paper, and to wet it around a blown up balloon, and then I guess either pop the balloon or pull the balloon out, or I guess you have to pop it, and then it kind of forms into a bowl, and they're instructing you to put candles in the middle of this spherical, I guess it rolls maybe, kind of doily, which is just paper. So they're asking you to put fire in paper in this shitty looking holder. What impression are you giving off to someone who comes over to your home and you have a bunch of weird semi-crescent doilies folded up with flames in them? It's a really awful looking idea.
I like number 12.
Let's see. Oh,
a mosaic penny table.
Every so often, not the table, but I've seen penny floors, and I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah,
I've seen the penny floors. I think that is pretty neat.
Yeah, we calculated the cost per square foot once, and it's comparative to tile.
Yeah, it was expensive, but not outrageous. I thought.
Yeah, not prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, it was
still just pennies.
Maybe $3 a square foot or something. I don't recall.
Yeah, these are horrible ideas that you shouldn't I don't know. Do you ever? I like to browse DIY lists every so often to make myself feel better about the fact that I don't do DIY projects. Where I can just be like, look at these assholes, pulling tree branches out of the woods and then throwing lampshades on them. What a bunch of dicks.
I like that stuff. I like the DIY stuff that looks like I could actually do it. Like when they get into electrical engineering and stuff and they're putting servo motors in things, I'm like, all right, this is way beyond anything I can handle. But when they do something like this bed here, where I'm like, yeah, I have every tool required for that, and I know basic carpentry. Every cut may not be perfect, but if I take my time, I can build that.
I have a pro tip on measuring stuff. Like let's say, for example, you want to make using your speed square to make a line. Put your pencil on the measurement, slide the square to your pencil, then make the line. So many people will put the square there and then make the line after. It would work better with video, but you put the pencil down, you move your ruler over to it, and then you draw the line. That way it's in the perfect spot every time.
I use a felt pen so I can stick it into the crease, and then I usually in my head go either leave the line or cut the line or whatever's required.
Not like a Sharpie, but like a finer felt pen?
Like a Sharpie. Sharpie is a felt pen, I think.
Okay. There's also that fine felt pen variety, which is what I had in my head.
Okay.
I like a mechanical pencil. A mechanical pencil. I get a smaller line. It depends. If it's furniture and a 30-second matters, I like a mechanical pencil because I can see it, and it's a real fine, repeatable line.
It's not a mess by any means.
If it's construction, I like those construction pencils because I can just shave off the tip, and I don't know, they're more durable. They don't break on you.
Yeah, but I'm considering building that thing. I may or may not. It looks cool. I want one. I really like the lighting underneath it too. That look cool to me.
Yeah, I like that too. So your father's man cave, how's it going?
He's got the stud walls on two sides, and it's studs and plywood on the, he's got the plywood up on the other two walls. He had one of his windows finished out and put in. The rest of them are kind of framed out, but the holes haven't been cut and windows haven't been put in. So that's basically where he is. Oh, he's got the shower in there, not installed, but
he's hiring people though, right? He's not doing it all.
Yeah, he's got contractors doing it. He's got a friend of his is a carpenter contractor guy, and he's always hanging out over there anyway, so it works out pretty well.
Your dad's always hanging out over there?
No,
excited?
It's kind of their hangout spot anyway over by his shop, but the contractor who's doing the work is a friend of my dad, so he's often there hanging out anyway. So it just makes sense. One of his guys, it was weird. I hadn't seen him since I was 17 or 18, but I immediately recognized him because he's missing a few of the fingers on his right hand. They're some of them are missing and some of them are just badly deformed. But he's a carpenter, and I just remember working. We were building the skeet range that my dad got me, and we had relocated this thing. We're putting the roofing on, and I just remember him up there working with us. And he every now and then he would bash one of his deformed fingers with the hammer, and I just remember it being fucked up, and him just duct taping it, and him always telling us these dirty stories. So he's like in and out of prison his whole life, and he's always talking about his girlfriend. Oh yeah, man, she's sexy. She's fucking sexy. She sends me her dirty panties. She sends me pictures, all this stuff. And we're like 17, like I said. And he's living in a camper, not on my dad's property, but on another piece of property that's adjacent to it, kind of in the woods. And I remember I had to go pay him one day. So I drive on down there. I walk down. And he referred to himself, by the way, as he said, in prison they call me the pit bulldog. I fuck a nigger up. He was super racist too. That's important.
The pit bulldog.
Yeah.
That's two kind of dogs.
He's a very muscular.
Well, we started
guy.
with one nickname, couldn't settle on it, kept going.
Real muscular guy, by the way, just real ripped. Not a giant man by any means. Maybe 5'10", 180 pounds, but it's all just muscle. Like there's no fat on this guy. So I go down to his camper and hit the side of it with my hand. There's not really a door to knock on. And he comes out, and I dole out the money. And before I can leave, he gets out this cigar box. He's like, "Come here, I want to show you something." He gets out these panties and starts unfolding them. He says, "What do you think of these?" My arms
just keep going.
I'm like, I think I could jump rope with them. And they look like they got shit stains. But I was just like, oh yeah, man, that's sexy right there. And he starts whipping out the Polaroids of this big woman wearing them, kind of bent over and looking back over her shoulder at him, And they're Polaroids. And all right, I was 17, but shit, I was 17 in what, 2004 or something like that. Like, there's no excuse for a Polaroid camera to be present.
Dude, so I'm off-roading, right? This is like 5 years ago. And there's 2 guys in my club who were dating big women, like fat chicks. And neither of them were heavy. One of them had like 6-pack abs, but he was short. And the other one was just like a fine, regular, fairly good-looking dude. And they were just chubby chasers. And I don't know. We were somehow talking about girls or something. Like maybe there was a table of them somewhere. And one of the guys I'm with, like a 4th person here, is like, yeah, no, she's too heavy. And they look at each other because I think they're both thinking she's too fat, but they're both thinner than our women. And Justin goes, yeah, he don't know, do he? He doesn't know. And Sean's like, no. And Justin just keeps repeating it like, yeah, he don't know. He doesn't know. And I still don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Like, I don't know. I
don't know.
Yeah. This, like, she's too fat. And they're like, yeah, he don't know. And that was like, I just sat there like stunned trying to figure out what I
goes in that diabetic coma. You hitting it hard?
Yeah. I'm learning. Is there
you don't
some
need both feet to fuck right? You know.
It's just like I what is it about these big women that I'm missing out on? You know,
they're naturally greasy from all the oily food they're eating and the drippings and the au jus as it pours down their body after a long day of feasting. So you don't need any lubrication. Just get right in there, wipe a little off them greasy titties, and good to go.
Can you hit it harder or something? Is there some? I mean, are they warmer? Do they heat a bed well? I imagine they heat beds well.
Like 16 inches of pipe before you can fuck a big woman too hard. Like I feel like you really got to be slamming before she's like, that kind of, whoa, slow down back there. That's too much. Because there's just so much cushion for the pushing that at some point you're just fucking flab.
It's like shooting like an orca with a 22. It's like you're gonna hit it and penetrate. But there's so much fat in between you and the goal that you're not bringing that beast down.
Yeah, I imagine that many people who have fucked fat chicks are actually fucking like a sweaty fold between their thighs.
They weren't that fat.
Oh, yeah. Like sweaty fold.
That you couldn't identify their genitals.
On a fat chick, I bet you could fuck her belly button. Anybody ever think about that? Because like the belly button cavity has to keep getting longer.
Oh, yeah.
You could totally fuck a fat chick in the belly button. Now, maybe that's what they knew. That's what they knew. It was belly button fucking. They don't know about that belly button fucking. Hell no.
We cracked the code.
That's what those rappers are talking about when they talk about getting up in a bitch's guts. They're talking about belly button fucking. That's what's up. Oh, shit. This is a whole new level of sex. How come
no one told us?
Wings should have filled us in about belly button fucking.
He should have.
He's been holding out on us.
Oh, damn
All
it,
those guys are holding out. You don't need to wear protection.
Well, not Jack.
No protection? Yeah. What if you caught an STD from a bitch's belly button?
You catch like a yeast infection or something. I don't know. What would a belly button have?
Lint. Maybe some gross lint. Maybe there's a family of insects living down in there. If it's that deep of a cavity, anything could be in there.
It'd come out the same way, when like you snake a drain.
Mm-hmm. Like a big long thing. Yeah. Or maybe like, I don't know, maybe like you like grow a blackhead in your belly button that's like that's the full diameter of the chamber until you've got like the biggest pustule ever to pop out of your belly button. Being big is
like it
rough
would hurt.
Yeah, I don't think so. I feel good. Get it out of there, out of your belly button.
I'm sure it would feel good to get a bunch of pus out of your belly. Where have we gone wrong? Where
can you
did this
imagine?
take a turn?
Can you imagine her like douching her belly button after a hard fucking like douche? Oh god damn!
Yes,
and they're good.
It's one of those belly buttons where it's no longer like a button, but it's just been pushed so much that it looks like a coffee filter that you like creased and are looking into. Like just that long.
So a girl needs to pee after you have sex with her. What does a belly button fucker do afterwards?
It depends.
20-piece chicken McNuggets.
Some guys like to fuck that belly button and then get in there and lick the belly button out. Lick your belly button, bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that.
That would make me so ticklish.
That's an awful image.
Maybe if your partner is fat, like it's a fat guy, maybe he fills the belly button up with like frosting or something, and that's a bit of the foreplay. He's down there licking the frosting out and squeezing it, and like a
Or you
go-gurt.
do like,
like a
like-
go-gurt.
Well, hell, that half sounds okay.
You could
You're
do
starting to
body
win me
shots
over.
If you did body shots with like tequila, you'd be drinking like a 6-ounce glass of hard alcohol out of there, just having to guzzle it down. Just that's what you're gonna need that for her afterward. All that.
I
Gross.
can't believe I've never considered belly button fucking with it, because I feel like with a big woman, you know, that's an option.
That has to be not
Oh,
just a big woman. That has to be so far.
Let me see if
in
I
the
can
huge
find
category.
a porno of some belly button fucking.
I don't want to watch that.
I want to hear it.
Belly button.
I hope the guy's really vocal.
Yeah.
I found
Like,
it.
lay on
But
your
it
back.
sounds
Lay on your back,
exactly
baby.
like-
Oh shit! Not only is this a thing, it's not like a snake blowjob where you find one grainy video. No, my friends. Let me find us a good belly button fucking video. One with high ratings.
Let's just listen to it first and see if it sounds like what we think it's going to sound like a guy wearing boots in a marsh where they're constantly getting stuck in the swamp and he has to like pull them back out. Where it's like
Wow.
Can you make us a belly button fucking shirt where like maybe on the shirt where the belly button is physically you have like an arrow or something? I don't know, but here's your belly button fucking. Do we want to queue up, turn the volume up, and enjoy?
Oh God.
The shit we do for you people.
Yeah, bitch, I'm gonna look. If you pause at 0.
All right. Oh my God.
No, stick with me. Stick with me. If you pause at 0 and you look at the look on this guy's face, it is the look of a normal human being would have if he were fucking a fat chick in the belly button. He is so ashamed. He is so ashamed.
Oh, all right. 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh, you get right out of town.
Going so deep.
Oh my God, it's working.
Oh, that looks great.
Oh, he's really having sex with a belly button.
Oh yeah. This is what we.
This is upsetting.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
It's great. This is epic. I can't believe I discovered a new thing.
She could die at any minute.
No fucking way. He could have 2 or 3 more inches of pipe. He'd be okay.
I don't think so. I think he's bottoming out.
Nah, he's just taking it easy. He's gonna start slamming that belly button toward the end. Oh, is there gonna be a cum shot?
Does there have to be?
I hope he cream pies that belly button.
My wife is gonna bring me coffee in a minute.
Oh, she needs to see this.
She's gotta.
You know what would flatter her figure is a cape.
Don't compare my wife to this fucking. She is 3 times the woman that Jackie is.
Yeah, I'd say 4 times.
Motherfucker comes with an extra hole. I mean,
That's beneficial, especially if there's 4 guys.
oh, get it? You could DP that belly button.
You could quad pee. Oh,
no,
the
just
belly
the
button.
belly button. We're going in
Yeah.
there double belly button.
I was gonna
penetration.
say there's 2 orifices down below and one that she's talking out of.
You ain't
There's
going.
just so much.
I'll give you a belly
movement
button,
of
baby.
everything.
Look at
It
the
looks like
stomach
someone-
he's holding on to. Like he's got a handful of belly fat.
Who shaved that pussy? Because she did not.
No, that's not even it. That's just a random full. That's a deep.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, there should be hair where there is not.
Oh God, Mom, I'm sorry. Kyle linked it.
Fucking awesome.
Blame Kyle, Mom.
She looks like you shot her with a melting ray gun and stopped like a third of the way through doing it.
Oh, I hear my wife walking up the steps.
Looks like he's fucking
Leave
a
it
man.
on, Woody. Leave it on, please, please. I want to see this react. I'm turning away from this video because I need to see. I need to see what Jeb thinks.
Oh, did he go soft? No, he's good. She's putting him back in. She had to like readjust him. She reached down and she's giving him a bit of a
He's
hand.
having sex with her belly button. Look,
Yeah,
honey.
He's got. Really fucking. Oh, he's
Hey,
really
look.
going to town on it now. He's just thrusting with he's got a titty in the right hand. He's got a big handful of belly in the left, and she's loving it. She's looking at him like this is going to be the father of my belly button babies. This is the man that I want.
Oh,
in
here
my
it
life.
is, the grand finale. Oh, he's gonna cream pie the belly button.
I bet you wish you could fuck me.
No, no.
You just have to wait.
I'm gonna find me a belly button cream pie.
Oh, and she waves away at the end coyly. Like we didn't just watch your giant beluga get your belly button fucked for 6 minutes. That's horrific. What an awful genre.
Oh, I've got another video.
No,
Come on.
This one's called belly button smothering.
No,
You smother him with a fat lady's belly button, and he tongues it and stuff.
I think this is like a once you've seen one, you've seen them all. Like,
But he's tonguing it. What about if the chick's tied up and she gets punched in the belly?
Tell me more about this belly.
Actually, it looks very violent. I'm not sure if I like this. I'm pretty sure this is just a woman being beaten.
There's a black dot in my coffee.
That's just a grain of coffee. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't have wings.
could be
probably what it
100% food.
Well, that's a new porno genre or act, at least, that I have discovered. I'm very proud of myself because I swear to God, like this, it's not like I stumbled upon belly button porn yesterday and I had this whole setup for it. I just imagined that belly button fucking could be a thing with a fat lady, and sure enough,
I learned a new sexual position yesterday. I thought I had known them all.
is it called the taxpayer?
I saw that one too. It's called the Amazon. Are you familiar with the Amazon?
No,
I'm not.
I might be, but just not that name.
Yeah, right. Similar type thing. Just not by the name. Here, look it up.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find one.
Oh, I'm still watching this guy beat this
Dude,
woman.
there's dudes all over my Pornhub.
You clicked the wrong box.
I don't know what the scoop is. Like, this is not normal Pornhub. They're guys in tight
get put in a
underwear
very
with
niche
bananas
place.
sticking out of them.
Fuck yeah.
Check-
Wait, bananas sticking out of their ass or their crotch?
Yeah, here, I'll link it for you.
Peeled or unpeeled?
This is what the side of my Pornhub looks like. I will share it with everybody else.
He's got nice obliques.
This is what the edge of my Pornhub looks like. There's a dude with a banana sticking.
What is this an advertisement for?
Pornhub.
I'm not
Potassium?
That's an ad for cock.
Sure. All right.
Hilarious.
Oh,
I'm gonna find more videos like this. There's got to be some.
here. I'm gonna turn my volume down, but no joke. This to me was, I won't call it a new position, but the idea of like this sort of female dominance Amazon thing. Let's queue up at 0 or 1. And
I see.
Oh,
all right, you queue up at 1 or 0. You there?
Wait. What? At what time?
here.
The start.
Okay, yeah, I'm at 0.
All right, ready, set, play. Yeah, so basically, like, the guy seems to be in this missionary thing.
Yeah.
And she's on top having, like, doing the guy movement, but it works.
I feel
I've
like
seen this before, but I've never heard it called that.
It's called the Amazon, and I guess it's this sort of woman-dominant variety. I wish I could describe it a little better, but
Okay, so the woman is in the guy's guard. He's on his back. He's got his legs pulled back in the air like she's gonna do something with his butt, but instead she has mounted him and she's humping him like a man would hump a woman in missionary
It
position.
gets very confusing at around 37 seconds.
well, she's gonna switch, and look, now she's in the Amazon.
Nice. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's something. It's much better than the last video.
at least the people are attractive in this video.
What if this guy was like, all right, bitch, lay on your back. I'm gonna fuck that belly button. he went to fucking her belly button. Oh, that's great. I can't believe belly button fucking's a thing.
I can't. See, the thing that you have to do now is just add more qualifying porn words to it until it ceases to exist, and then by
Good
Rule
luck with
34, someone will invent. Let's now add like midget in the mix. Midget belly button, things like that.
Belly button fucking and cot sucking. Belly button fuck. Some of these chicks are thin, but they're really getting it. They're going at it. I'm looking for. I'm not into that though. I want.
Well, how is that possible?
Thin belly button fucking. And that's what you're not into.
Yeah, no.
He's like, screw that. I need myself a big mama.
Well, if you look right here, you see this
don't
guy is
know.
going deep. Like he is.
I'm so worried I'm gonna like stream some of this. Oh, I can't even see the woman yet, but just by the stretch marks, you know. Oh, now I'm getting see. I didn't see enough of her to really know what was happening in the scope of this thing.
He needs to
Now
get
I
those
do.
moles looked at.
That looked like a butt at first. She is on her back with a butt-looking thing on her belly.
Oh, yeah. There has to be like this is like a movie where they start zoomed in really close on something, and it's not till like 3 minutes in when it's zoomed out enough that you know what you're looking at. This is horrific. This is worse than the last one.
He's going deep. He is balls deep on this belly button.
That's disgusting.
Here's a GIF. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, this woman she's big, but the kind of big you would see every day.
Yeah, but she's got a
real Homer belly.
Oh, I'm going to add this to the groups that my organization defends, the belly button fuckers. when I call these local, I'm going to add that to the furries and the zoophiles and all the rest. No offense to the furries again. Sorry. There's like 8 furries out there and 1 transgendered person, and they get real offended if we say the wrong thing.
Something about furries makes me guess that they're all kind of kind-hearted.
Right?
Yeah. It feels like maybe because it's a little childlike, maybe in a way,
and there's no victims
to it.
Right? There's no victims to it, right? Like if you're a NAMBLA or something, then one of these people is a kid. You know,
for the audience's sake, the North American Man Boy Love Association, which supports man boy love, older men fucking young boys.
Yeah, NAMBLA or NAMBLA. Then something's wrong with that. If you're into bestiality.
What if you're into receiving? I feel like if you're receiving
that's different.
Yeah.
Because you're not forcing like chihuahua.
You can get exempt from Turkish military service if you provide a photographic evidence of your homosexuality, but it only counts if you're receiving.
I think we mentioned that recently. That's awesome. And you got a decision to make at that point.
Like that though, like are they cool with it? Like when you show the picture of you being totally gay and you're like, I can't join, sorry, really gay over here. Are they just like, all right, on your way then, gay guy? Or are they like, oh, okay, well now you're punished for being gay?
I think you're just exempt. And I feel like you could get yourself a hyper-realistic dildo, get a little shot of you enjoying that bad boy, and get right out of being killed by ISIS somewhere and having your balls cut out or something awful.
I feel like, for $150, I could get the right Photoshopper to handle this for me.
Would you be willing to help a lot of other guys out for $150 a pop?
Get on it!
Anti-war wizard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real pacifist if you're the guy serving the dick up for anyone who wants out. That's an interesting job you would have. Like on The Wire, there's a guy who's called the Piss Bank. He's the guy who's like going to the daycare and getting the clean piss, so all these guys on probation can pass their drug tests. That's a whole new kind of service.
In like 60 years, just like World War II, where now they have the documentaries where like the guy comes out and it's like, Mr. Silverberg, you saved over 60 Jews in the Holocaust, and these are their families, and they all stand up and they're applauding and everything. That would be Woody like 60 years from now, where you're sitting in some area with a cane and there's a bunch of Turkish gay guys around you, and it's like, Woody, do you realize who all these gentlemen are?
They all
you saved over 3,000 young men's lives from your actions.
Well, that's nothing. I spilled like 1 trillion of them in the process.
These are just the guys that I charged.
No, I meant the unborn.
That's awful.
Well, I'm full up on belly button videos for a while.
All right. Well, let me tell everyone about ring.com because I'm pretty interested in it. Before I tell you about it,
shoot your own videos.
This is the thing here. So this is a new sponsor we've got. It's a video doorbell, and the idea is that if someone's going to break into your house, the first thing they're going to do is case the joint, and the way you're going to do that and make it easy is just ring your doorbell. If you come to the door, then they might say something like, "Oh, is this Joe's house?" and you say no, and they leave. But if you don't come to the door, maybe they go around back, smash a window in, and rob you. But with this, even if you're away, you could be in Japan, someone rings your doorbell, and it calls your phone. You pick up your phone, and you can see what's going on. I think it's great to let people reach you in any circumstance, but also it's a good way to protect your home from possibly...
I also like the Home Alone style pranking ability that this can provide for you. Like, I know it's for security, but there's have to be a lot of fun things you could do with this for spying purposes.
Yes, I thought about
looking at, like, maybe you have a babysitter at your house watching the kid. You think she's being a real cunt to the kid. Slap this baby on there by a teddy bear as they do, and you can watch while you're out to dinner.
You know what I like? Just not getting the door. Like if someone rings the doorbell, a lot of times, and for me, most of the time, it's a delivery person. You know, it's like UPS, they just ring it and leave. The guy that brings our milk will just ring it and leave, whatever. With this, I don't have to get to the door. Like, I can just see what got dropped off and decide whether I need to go there now or later.
Yeah. And maybe you've got a perfectly fine babysitter, but you just want to see her naked. See, Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you, even if someone doesn't ring the doorbell. So you could just, set this thing up in the bathroom, tell her it's an intercom. Don't worry about it. You can hook up straight to your phone. You'll be able to see what's going on in there. Make sure she's not stealing any toilet paper or anything, or whatever else you want to see. Mm-hmm. If you like having a neighbor keep an eye on your home 24/7 without any judgment, this is great. Installing the video doorbell takes minutes, and it works with either your current wiring or built-in rechargeable battery. It puts your mind at ease, and you can protect your home with a video doorbell. Time Magazine and USA Today named it one of their top 10 gadgets. Our listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com/PKA. That's ring.com/PKA. So yeah, check them out. There's a link in the description. Very cool little product. I think there's a lot of uses that go beyond its intended use, but as a video doorbell, as a door answering thing, when you're out of the house, it's awesome.
I actually really want this.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So it's.
I just got mine. I'm gonna hook this up tomorrow.
It can use your existing wiring. I'm just looking at it, trying to figure this thing out. This is what it looks like. I got this like Venetian oiled bronze thing, which matches ours. It looks like you install the backing here, and there's some wiring that goes with it, and then this thing will mount to it, and USB for software updates. It comes with all the tools you need. Like you need to pre-drill the holes. It comes with this little. It looks like a mason bit to me.
But you don't need to, I think. You can use the interchangeable batteries and just stick it up there, or you can really install it and integrate it into your current doorbell if you have one. And it seems to be fairly easy, pretty straightforward installation.
Right. Yeah. Like you said, you can install it super easy, or incorporate it into. I want to replace my doorbell with it and set this shit up. This is probably the handle to the screwdriver. It comes with the tools, and you're just good to go. So, anyway, one of our coolest sponsors.
Ring.com/PKA. Check them out. Get that free shipping.
Very neat.
Get your mind at ease while you're away.
Mm-hmm.
Spy on your babysitter.
So many great spy opportunities.
Yeah. Maybe you catch somebody doing some belly button fucking with Ring.com.
I'd say this is just as valuable as a spy piece of equipment as it is like a fucking doorbell accessory. Way more
and I
fun
think
potential.
it's got let me confirm. I'm like 90% sure it has like infrared so it can see at night. Dual power certified. I'm not seeing that. I thought it did though. Yeah, it does. Night vision. See what's going on anytime, day or night, thanks to infrared LEDs. So yeah, that's perfect.
That's all the better for I won't even say it. I was going to say for filming people that didn't know they were being filmed.
Yeah.
Being a bit voyeuristic. Just watching. Yeah. I don't think you'd be able to discern belly button fucking on one of those cameras. It just looked like a big hot mass of wriggling tentacles.
Not sure what the resolution is. I'll look into that.
I guess it depends how close you are to the act.
Some of those girls look so big Some of those girls were so big you could mount this thing to them. I mean, they wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's a great thing. I wonder if you could get some kind of an STD from that. Like if she could get it. I know that a guy could totally, like, in some kind of weird scenario where there was stuff in there, but I wonder if she could get something from the belly button fucking. Like, if I've got syphilis and I fuck your belly button, do you get the syphilis? I don't really know what's in the bottom of my belly button if I'm being 100% honest.
It's a dank, deep hole that it seems like your belly button would hold moisture if it was that deep. So you probably could get some sort of culture. Yes, some sort of culture going in there.
Real petri dish, funguses, molds, God knows what.
If you weren't willing to have your belly button fucked, would that be a rape culture?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I don't know
this
what
thing's
that
pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny.
I'm all excited about this.
Does that count as rape? Like, if you go to court and be like, he fucked my belly button forcibly. That's forcible. Does that hold up?
Is that truly penetration?
If someone is very skinny, I'd say they just go, you get right out of town. There's nothing to do there.
What if he's got a micro penis?
Oh, okay, well, touche. Maybe
You're saying
Yeah.
if I just put the tip into your belly button, that doesn't count as belly button fucking?
No, it would be rape because if someone came up to you and just like popped the tip of their dick in your ear or something while you were eating at Subway, you'd feel very violated.
You'd feel
like,
violated, but would you have been raped? You'd be sexually
I'd be
assaulted,
shocked-
but
I'd be
raped?
shocked at their tiny anteater-like penis, first of all.
Okay, well then maybe they're just like mushing it up against the side of your ear. Just
Well, that's kind of funny.
not when you're the guy sitting there trying to enjoy a
outta
sweet
here,
onion
ear
chicken teriyaki sandwich.
Get out of here, ear fucker. I'm trying to enjoy my cold cut.
You just swat them off like a
God
bee.
damn it,
Hey, get
Jared!
out.
I thought they locked you up. Ear fucking. I've heard of ear fucking, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Who's got-
that can't be
I've
a
never
thing.
seen an ear big enough for any penis I've ever seen. I've never seen a penis small enough for any ear that I've ever seen.
I can
It
back
doesn't
that
make
up, and I've
sense.
seen a lot of cock. We've talked about this before.
So much.
So much cock. And I bet Taylor's
Miles
seen a
of
lot
it.
of cock, too. Taylor, you played
Oh,
on a bunch of teams
yeah.
and such. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just part of playing on any sports team or team-based sports team, I guess. I don't know about wrestlers if they're back there showering together after meets.
I just feel like the number of years I put in, with all my swimming and beer league hockey and such, I don't know, it's just been a lot of cock.
It becomes a non-issue where it's just
Yeah, I'm
don't
always
really-
curious.
You're always
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
always
and
go in there
I
with-
have seen the elusive gigantic Asian cock. Just saying
you have.
that. I mean, you really got to see a lot of penises before you see a giant Asian one.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That does seem to be a rarity.
It's
even
a
if-
thing.
Play hockey with any Asian guys.
What's that?
I didn't play hockey with any Asian fellows.
I did, and he was better at hockey than me, and he had a bigger cock.
I imagine.
Just fucking.
Oh for 2. Damn.
For some reason, I'm imagining him like a.
I
Like
hope
dressed
he's a
up
fan
like
of the show. He'll be like, fuck
I imagine
yeah.
him dressed as like a ninjutsu warrior, like high sticking, like a fucking samurai out there or something.
Well, he was American. He was just, of
Yeah, it's in his
Korean
blood,
descent,
you know.
maybe? I forget.
He's
Yeah.
got the sword, I'm sure. They're like Ninja Turtles. They get when they're born, they get given those weapons. They're passed down like Jew gold.
Jesus Christ.
Ear fucking definitely not possible. But back
Let me
to
look
the
for
topic,
some ear fucking.
Would that be
Now, what if
that would be
if
sexual assault?
Kyle, can you find an eye fucking video? Like maybe some
Yes,
poor
I-
woman that
Eye
had an
socket
accident.
Fucking. You want a woman with no eye? You know what?
One eye. I need her to see what's happening.
Wings of Redemption would send me to Bing.com right now. Eye
Bing.
socket fucking. All right, so a lot of this is blurred out. That's a good thing. So let's turn that off. What man fucks woman's eye socket? Right here it is. Let
What do
me
we have?
confirm.
Let's not watch this.
Oh, shh.
Yeah, Mom, I'm totally with Taylor. I don't want to see this at all.
Eye socket fucking. All right, so I'm playing the video. I'm gonna confirm that there is indeed some legit eye socket fucking. There
Yeah,
seems to
don't
be
send us on a goose chase.
Yeah, this is
You don't want to
9
disappoint us.
We need to stay focused here.
Wow, and then like in the related videos, here's a woman getting drilled by a dog. Wow, that's on Bing.
That's on Bing.
That's on Bing.
He nailed it with that Bing thing. Yeah, they that's like they're in. Like Google sits there and filters results and really a prude about it. But Bing, that's your porn search.
Yeah.
Pretty
Bing was so far back in that race that they had to do something wacky.
They nailed it. Dude,
Yep.
porn, I mean, everyone here knows, but like it's led technology advances all over the place. That's why the VCR got big. That's probably why the internet got big. They tend to like perpetually be a step ahead in all sorts of streaming technologies. If I were YouTube, I'd be looking at what porn does for my next idea.
Oh, here's a woman. You know how you can get your ears gauged? Where
No. I see where
Here's
this is
a-
headed.
Here's a woman with a gauged ear getting ear fucked.
Nah, that won't do. We said eyes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm still
yeah.
into
Let's
that.
stay on mission, Kyle. Stay on mission.
I don't want to watch something like that just because even when I see those people walking around with those giant earlobes and there's not a dick in them, I'm still thinking like all it takes is one just spry branch on the path and your ear is torn open, or just some hooligan, one guy to come up and go, "Arr!" and then just bust it in half. I hate it.
I've seen. I forget. Chiz and I were looking at it for some night. People who've had corrective surgery on large gauges, they fix that surprisingly well. Like you would think that ear is mutilated and just ruined.
Just like hair plugs, though, they went through a lot of shitty ones before they got it good, you know? Like, I've looked up pictures of that same operation where it just looked like they cut off one end and then you're like, fuck it, and just coiled up the other end like a snake and just stapled it on there. Like, it's still a bad life decision. Don't do that.
For sure. Yeah. One of the construction guys we have around, it's nothing, but he's got a little like earring stud type thing through his lip right here. Just for people on audio only, like above his chin but below his lower lip off to the side. And I give him nonstop shit about it. I don't even know him. I don't know his name. I've never talked to him about any other topic. But I'm like, dude, is that a piercing? Oh, bro, come on. And then it's cold out, so he's wearing like a bandana. I'm like, is that to hide the piercing? Is that what this is all about? And he's like, no, it's cold out. I'm like, no,
maybe the
dude.
Piercing gets really cold and like clacks on his teeth.
I'm like, pull it up. All I ever talk to him about is giving him shit about the piercing.
Good. You know, maybe it hurt him at the time, but maybe now he doesn't have it anymore. He's moved past it, and it's like fat shaming. You moved him in the right direction.
I hope so. That's what I like.
Kyle,
to think.
you're looking at very...
Yeah, Kyle, have you been emotionally damaged?
He was fucking a decomposed human skull. And there was like green stuff coming out of the eye cavity.
And you're not into this?
It looked like wasabi.
Was it realistic enough that you think that this was
real.
legit?
Yeah, it was a human skull he was fucking. I left that page behind. It was
Well.
a disembodied, decapitated human skull that was badly decomposed, like 3-4 weeks. I don't know.
You heard it here first. Kyle's a bit of a prude.
This
It's
one
like
called
that show. That's like something we would have found on that Run the Gauntlet that you did, or that we all did a while back.
Here's one where this one says it's a man fucking a woman's eye socket, but when you try to skip forward in the video, it just spins forever. And like, I don't want to watch 9 minutes and 45 seconds of plot to get to the eye fucking.
No, there's a lot that you have to tuck in there for it to make sense, I'm sure.
Somebody sent me a website. I think it was called Best Gore. And they said it to me on Reddit, and they're like, if you thought the Gauntlet was rough, this is really bad. This is horrific.
That's where I found the skull fucking.
Oh, really? And I was like, I think I'll just not click on this link. I don't, but it's not that I can't take it. And I feel like if I remember the Gauntlet, right, I was the only guy that ran the Gauntlet. And a lot of them just didn't really get me. But some of them did. Some of them make a little withdrawal from your soul.
Some of them make a big withdrawal from your soul that you don't realize until you're about 3 seconds too far into the video. And you're like,
the animal stuff, I didn't care
this
for
is something I'll wake up seeing for the next year.
The murder was rough. Towards the end, there was a guy getting murdered.
Oh, the hammer one?
Yeah.
I think I finished the Run the Gauntlet too. But
did you?
That was that was the worst one.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the last one or second to last, but it's towards the end. They beat a guy with a hammer, and he wasn't dead yet, and he was suffering. He's trying to talk, and as you're watching it unfold, because it took a while, I kept thinking like, well, this can still be reversed. You know, okay, he's been stabbed in the belly with a screwdriver, and that's horrific, but he can live a normal life. Ooh, now there's like 11 stabs. Colostomy bag, like, you know, what happens if they stop now? What kind of life can he have? Well, all right, now his face is disfigured, but he's alive. You know, his jaw's moving, he's breathing and through his blood, and it just got worse and worse until you're like, just kill this man. Like, it would be an act of kindness at this point for you to just step up your game and end his life, because his life is going to end either fast or slow. Let's make it fast. Mm-hmm. And as you watch him progress to that, it's a little soul withdrawal.
Yeah, it's terrible. Absolutely awful. I don't like that at all.
No. Yeah, that stuff is so much worse than anything else. Like, when we were doing that Running the Gauntlet thing, every time a video would come up and it was like some dude just like gargling, you know, horse pee and then eating a bunch of cow turds, it was like, oh, thank God. All right. You know, you do your thing. Like, oh, look at that guy. Like, what a goof. But then, like, the next one, anyone with people dying, I don't like. That one where the dude, like, fell into the train subway station or whatever, and, like, he was trying to get out, and the train hit him, and instead of just, like, I always picture that it would just be like a knife almost, and just, like, and just cut him in half. But no, it, like, caught him and then just spins him like a top, like, 20 yards down the way, and until he's just, like, you can't even tell if there's legs on the bottom of him anymore.
Was that the night we watched that woman snort the cum?
I don't remember.
It all
Do you
blends
remember
together.
that video though?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I remember that.
The roughest part about that one was how much she hated it. If she was really into cum snorting, and it would just be like, it's not my cup of tea, but you go, girl. But no, she wished she wasn't there.
Yeah.
And
She's only into it for like $700.
The vibe I got from her was she's in some life situation that made her feel like she had no other option but to make this video. And she hates herself. She hates this job. She hates this act. She's revolted by it. And I'm revolted by it. And it's this pity of disgust and sympathy that makes the whole thing a soul drag.
I don't even know about that, though, because she didn't have to go full bore into that world to something that crazy. It's not like, oh my god, the rent's late. Should I sleep with someone? Tee-hee. No, I'll just snort, 6 ounces of cum and wait till January.
I feel like you're coming at it rationally, and she might not have, right? Like, there's always the, like, well, why'd she get a job at McDonald's? But maybe in her head, she's like, no, like, I need this money by tomorrow. Not right above that. I need this money by tomorrow. The rent is due. The people are violent. The whatever, like I'm in some situation that, and the $800 I'd get from a normal porn video won't cut it. I need $2,000 right now or something bad. I don't know what the scenario is, but I got the vibe she didn't want to do that. And
well, I got that vibe too. And maybe that is the case, but you also have to consider the possibility that that's just what they're going for. Because I noticed with a lot of that Japanese porn, it's all about the girl not enjoying it or being raped in some sort of
weird, isn't it?
way. They often have, the invisible man porn that I showed you guys, where these Japanese men are wearing like a full body, like white tight suit. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like it clings to your body, and the idea is that they're invisible. You're supposed to use your imagination. And so they're being fucked. These women are being fucked by imaginary men. And so they're just going about their day, taking the imaginary dicks and stuff. The whole point of a lot of that Japanese porn seems to be raping a teenage girl or watching her get raped by tentacles. And it's always like, no. And then the tentacles double penetrate her. And then she's like, ooh.
Now, I thought
it's
the
always
tentacle
like that.
thing that they did was because they weren't allowed to show penises.
Well, in the animated stuff, I think maybe they have. Obviously it's always. I don't see very many live action tentacle fucks, unless they've got.
Well, it's hard to get an octopus to comply.
You'd be. I've definitely seen. I've seen eel fucking where they they get a live eel and they're fucking themselves with it, or a snake or something like that. Or I've seen where they'll put lots of frogs in the lady's ass, lots of frogs, okay, and they just all come climbing out, getting out of her ass.
The chicken thing to me was the most surprisingly natural one. I don't want to say having sex with a chicken is natural, and people have heard me say this a million times, but
chickens are built for rape.
If you think about the size of an egg, yeah, chickens are totally down with human-sized penises. They do it daily.
Maybe you could make those eggs better somehow by doing that.
Maybe you're fertilizing.
Probably not. Probably not.
Hey, I don't know. I know a little bit about bird law, and I think that it would be okay to inseminate a chicken in hopes of making some sort of genetically superior giant human chicken egg.
As long as it doesn't involve any forced cloacal insertion. Bird Act 1974.
That of course is when the penis and the vagine are combined into one orifice.
No, it's when the butthole and the vagina are combined into one.
Isn't that what I said?
You said penis and vagina.
Oh,
that would be a feat.
Yeah, I meant asshole and vagina. Yeah.
Just fucking Bubba ruined it for all of us in 1974.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Big chicken lobbying. Anyway, yeah, let's.
Whole new topic.
Do you have anything else in this horrible, grisly specter to link us, Kyle, or are we done with this?
Well, you seem to be over the belly button fucking, and I watched that 10-minute video that was called "Girl Gets Her Eye Socket Fucked," and it's just some chick. It's the classic girl being taken advantage of by man in power scenario, where he he comes from behind the desk, undresses her, and she blows him and he fucks her. There was no eye penetration whatsoever.
Did she have both eyes?
She had them both.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
What's
right
the
away
point?
you knew it wasn't going to be good.
No. I thought at some point she was gonna pop one out, and you were like, "Oh shit!" And he was gonna, and you were gonna be like, "Wow, here's the eyesight." And then like another guy was gonna come in, and she was gonna pop the other one out and blow my mind. And they were just gonna be like, double eye fucking her, like she was blind the whole time.
Dare to dream.
Like Book of Eli, that twist, like blind the whole time. I would like that. Now that's the point that should be made. She's using her normal holes the whole time, but at the end of the movie, it's time for the big gangbang. And there's one guy for mouth, one for her butt, one for her vagina.
What are we talking about?
There's another guy for her belly button hole. But then 2 more dudes show up, and everybody's like looking around, like, what are we gonna do? And she pops the eyeballs out, man. She like lubes them both up, and she's like, bring it on. And you're
But the thing is, it's not a big twist at the end, because the whole time they've been ill-fitting, awful-looking glass eyes, looking lazily at nothing.
One's bigger than the other. Like,
as they're making bad eye fucking puns. Yeah, one
now
eye
you guys
on
are
the
just
prize.
talking about that poor guy from Fine Brothers.
Well, you want the 2 guys fucking the eyes to be able to see each other.
I didn't make that connection at all.
He has weird eyes.
He's got a lazy eye. They're a little bit wide. It's caused by it's like the
it's Hey Arnold syndrome.
It's like the
It's caused because the body can only fit greed in that one area, and so if a really greedy person, you have to pile lots of it in there, and it causes a little bit of spacer.
Philly D will never come on our show again.
No,
So it's caused by the muscles that are attached to your eye that actually control your eye looking around. One side's just a little tight, so your eyes a little off kilter. You can get a surgery for that, and totally should. He could fix
they're
it.
not bad enough to warrant surgery, though.
No,
I think they are. I think
In
they
all
are.
seriousness, they're not that bad.
So they're not that bad for day-to-day life, but if you're going to be on the internet all the time. My mom had the same thing that guy has. It was just slightly off, and most of the time, like, she would correct it by just maybe like what you used to do, Woody, forcing your eyes apart in some way. But when she would get very tired, or when she'd lose her fucking shit and start screaming at me.
That's great.
This one would start looking a little bit in. And so she had a surgery to like bring it back out. But, yeah. It was so funny though. You could tell when she was losing her shit because that eye would start looking a little bit too far. Like, oh shit, she's
Put
about
it back
to blow.
together, Mom. Put it together. Get it. She's about...
That means she's redlining. Can't take much more.
This is probably
Taylor,
a horrible. Oh, go on.
Have you looked into your availability in the coming weeks to go to Wings of Redemption's house and do a super in-person PKA?
Yes, I'm waiting for the last shoe to drop, so to speak, so I can be 100% sure. But first week in March is, if it's going to work, that's when I'm going to get it to work.
Okay, that works for me.
Yeah, or let me
ask that guy maybe, and I'll ping Wings.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting close to a Woodycraft thing. Like yeah, it was like February all this time. Now we're into March and spring break and some critical weeks for me.
Well, we'll see. We'll hammer it out at another time. But I just want to let the audience know that those things are all still clicking along. The hot sauce is dependent upon the in-person show, and so all that's like ready
maybe we
to come.
can decouple the hot sauce from the in-person show.
You think so?
And just use the
All right.
mail. Like it can't be that expensive to ship hot sauce.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's so the reason it's expensive is because I'm going to get 4 or 5 samples, but the question is, do I send 4 copies of 4 or 5 samples to 4 different locations? Because when I do that, the shipping / cost of the samples comes to almost $110 or something. And it just seemed like a lot of money to spend on something that could be accomplished by...
I see. Because there's like 4 flavors, and then there's a bunch of us, and then
4
you start
people.
taking 4 flavors. That's 16, then you're shipping them all over.
Yeah. And they have to ship them to me first, which I have to pay for as well. And I'm willing to do it, but I just thought that if we get all these things going at once, I like doing that. I like getting lots of things done in one go. If I'm going to be going to town during the day, I'm like, all right, let's find everything that I can do while I'm there. So I just kind of had a similar.
I like that
mindset.
too. I just worry that this is becoming like a single point of failure. So. I guess because of Taylor, we push this thing off to March, and then maybe because of Woody, we push it off until like late March, and then I could see a universe where I'm like, all right, I become available on like March 21st, and Taylor says, well, now that's not good for me anymore. Let's talk April, and like this just
okay.
I'm trying to work around that weekend of the first weekend in March of the 5th and the 6th. But
it won't work. He's got an event that weekend. All right, so I'll just drive up there and get those pictures and get the hot sauce expedited. Go ahead and get that rolling and happening, and then we'll go.
What about
that
that week of the 7th through the 11th in March? Those are all weekdays. Do weekdays work better for you, right, Woody?
Yeah, I need to go.
We'll hammer it out later.
Yeah, I don't want to tell the whole world what we've got cooking at Woodycraft, but
Of course not. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later. But yeah, I'll go ahead and do the photographs for the hot sauce ASAP. Like, I'll talk to Wings tomorrow, and maybe I'll go this weekend or something and get those done, and then we'll make the in-person thing its own trip and do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hang out. I want to go out to eat with you guys a number of times, just to, hopefully a good experience. Also, hopefully a really bad experience. Because
I'm just hoping I yell at a waitress. This is what happens. This is what happens. I'll be completely wonderful to a waitress. And
I refuse.
They're all like, "He's doing it. He's doing it," and I'm not. And I'm nothing but pleas and thank yous. And
I need Chiz here with me because
I can
this is
picture
what
Woody
happens.
I need Jackie here with me because Jackie was like, I'm on the phone with Jackie. The waitress comes over, but I was on the phone before the waitress got there. It wasn't like I dissed her or something. And and by the way, like I forget why I felt like I had to talk to Jackie at that point. So she's taking people's orders, and I ask the normal back and forth with the waitress when you order like a steak dinner is like all right, I'd like filet, medium rare, and then she's like, okay, and she's looking at me, and I'm like, are there other questions? Like I'm expecting her to say sides or something like that. And I'm saying this nicely. I'm like, are there any other questions, or just is everything else just like a standard? And she's like, well, what would you like with your sides? I'm like, choices. What size do you have? And they're acting like Kyle's getting Chiz in here. They're acting like I'm awful, and I'm not. And even my wife was on the phone, like, you weren't saying anything rough at all.
She wasn't there. It's not.
She
about
was
what
on
you
the
say,
call.
It's how you say it. Not what you say, how you say it.
She heard it.
We
it wasn't like
communicate in so many ways. It's the body language. It's it's how the words flow from your mouth. There's a lot of ways to say a lot of things, and I gotta say,
she's literally like.
I just wrote this to Chiz. I said, Woody is arguing that he's not rude to waitstaff again. Smiley face. I need you, Chiz. Laugh my ass off. Chiz replies, absolutely rude. # endorsement.
They're all cocksuckers. They just. And this is what happens. I can be the most wonderful angel in the world, and at this point, they're like, he's doing it, and I'm not doing anything. I'm nice. I'm really nice, but they yearn for it to happen so much that no matter what I do, I'm an awful person.
I mean, you just drop a couple F-bombs loudly in a restaurant one night, and everybody's acting like you're a rude guy.
I'm going to give the next waiter the shirt off my back, and they'll be like, oh, Woody's trying to steal her tips.
That's what's going to happen if we do, go out to eat and there's bad service, is Woody is going to be very tactically polite. He's going to be, almost a sickly sweet, trying to manipulate, oh, thank you so much for refilling that water. Aren't you a dear? Being very sweet. No, in front of me to make sure that next time this shit comes up, I take his side. You, Kyle, I know you don't really give that much of a shit on how you're perceived as being rude to people. So if something does go badly, I'm looking forward to seeing you being actually rude.
All right, so here's
what
Chiz just wrote.
Chiz write?
He says, number 1, the fuck to the manager in Chicago, which I just referenced. Number 2, the survival trip, looking at the waitress, taking the order while on the phone with Jackie and going, anything else? With a stern tone. Number 3,
so
I'm pretty sure he threw a racial slur to one of the staff members from the Huddle House.
What slur was that, Chiz?
Our server at the Huddle House was white.
Our server at that Huddle House didn't act like he was white. He acted like he was a much lazier race. Name one. I don't know. What are the lazy races?
Irish.
What a setup.
He acted like. Do you remember how poor he was? How bad that guy was? That we were fuming.
He was terrible. Apparently, the person who was supposed to do that job wasn't there.
Yeah.
So they were just filling in, and we were dealing with the B team, and they were really bad at their jobs.
A janitor made our food. It was fucking awful. Oh, he says, but if you recall leaving the
What
AMC
the fuck?
after the Chicago, He threw many a slur in the car.
That's so not even true. No. Yeah, no, it is.
I don't know about that.
The first racial slur mention, hashtag case closed, Kyle said, "What slur?" And Chiz wrote back, "That was a joke." But if you recall leaving the AMC after he threw in many slurs in the car, racial slurs are not like a thing. No, he was talking about those annoying chicks. Oh, Kyle wrote that. I'm a little confused. Yeah, the AMC, is this after the Conor McGregor fight?
I don't know. We've been to
Yeah. That's what we saw in Chicago. We watched Conor McGregor fight Mendez.
I thought we watched two things there. I don't
Mad
know.
Max, but that was Boston, actually. We went there.
Well, in any case, the truth is, in my opinion...
these cocksuckers lie all the time. All the time. None of this is true.
It's interesting that you feel that way because that means that you really don't see it. And
yeah, I can't out-argue Kyle, but I do have the right on my side. Kyle's the establishment, and he just whips up truths that aren't true. Oh, Kyle's frozen. Oh, they're both frozen, which is odd because, you know how sometimes I lose them both and I say, oh, this is my fault. My internet went down or something like that. That did not happen. I run a ping constantly. This is just to Google. Just double checking. Yeah, that's a Google IP address. I can share it. So this is a ping, and you can see I haven't dropped any packets or anything. That IP address is Google's, so don't think that I've shared anything crazy. But usually it'll say like that the connection dropped or something. I don't know if I can show you one. There, see that timeout? So, but
Chiz also said there is justified dislike and rudeness towards waitstaff, and then there is the unjustified rudeness towards them through tone of voice and body language. Waitstaff asking you if you need anything during a story, that sort of thing.
Taylor, are you there? So
I can only see myself as well.
Can you see? Oh, that was my fault. I had to click on my camera. Taylor probably does too. But the whole layout is a nightmare until he clicks his camera.
I like Josh. It was fun having him on.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I liked him. I'm glad to hear he's...
So were you two talking to each other that whole time?
Taylor and I?
Yeah.
I maybe got like 4 words out. You know, I was just mocking you a bit more, that's all.
Well, sadly.
I think I was reading what Chiz wrote there or something like that.
Yeah, he says there's justified dislike rudeness toward the staff, and then there's unjustified through tone of voice and body language. See, this is what they do. They get these like well, there's nothing.
They're able to interpret human body language and tone. I don't get it.
They're like, well, I can't quote anything he's ever done wrong, but trust me, if you saw the visual, you'd agree with me that he's the spawn of Satan. And
not the spawn of Satan. Just talk down to them. That's all.
No, that's
how I see it.
I've been there. Yeah, I don't know if anyone in our PKA universe has had jobs as low as me. Has ever lived in low-income housing above drug dealers that beat their wives. Like I started lower than anybody here. I win, and I don't haze waitstaff. I commiserate. I understand.
No, you never purposefully go after them. However,
did you?
Seems like my video just went away.
I had to click my button again. Maybe you did too.
I did the same. It's widescreen right now, and I don't see yours, and mine isn't doing the thing.
Let's restart the call.
Sure.
All right. This is just all the stuff we read. I want to own the call. It works better. Chiz, Josh.
I think I'm in.
Okay. I thought that you actually walked away for a second. No.
Are you guys there?
Oh, yes. You can't hear me?
I can hear you. Your video, yours is fine. Kyle's is coming in fuzzy.
Well, if you or someone you love out there was a part of the wait staff that waited on Woody, then you might have some issues with fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness. Well, fear no more. There's Headspace.com.
Hey, Kyle?
Yes.
Your audio is a little broken up right now. It's not your fault, of course. I just didn't want to give the advertiser less than
Sure. Let me know when I'm sounding better. Am I sounding better now? Maybe?
Yes, you are. Please.
sounds
All right.
Restart,
All right.
please.
Yeah, let me pull this back up. Yeah, if you were, a member of some wait staff that maybe waited on Woody, then you might be suffering from fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness, any of those things. But fear no more. There's Headspace.com. They begin in your head, but they can completely wreck your life, all these stressors and angry customers like Woody. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a major difference in just 10 minutes a day. This change comes from guided meditation with the new Headspace app. Headspace is meditation made simple. It's guided meditation that you listen to whenever you want, wherever you want, right on your phone, computer, or tablet. Meditation is rooted in thousands of years of tradition with thousands of scientific studies that show its positive results, like improving focus, relationship harmony, and decreasing anxiety and stress levels caused by customers who feel there's some part of some sort of aristocracy and look down upon you. Join over 5 million users already getting some Headspace for free right now. I like that. It's kind of a little bit of a double entendre, huh? Join over 5 million users already getting some Headspace for free right now. Download the free Headspace app and begin their Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation at headspace.com/PKA. The Headspace Take 10 program is a 100% free way to experience the benefits of meditation in your busy modern life. Train your mind for a healthier, less stressed life. Start your free trial today at headspace.com/PKA. That's headspace.com/PKA. Anybody here meditate?
No, but they make it sound attractive.
Sounds like I should, though.
I had a girlfriend that did TM, transcendental meditation, and she felt like it helped out a lot with her, daily stressors and concentration and staying on task and all that stuff. And Stern is a huge believer in it. He's been doing it since I think he was 17 or 18, and he's like 60-something now, 62. And he always talks about some Maharaja or some motherfucker he met overseas that he trained under and all this stuff, So I believe in meditation. I don't think there's nothing supernatural or it's not psychic. It's not that bullshit. It's a way that you can really affect some change upon your own body using your mind. Yeah,
it's like for me, I can imagine it being a couple things. Like I don't know, they had maybe it was just a really good ad read, but I am genuinely in my heart thinking like, dude, I would like this. Find a quiet room and just take a pause. In everything and. Whatever. You could plan your day's objectives. You could just think nothing. You could
clear your mind. That's what
clear your mind.
That's what she would always do. She would try to think of nothing. Try to push.
I don't understand that because I've tried that before. Like,
just picture blackness and fall through it.
Yeah, but then you just are thinking about other shit. In your head.
I'm picturing the blackness. I'm focusing completely on the black void, and I'm falling through it. That's what I would.
Then in my head, I always think like, okay, I'm looking at the blackness. I'm seeing the blackness. How much longer do I have to do this? Am I gonna have to do this for another 15 minutes before I feel better? Will I feel better right away?
So you're thinking too much. You got to
see. Yeah,
You need the app. It'll teach you to focus on your breathing, teach you to take your time, teach you to get out of the moment. And I think it could help you so much. Yeah. Taylor.
I would love it if would it play some chill music? Like, I feel like that could be part of it.
You got to be focused on nothing.
She used to sleep with these tapes that were like words of affirmation too. That would it was like guided meditation to like put you to sleep, and it was like it was like happy thoughts.
Words of affirmation. You're such a good sleeper.
it was like I can't remember what it would say, but every night before bed, that's what we go to sleep to this voice going. You are in control of all, like something like all those stressors you're not in control of. Those wash away. And it's just like, just nice words of affirmation putting you to sleep.
They've got I don't mean to be all about the ad, but I want to watch this. Do you guys want to watch the video?
Yeah,
I'll check it out.
All right, we'll watch it together. Here's the URL, and then you need to click the how it works animation, and then pause it at 0 right away.
Watch our how it works animation.
All right. All right. So, Taylor, you ready?
I am good to go.
Ready, set, play.
Say hello to Headspace.
It's loud.
Think of it like a gym membership for the mind. Using proven meditation and mindfulness techniques, we'll show you how to train your mind for a healthier, happier, more enjoyable life. Now, you can get Headspace on your phone or on your computer. Just open up the app or visit the site in your browser and follow the simple instructions to get going. The best place to start is with Take 10. It's a free 10-day program where you can learn the basics of meditation in just 10 minutes a day. If you enjoy Take 10 and want to learn more, then it's time to subscribe. When you do, you'll get access to hundreds of hours of original Headspace content. including guided and unguided exercises from 2 minutes to an hour. That's a whole lot of mindfulness. If there's a particular area you'd like to focus on, whether that's health, performance, or relationships, we've got you covered with our special series collections. Or, if you prefer, you can dip in and out with our Headspace singles. They're great for one-off meditations or learning how to apply mindfulness to everyday activities. There's also our SOS sessions, made up of truly bite-sized meditations, to help you in those meltdown moments. Now you can track your progress and stats, buddy up with friends, and if you manage to meditate several days in a row, you'll even get rewarded with bonus gifts. Oh, and by the way, if you do buy a subscription, as part of our Get Some Give Some program, we'll match it by donating a subscription to someone in need. So, why not get started today? Who knows? Maybe if you treat your head right, everything else will follow.
It didn't tell me what I wanted to know.
No, but I liked the upbeat-looking cartoons.
I really wanted to know what was in the app. I guess you have to do the trial. I don't know if it's designed that way or like they're like, hey, here's one that is cooking based, and here's one that's relationship based. And I'm just
you didn't fuck up the eggs. She's the one who's wrong. She's cheating on you, and you know.
I want to know what the fuck this thing is. Like in my head, there's a series of YouTube videos, and I'm gonna mess it up. Is it AWS or AVE or like you guys don't know this?
I'm not sure.
It's a kind of like tranquil sort of walk you through it.
Oh, I know what you're referring to, but I don't know the name.
Is it AWS? Not likely. I wonder what it is. I wish someone would tell me more about it. There's like basically people just kind of chill and in a soothing way describe something to guide your imagination in a certain way. I think I have this right. I found it when, I don't know if we're the biggest Patreon thing. Never mind that like thousands goes in fraud every month. But thanks for dealing with that, Patreon. But one of the ones that was bigger than us or promoted or something by Patreon was these AWS videos. And every time she got some certain amount of money, she'd release another one. And I was like, well, what is this all about that people are giving this money toward? And it wasn't a skill set I had, but I listened to her video and I was like, I could see watching these. You know, you just kind of like relax while she tells you what to think or tells you.
Maybe I don't know what you're talking. So is it like, imagine you're sitting on the beach and there's a pelican that lands at your feet. The sand is hot and fine between your toes. Imagine the pelican, catching a fish or a starfish floating on the beach. Like, is it shit like that?
Not far from that, but hers was a little
Imagine
less...
that you fulfilled your dad's expectations. Imagine he doesn't see you as a loser. Really negative, pinpointed things. Kathy never thought you were good enough. And you knew you weren't either. You sick piece of shit. Get your life sorted out.
Shit. I wish
that'd be a good app for you, Kyle. I could picture you as the spokesman for a, brutally honest anxiety thing where it's like you're telling people things they don't want to hear but they need to hear. She's not into you.
You're just not good enough. I mean, fuck. You bought this tape. What's wrong with you? Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't you realize it was a scam when I put lol at the end of my tweet? You paid for this shit? You signed up for the monthly service, didn't you,
Did you buy Sleeping with Woody as well? It's just a guy snoring.
Yeah. I want you to go walk into your bathroom. Go find a full-length mirror and you just look at yourself. You just look at yourself and those feelings that you feel.
Not pretty, is it?
No. That's the kind of dumb fuck who bought this. Take
the razor.
Great
Get
idea.
It
out. People could gift it to each other.
Whenever there are products where you have like a voice, coming back at you. For example, voice navigation systems. Turn left at the roundabout. I always think that it would be funny to have like a ghetto version. I want like a ghetto woman like giving me my navigation my directions and stuff. Like, sugar, you don't went too far. Just being really, really ghetto the whole time. I think that would be hilarious. I wish that should be a thing.
As
I
you
know
get
that you can get
closer, instead of her just notifying you like 1,000 feet, 500 feet, she could just step up her anger level. Like 1,000, 500, 100 feet.
Slow
it's
down,
a
motherfucker. Damn, it's 25. You're going 40. Or
You're
maybe
moving too quick. I don't know how far we are.
You program it to like take you to the interstate, but halfway there it's like, slow down, sugar. This is Ray Ray's. They got the best barbecue in Texas. And you're like, oh shit, all right, Ray Ray's. Maybe it gives you some like ghetto pointers for like when you're traveling. Like it warns you about dangerous neighborhoods and stuff.
It has a pigment scanner for your finger. It's like, you should not be where you are right now.
Cracker, get your ass out.
Yeah.
They're gonna hang you from the lamppost, boy. You look like Casper. Yeah, that's good. They make celebrity versions where like you can get Sean Connery or some other fucker to like give you your directions. I'd be into that. Like Wanda Sykes, I think would be a good one to do what I'm describing.
She probably would be very funny with that.
Yeah, I'd like Wanda Sykes to be my navigation person. She'd be funny. Who else would be good, do you think, to be the voice of your nav system?
Someone with a very iconic voice. I don't know.
Sean
I'd listen
Connery.
to Steve Buscemi.
Who's the black guy that did Darth Vader? James Earl Jones?
James Earl Jones. That's a little ominous. I'm going to Dunkin' Donuts, not fighting the dark side. I feel like Sean Connery's a bit much with that Scottish thing. Like that's a little too iconic. I'm getting lost in his voice. I'm not getting where I'm going.
How about like Rick from Rick and Morty?
Oh, I would hate that.
In character.
No.
What's it for, Morty? You're gonna want to take it right here, Morty.
Oh, it's the burping. Like what Taylor
like 4
did.
feet to go, man.
What Taylor's doing is great. Like you're gonna want to left. Just slow down, Morty. Slow down, Morty. You're way too fast. Like that I can deal with, and I'm sure mine was terrible. But the burping. The fact that he belches so often, it's just like, no.
You're going to want to get out of here, Morty. Take a left at the next sign.
Oh, get the burping out. Even that was yucky to me.
Yeah, it's gross. I had to force that.
I had to drool when he's drooling that green slime. Like, there's one where the slime goes real low, and then he's like sucks it back up. I love that.
Terrible.
You ever see kids on the playground do that? Where they would like spit and it almost touched the wood chips.
Yeah,
and then
I
they
used
just
to
go,
do that shit. Yeah,
we used to do it in the full mount position, right? Like that was a way to terrify people. Oh, not you?
Oh,
yeah.
like you're spitting onto their face.
If you were gonna bully someone, you'd be on top of them doing the like.
This is the guy who's nice to wait staff. Yeah. You put a loogie on their face. Yeah, we get a laugh.
No, you suck it up. It's just a threat. It's just
You'll
a threat.
never be on the swim team.
Yeah. You got your bent over.
Was there any swim team hazing? Did you guys haze the newcomers to the swim team? Like tie them to blocks. And
I started as a senior, and even then, like the only thing that really happened is we had to like put in and take out the lane lines. The little floaty things between the lanes.
Yeah. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, so the older guy, it's not bad. Obviously, it's not bad, but while you're doing it. And the people that have been on the team longer just like wait for you to do it and know that it's not that they're now above it. Like it doesn't matter what the task is. It could just be like handing out kickboards or something. And the fact that you're the hander and they've done their time identifies like a social status.
That seems like that's every sport though. Like that's not necessarily hazing. It's like in hockey when there were like all 400 pucks laying out on the ice after practice. Like it's always the freshman, always the new guy who has to collect them and put them away. Like,
is there a quick way to collect them? Is there a machine for doing it? Like for tennis, there's that thing, a rolly thing.
No,
it's not
you just got to go and pick them up and put them in a bucket.
Really?
Well, why don't one of you geniuses invent that shit real quick? It's pretty. I'm sure we can all picture what it needs to look like.
The two benches are near, like on ours anyway. On pros are different, but we'd have the two benches with the teams and the penalty box in between them, and. The bucket, it's like a Home Depot drywall bucket type thing, would just be there. And everybody passes the puck to the guy with the bucket. So you've got like 5 guys passing the puck, 1 guy receiving it, and then another guy putting the pucks in the bucket.
I feel like really if you were skating along, pushing something that were about 3 feet wide that skidded on top of the ice and like scooped these things in, and they were just being like pushed into a thing, you could kind of skate around and I don't know, maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it's
usually
easy.
They're all in the net at the end of the practice. Like a lot of them are in the net, and you can't.
That makes yeah.
What does that say about our goalie, Mercaderka?
Says that he was trying to help, round up the pucks at the end of practice.
I don't think that's what it says. It doesn't say that at all. Otherwise, they'd be behind the net, over by the boards. No, ours, we did it so we'd warm up, and then there was a shoot around. Then after that, I played beer league hockey, so we weren't practicing like that. But we had like 400 pucks. Everyone would shoot them, and then you just quickly shoot them all back to the middle. It didn't take long. But, yeah, silly topic, but
really heavy pucks.
I've been stacking wood lately, and Colin's helping me, and this doesn't happen much, but it has with the wood stacking. He's actually worth a damn. I was very surprised. Yesterday I stacked by myself. Today it was like, I'm going to grab Colin because he wasn't around yesterday. And I guess I've been waiting for this his whole life. I include Colin in a lot of activities, but it's not that common that he's actually helpful. I guess he was with mowing, but now more and more,
he's like 12 now, isn't he?
He is, and he'll be 13 in April. So that's not that he's almost 13, and he's just coming around to like actually being worth a damn around the house. I feel like, and I hope this burns into someone's head and it makes him a slightly better father, but one of the things that you are supposed to do as a dad is include your kid in activities, even if it doesn't help you. Like if you're hanging a new ceiling fan, get your 9-year-old to join in the activity, and he'll remember doing that with you. And I've been doing that since they were little kids, and suddenly he's helpful, and it was great. Like
you're getting to like prime yard work years with him, where you can send him on tasks, and it's not a constant like, oh, gotta go check in on him, make sure he's not fucking it up.
We're just entering those. So what we do is we've got this like giant stack of wood. I think it's 5 cords, if people know what that is, and we're stacking it all up in the stable under a roof. And we load up the front end loader on the tractor. He loves it. We load up the front end loader, then he like hops on the platform, and we drive over to the stable with a front end loader full of logs. And then on the way back, he sits in the front end loader itself as I take him back to the logs. And that's all the payment he needs. Just driving around in the front end loader of a tractor.
That's fortunate because you don't pay.
Yeah, because that's all the payment I offer. But
you get this and a home and food every night. That's your payment.
Front end loader rides and those things. So it's pretty cool. I don't know. And then I feel like I haven't been doing as much I haven't worked on the stable much myself lately, and I just sort of got outside and started doing some work, and I'm like, I forgot how good this was for me to like be outside accomplishing things, getting shit done. It makes me feel good.
I feel better about achieving stuff like that than like, oh, you sent off 6 emails today, because it's tangible. Like you can look and see a difference directly in what you did. Even like something as simple as like, oh, cleaning the house or cleaning the kitchen or something. Like I get way more satisfaction from stuff like that.
I do too. And I denied that about myself when I was younger. Like, in my 20s, I thought that you had to be stupid to appreciate that kind of thing. Like, no. I'm born to be white collar, Like I get the equal achievement from coding or this or that. And sometimes I do, but it's hard to match the tangible achievements. And, afterwards, I took Jackie around. I loaded her in the golf cart and was like, look at the shit we did. We did these things. And Jackie's great. She knows exactly when to clap and ooh and ah.
Wow, look at all that wood you stacked. Like
That's exactly what and she does it, and it's so fake, and I'm still okay with it. She literally will go, ooh, nice wood stacking.
You're okay when she fakes it? Because it shows that she's putting a little effort into it at least, right? Like little bit.
I know what you're referring to. I've heard it. Wow.
Are you talking about Jackie or just in your life as well?
Jackie. She's very underwhelmed, but she's like, giving you a little support.
So every time you bring her something like that, she makes a sound as if you were saying like, look at this picture of a dragon I drew, Jackie. Look at this picture of a dragon. She's like, oh wow, Woody, that's a great dragon. Look at the wings on that dragon.
On the fridge. Right on the fridge.
Look at you.
And it's funny because I'm not stupid, but it's still exactly what I want. Yeah. If she were to be like, Dude, it's stacking wood. Any moron can do that. Your child did it just as well. But no, it's like, ooh, good. Yeah, that looks nice in there. Thanks. I think it looks good too. It's just what I want. And yeah.
Yeah, those comments mean a lot. Just those little
words of affirmation.
That's a love language.
Yes, it is a love language. It's not my primary one.
Well, of course not. No.
But
blowjobs is my primary
acts of kindness.
Physical touch. Taylor's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's number one for a little less than half the population globally. Yeah.
You're talking about every
males.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every guy. No guy's like, you know what I
like
want
the,
is just tell me.
Yeah.
Just tell me I'm great.
I wish
But
I
guess
had
a
more
lot of guys
quality
don't.
time with you.
What are the other ones?
I can probably name them. So there's physical touch, there's words of affirmation, there's gifts, there's quality time.
Are there 5? Are there 7?
There's 5.
How many of these?
5. Words of affirmation, gifts, quality time,
Physical touch,
and
belly button.
Blowjobs.
Fuck, I know I'll get
Belly
it.
button cream pie.
What would you say yours is, Kyle? If a lady wants to get close to you.
Acts of service.
Acts of service.
If a lady wants to get close to me, what do you mean by that? Like sexually, or like have some sort of emotional,
emotional
structure, like foundation?
How does she make
thing?
emotional deposits into your relationship with her?
I think when they go out of the way to create a thing for me, like build or
gifts, maybe.
Yeah, not gifts, because like if you give me a gift certificate or a Honda, I'm just gonna be like, honestly, I won't care. That doesn't do it. But if you build something for me, that's big in my book. It's happened a few times. I've had like drawings and paintings done for me. But my current girlfriend, she knows I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, and she built Helm's Deep with cardboard and peeps. And she constructed like the troll catapults, and she built this huge thing in my basement on the floor. It took her 2 days. She hid it from me, and it's on the box. It looks like Helm's Deep, and on the side it says Helm's Peep. And when I saw that, I was like,
"Oh, that's a big problem though, is that she included troll catapults at the Battle of Helm's Deep. That was Minas Tirith where they brought those out. It was just the Uruk-hai army of Saruman.
You're absolutely right. There were trolls there at Helm's Deep, but they didn't have the catapults. She had the big siege ladders, if that makes you feel better. It was in some ways very accurate.
Did they have the guy with no shirt with the flamethrower, or not the flamethrower, the torch?
The magnesium torch. No, that wasn't there. He wasn't present. I was reading some of the little known facts about the trilogy the other day, and I know a lot of them. Like when Aragorn kicks that helmet, he's breaking 2 bones in his foot, and that scream of "ah" isn't just because he thinks that Merry and Pippin have been killed by the Uruk-hai or in the battle with the Rohan riders. It's because he broke his fucking foot on that helmet, and it hurt real bad, so he screamed. But there's the one about Sean Connery being offered the part of Gandalf and 15% of the gross on a series that made $3 billion, if you want to do that math. He didn't understand the part. He read the books, read the script, still claims he doesn't understand it, and doesn't regret not taking it.
He has a lot of money.
He's got plenty. He's all good. There were a lot of little tidbits in there that I didn't know. A bunch of them, it's a good thing they didn't do them. For example, all right, so the Weinstein brothers, I think, produced that thing. Harvey Weinstein wanted it all to be one movie. He wanted Rohan and Gondor to be combined into one group of people. Yeah, he wanted. What was the other thing? Oh, the entire part where basically the first movie, the trilogy, or excuse me, the Fellowship, the segment where they go into the mines of Moria and lose Gandalf was literally going to be nothing more than Frodo saying, "And then we went into a very dangerous journey through the mines of Moria, where we lost Gandalf." And that was going to be it. He was just going to say that sentence, and that was going to take up that whole thing. So there were lots
terrible idea.
Yeah, Peter Jackson fought for his vision of that movie and made that thing what it was. It's because there were lots of ways it could have. Vin Diesel tried out for the role of Aragorn, and Peter Jackson said it was very good. Originally, the first guy was offered to, they offered the part to what's his name? The one that Reddit loves making fun of, Con Air and
Nick Cage.
Nicolas Cage. They offered Aragorn to Nicolas Cage.
I want to go back to the love language thing.
Sure.
Taylor, without just picking out one of the 5 love languages, what does a girl do to make a huge emotional deposit for you?
Magic cards.
Oh,
Like you said, physical touch. I'll do mine. What's in my head. So I'm a physical touch guy, right?
yeah.
And as lame as this sounds, specifically, like inappropriate touching, like the touch on the sly. The if I'm getting a drink and she cops a feel, the Olive Garden grab, the whatever that there's kind of a I'm thinking of you, I'm love you type thing going on there that seems beyond just like, this is our, like, I'm married with kids, right? So sometimes sex is really scheduled, it's like, Hope will be gone tomorrow. Colin has parkour camp. Let's do this. Sometimes it goes down like that. That's great and everything. But I feel like the bigger deposits are made when
Right in the belly button.
Yeah.
like
biggest deposits.
When like whatever she on her own decided I'm copping a feel, like that kind of thing. Even if it's just a hug, it doesn't have to be so naughty. Those are bigger deposits to me, or big deposits to me.
I agree with you, like 100% there. That was a good way to articulate it. Like the little, like, just to show that you're in their thoughts. I guess not even just like, oh yeah, let's fuck in this Barnes and Noble, but just like just not heavy petting because that sounds really wildly inappropriate as it would be in a Barnes and Noble, but just a little grope, just to show like interest there.
I like those pornos where the girl's getting dirty in a library.
Yeah,
that's a common genre. I don't know what it is about library.
It's a new one. So these girls use like they live stream at the library in a very risky scenario where they can masturbate or whatever. So they'll like strip down naked, be fucking themselves like between the book aisles, and then they got to quickly like put their clothes on because some guy's walking through for
I
getting
hate those
for his
videos.
biology exam. Oh, those are great.
Stress me out just as much as if I were in that position where I'm like,
So
you're
I
gonna get kicked out. These are quiet hours.
I saw one where there's a camera. She's got one camera on her face, and she's got one camera under her desk, and she's masturbating with a vibrator in class. She squirts on the floor, and the professor catches her. It's great. It's almost as good as belly button fucking. It's one of my favorites.
Almost that good?
I know, right? I mean, it's not as good as interracial belly button fucking, because how do you top that? But
really, someone just
close.
peed in a classroom, and rightfully so, was busted for it.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she got in any trouble. I feel like as a hot chick, you could like squirt in a classroom, and you're gonna get in a whole shitload less than if I came in a classroom. Like if I blow a load over there, there's not one single person in that room who's like, "Hey, that's kind of cool."
Yeah, no one's taking your side.
If a girl comes in a classroom, 50% of us are on board with that shit. At least, there's a big discrepancy there. It's just much easier to be a woman and masturbate in a classroom.
Teacher pays lip service to it, like, hey,
maybe literally, that'd be hot.
What are you thinking? Keep that one. That's a once a week thing. Going forward.
It's like basketball. You call a couple guys, come out there and squeegee the court down. Make it right again.
Professor's like, you're gonna upload that footage, right?
Yeah, that's great.
So,
I like the public sex videos that don't seem fake when they're like actually out in a risky scenario doing some dirty stuff. I like the happy embarrassed girls subreddit. I know you do too, Woody. I know that's on your multiplex of porn. That's a good one. All that stuff, yeah. But belly button fucking, that's the caviar of extreme sex videos for me right now. I've stumbled onto something. I'm gonna look for more versions of it. I feel like you said, Taylor, let some midget belly button fucking whatever. I got to get into this.
Yeah, start adding more.
Jumping in with both feet.
Once you get, where do you even kind of go off from there?
Other orifices.
What deeper, darker internet pit are you going to find yourself after you ricochet from that thing?
So, I think trampling is Trampling is when you want someone to like walk on you, step on you, stomp on you. That one to me seems like the ones that are just pain and like very, very little pleasure. Those always seem like a darker avenue to me.
Efukt always has something that hurts my soul.
Oh, I love Efukt.
I know you do. It's weird because I did really well on the Gauntlet thing, but Efukt's like.
Did you see the one where
there's
the chick's
love there?
She starts crying.
There's no love there.
She starts crying during the porno because it's like hurting or whatever, and she's like, I'll fuck the dog. I'll do like puke porn, whatever you want. And they're like, you really gonna fuck the dog? Because that's gonna mess you up. Is that what you want? She's like, yeah, I guess. It's just like, this is some hardcore shit. Efukt like filters the internet, and that. It's not the cream rising to the top. It's more of like a disgusting brine that sinks to the bottom.
Sediment on the bottom of that internet lake.
Yeah, they drain all this good stuff off the top, and they scrape that brine off the bottom. That's all hardened and gross. And
the sludge. It's the toxic waste. It's the awfulness scum on the bottom of the bay next to a battery manufacturing facility.
That Rocco guy will put a chick in a full Nelson while he's fucking her. If you can imagine that, like under her arms on the back of her head, and he's fucking her, and she's like 90 pounds. So he's like a big dude, and 90 pounds is nothing to this dude. And he'll be fucking her and putting her head in the toilet, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, what is she getting paid for this? It's,
and
probably quite a bit.
A lot of what happens in Efukt is filled with regret, and that regret is real and true, and that's
palpable.
That's why it's so not sexy to me.
I'm going.
I'm not going.
All right, so I'm just going to read the...
Wow, this is such a dirty episode. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm just going to read like the titles of the videos and stuff that are on there. So, number 1, Gia Paloma's infamous milk enema fail. The description reads, aside from giving vegans cancer, everyone knows that milk does a body good. When this video was released, the full part was edited out. Luckily, a low-quality leak found its way to me. Full scene here. Don't know what's going to happen there. 10 what the fuck moments in porn. One guy, one mousetrap. He's putting his cock in it. Pretty much the shittiest incest porn ever. It reads, some people have no business in porn, namely fat people, horses, and that dumb cunt from Teen Mom. Today, the blacklist gets a little longer with the introduction of this innocuous fucktard. He has the sexual prowess of a catatonic sloth and acting skills so bad Dolph Lundgren's head would implode. Download the video here. Too drunk to fuck. Misha here just signed the liability waiver to star in her very own movie. So grab a bottle of vodka and put down a preemptive puke bucket beside the couch because it's time for some classic Russian pornography. And she looks dead in the video. That's just her face. They're having to like hold her eyes open. She's so drunk. Flashing kids at the mall prank. Apparently this hot chick is just flashing children at the mall. That seems illegal.
Oh, it's a prank now.
It's a social experiment.
I thought that was a felony. Lighting small fires around the city prank.
This guy, I think this is a video of a guy named Miguel having a very large, every year thousands of people endure senseless tragedy. I'm reading as the video plays. This is on the screen. This is Miguel's story. I'm pretty sure that, oh shit!
What's up with Miguel?
I'm gonna link you. And we're gonna watch together. Because it's Miguel. All right, because you don't have to worry about some woman having her soul destroyed on camera. Nothing like that. It's a dude, and he just made a little mistake. That's all. Just a little mistake. We all have been there.
All right.
The title of this one is "I Must Have Been Drugged." I am.
Do I have an ad popping up or something? Oh, every year here I'm at. It's only. Let's start over again.
Oh, don't play this for the crowd now.
Oh, the sound is even bad?
The sound's okay. Just
that's where I was headed, yeah.
Okay,
all right,
cool.
So let's cue at 0, hit pause, and then we'll all play together.
There.
All right, so now you have to hit play video again to get it going. So, Taylor, you ready? You look confused.
I'm ready.
Ready, set, play. Every year, thousands of people endure senseless tragedy. There's just text on the screen. This is Miguel's story. Okay, so it looks like he's having surgery on his butt or something. There's a catheter in his penis. And, they're going to pull something out of his butt that's not supposed to be there. Miguel arrives at the ER complaining his butt hurt. And we're watching, there's a hand in his butt.
Whole hand.
Yeah, the whole hand. And it looks
the doctor's hand.
I just woke up like this after a party, he said. And they're going to pull something out of his butt. I don't know what that thing is going to be.
You know.
We.
Oh, see, that's what I thought it was.
It just keeps going. So there was a dildo with balls on it.
10 inches long.
Had to be 10, 12 maybe. They put it in that little medical tray.
Yeah, that the girl was snorting the cum out of. One of those bedpan type things, the old school lima bean shaped ones, kidney shaped ones.
Yeah. So there's a penis with balls on it. Like the fact that the balls were in his butt. Same Miguel 3 days later. There's text on the screen again. What is happening now?
Whoa!
Oh, they're pulling something else out of. Is that a butt?
He came back 3 days later with an even bigger thing in his ass. He says, read the text.
I must have tripped while making a salad.
As
There's
they pull a bloody, enormous zucchini out of his ass. Is that a zucchini?
Zucchini cucumber, I wouldn't know. Yeah, and the guy's sitting there doggy style, really.
God damn, there's blood on it, too.
A week later, Miguel died in a freak accident involving a catfish.
That's not.
Wouldn't you at least go to a different hospital to try and throw him off the case?
I don't know. I want someone who's. What's more embarrassing, introducing a whole new team of professionals to your asshole, or the same group who's already done it once?
Yeah. Maybe one time you could get away with like having somebody punch you in the eye or something when you go in and just be like, oh, I was, molested. Like a gang of people, a vegetable bandit came up and rammed it right up my ass and said, enjoy. And now I'm here. Like, yeah, that doesn't play more than once, though. And this guy seems to have a habitual problem.
This one is called phone booth shit. Taking a shit while talking on the phone is perfectly normal. It's a girl shitting in a phone booth.
What year is this from? Phone booth?
I think this person is going to plug their dick into a light socket somehow. I'm gonna watch a bit.
Have you guys ever heard of One Red Paperclip?
Oh shit, we got to watch this one. No,
God damn it!
I haven't heard of One Red Paperclip. What is that?
Oh, it's amazing. It's the coolest story.
The Love Plug. That's the name of this one.
Are we watching?
All right, Taylor. Choose a topic. One Red Paperclip or the Love Plug.
Come on, Taylor. He plugs his dick into a light socket, into a power outlet.
Taylor, it's an amazing story. Feel good.
We're going to have a brief foyer into the Love Plug. And then we'll move tangentially over to a Red Paperclip.
Plug, baby, Love Plug.
All right. I'm queued up at 0.
Here's a detailed guide on how to become permanently impotent in a split second. I'd absolutely love to see a girl try to do something like this.
Ready, set, play. All right, so this is a shot
of...
Oh, my
God.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. No. No. Listen. What he did is he put tinfoil on his penis and wrapped it around, okay? And then at the tip of the tinfoil, it had like devil horns. And then he put those into a socket. You can see the spark. He tripped the socket, and then the lights went out, and he screamed.
That motherfucker threw the circuit. He threw the fuse.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, when he tripped the circuit breaker, and God, he could be really hurt. I guess.
You know what? That's what you get.
I blame you for me seeing this, Taylor, because clearly you're responsible.
Yeah, that was so. I thought he was. I don't know what I thought it was going to be. I like looking back. I thought he was just going to kind of like mush it up against an outlet, maybe, or yeah, that was. That little conspiracy theory hat that he fashioned for his dick.
So this happened when the internet was young, way back in like 2005, and I guess it wasn't that young. Anyway, I learned about this at work, and it got me excited to think that this was like a possibility, because somebody actually really honestly did this. He started with one red paperclip, and he started trading it on the internet. And every time he traded it, he tried to make like a step up. And they're all like legit negotiated deals. You know, someone wanted this instead of that. So let's just look at it.
Yeah, there was a rendition of this on The Office.
Oh, well, this maybe is where it came from. So let's go through the trades. He traded his red paperclip, his one red paperclip, for a fish-shaped pen, right? Both pretty worthless. Like, I feel like the pen is better than the paperclip, but pens are also kind of worthless, right? Like, you can get a pen for free. You can take them from a store. No one ever gets mad that it's a pen. It's not much. And then he traded the pen on the same day for a hand-sculpted doorknob. Not even sure that's a step up, but... And then he went to Massachusetts with a friend to trade the doorknob for a Coleman camp stove, which is a pretty good trade up. And then he traded the camp stove for a Honda generator, another good trade up. And then I don't understand this. He made a second attempt after having the generator confiscated by the fire department to trade the generator for an instant party, an empty keg, and an IOU for filling the keg with the beer of his choice and a neon Budweiser sign. And again, like a Honda generator for keg seems kind of like an assign. I don't know. It's a trade that's possible. Then he traded the instant party for a Ski-Doo snowmobile. Mm-hmm. And then he traded the snowmobile for a 2-person trip to British Columbia. And then he traded the trip for a second spot on a yak trip for a box truck. I don't fully understand that. And then he traded the cube van, a.k.a. box truck, for a recording contract with Metalworks. They traded the recording contract for a year's rent in Arizona. Then he traded the year's rent for an afternoon with Alice Cooper. I'm not sure that's even a step up, but I guess. And then he traded an afternoon with Alex Cooper for a motorized snow globe. I don't know why that's a trade up. And then he traded the motorized snow globe for a role in a film. And then he traded that for a 2-story farmhouse.
There's just no way. Like, has this all been well and truly verified? Because there are so many weird little exchange rates. Like, what is Alice Cooper lunch compared to rent in Phoenix, compared to a box truck? Like, there's not
That's what
just
makes
this
it
many
hard.
people.
He had to find things that people specifically wanted on the way.
He had to trade up every time is a trade up, but it's almost a believable trade up. Like, if you guys are watching the video version, you can see what the trades were. Like, a paperclip for a pen. I get that. Pen for a doorknob. Nah. A doorknob for a stove. That to me seemed like a big upgrade. A stove for a generator. That one's too good almost.
That Kiss globe is $100.
A Kiss motorized snow globe.
It's a snow globe.
I don't get that one in particular, because he had a year's rent, and they traded the year's rent for an afternoon with Alice Cooper, and that to me was a trade down. And then he went to the snow globe, and all of a sudden, like, if you were to skip that and trade a year's rent for a stupid fucking snow globe, I don't get it.
Yeah, how about if you have this remarkable bartering skill, you just take a whole year's rent in Phoenix, Arizona, and buy like 60 of these magic snow globes, skip the Alice Cooper lunch.
I think it's real, though. Like, the BBC investigated it, and they said, how'd you make all these incredible trades? And he said, I had no idea. I think that it gathered some steam at some point, and people were maybe doing bad trades to get...
to show that what he was doing was working.
Well, to be part of the show, I think. You know, like, this guy he went from a paperclip to a year's rent, and I read an interview with him about this a long time ago, and at that point, he considered stopping. He's like, we've got something really valuable here. This is like tangible real estate, but they wanted to keep going until they owned a house. And they got a 2-story farmhouse in Saskatchewan. I'm looking at the picture of it. I'll slide this over so that the world can see a little better. The 2-story farmhouse in Saskatchewan is good, but, you know, it doesn't look like $1 million home. No. This thing might be in 2005, maybe it was a $40,000 home. I don't know how much Saskatchewan homes cost, but assuming it's an inexpensive area to live and it's a small home like that, it could have been 40 to 80,000. Pretty neat. He started with a paperclip.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah,
I want to believe it.
Yeah, Dwight did that on The Office. They had like a yard sale inside the downstairs in the warehouse, and everybody was selling their own thing. And he started with like, what was it? Something really small, like a paperclip, and he built his way up to a telescope. and then Jim fleeced him by selling him magic beans like Jack and the Beanstalk. It's pretty funny.
There's a season or two of The Office where they wildly ripped off internet memes, like dances, and it kind of bugged me. A lot of people were criticizing it. I remember when it was live at the time. They were just sort of redoing popular internet memes and videos and stuff like that. And One Red Paperclip falls into that criticism.
Well, I mean, it was just one part of one episode. I don't know.
Yeah, it was never like the core of it, but they're
Yeah.
like, hey, these jokes are just ripped off.
What was funny? So the whole time Jim is fleecing Dwight. He's like, "Yeah, I was in Jamaica, and this guy sold me these beans, and I turned around to get my money back, and he'd vanished. So weird." And he's like, "You know what?" And he stomps them, throws them away, but then they're back magically. And Dwight's confused by it, and finally, of course, he trades the telescope for these magic beans, and so Dwight goes and he plants them in all these like planters, And when he's not looking, of course, Jim is swapping out those planters with new planters with huge plants in them and stuff. like they just grew in an hour. I like The Office. I'm trying to think. You mean like you said the dances? Is it maybe the episode where they have like a musical intro to it or something?
Yeah, that was one of them. But there were like I just remember. I think it was a Reddit criticism. Not sure. Yeah, I've been on Reddit for that long. Where they were just ripping on the guy listed like 9 examples of things that they got on the internet and just redid. And I didn't catch the paperclip one at the time, but yeah, a lot of that.
Okay.
What did I have? There's elections. I don't know if we did election talk.
We did.
We did it quickly. I don't know.
It's good.
Maybe that's enough.
It's good.
I know.
This is just a random topic. What is it's from Ask Reddit. What's the rarest thing that you own?
Oh.
Right?
God,
And
you guys are going to have something cool.
I see, I feel like I don't. Like there's rare shit.
This is my like 15 million year old fossil that I found myself out in Texas. That was pretty cool.
I like that.
That's
a
giant
good
snail.
one.
I don't know. I've got a lot of my guns are serialized.
I don't like that.
What, that it says FPS or FPS?
No, it's not that it says FPS. I think that's pretty neat.
Oh, that doesn't meet your qualifications for.
I guess like I've had a surfboard with my name on it or something, but that kind of is only special to me. And like I want something that has some kind of value. I guess
I've got those shredder like personal tank vehicles. Like I haven't seen many of those anywhere.
It's not rare at all, but my table saw. There was a time when on the internet woodworking community I was kind of a big deal, and the saw stop had like a huge waiting list, like 2 years long, and because I was like internet famous for woodworking, they gave me mine right away, and the serial number on it is 22, and even to this day I think it's kind of cool that like the owner of the saw stop was like, yeah, what do you get yours? Because it was like kind of neat.
Yeah, that's cool. I like whenever I am working a deal with a company and I'm getting like suppressors or guns, I usually have them serialized in like FPS 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a machine gun that's FPS 007. My Mark 46 is. This is FPS 1. I've got 2 more of these that are like FPS 2 and 3. I don't know. I've got a couple of.
So it's like a novelty plate on a car. Almost.
Vanity plate, yeah.
One of my hockey sticks was used by an NHL player.
Cool.
That's the direction I was going to go. I have a signed Al McInnes game stick from when I was younger.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of mine, like they're literally worn out. Like the local hockey store that used to be here called Cool Sports got all the old Hurricane sticks like when they were done playing with them and sold used sticks. But they were all used NHL sticks, which in some ways made them kind of neat. I played with mine a lot. Yeah. I didn't really.
I've got a signed Brett Hull puck. I had one. I don't know where it is now.
So I have one of that full size monster from the video game Rage that I called Zorgon. You guys are familiar with that?
No.
Let me grab him.
Oh, I know the video game Rage.
I got him back here. He's on my dip bar. Like he's just sitting on
it. It's
if
really old, from like the 80s or something, right?
Oh, is that the arcade game?
Yeah.
'Cause I played the arcade game Rage.
No, this is
Rampage is what I'm thinking of.
This was an Xbox 360
right.
game. Rage was. I'm gonna grab him. He's just in the back room.
Okay, you grab him. Yeah, I can't think of anything cool other than just a couple of hockey things.
Yeah, like rarest thing I own.
The rarest thing. Yeah, probably that stick. I think I've got a couple signed jerseys somewhere, but nobody as big a name as Brett Hall or. I've got a picture of me and Sidney Crosby, his rookie season.
Fuck Sidney Crosby.
And he was signed.
He's my least favorite outstanding player ever.
Just because you think you're a Philly fan. Of course you fucking hate him. But you think he's a whiner?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he does everything he can.
I know that guy now. The baby head guy.
I feel like Sidney Crosby does everything he can to get babied by the refs and the other players and not to have to be a real hockey player. All the other skilled players, like Brett Hull, for example, was at least also like, he wasn't there fighting all the time. He wasn't Shanahan or something, but at least he was a hockey player. Sidney Crosby is a fucking pussy. Yeah.
Came back to a bit of Sidney Crosby. Hey,
gonna get a lot of angry Pittsburgh fans, maybe.
Oh god, both of them. Fuck
Yeah.
Sidney Crosby. He's fucking douchebag, crybaby, whiner. Yeah, he talks to the refs more than anybody. All with just fucking crying.
There's definitely times that he's been melodramatic and a drama queen, and it makes you dislike him. But at the end of the day, like, even after his like little stint at the beginning of the season where he didn't play well at all, and everybody's like, "Oh, Crosby, making room for the next best player to come in. Like you're falling off your throne." And then in the last like month, he's just been tearing it up again. Like best.
I'm not
player
denying
for the
that
last
he's
2 months.
effective. Like you can't deny that he's like leads the league in points oftentimes. Probably not this year, but he's still a douchebag. He's a fucking baby wimp. He's a wimp of a player. And this is hockey. Yeah, he's a pussy is just the best word. Sidney Crosby is the biggest fucking pussy.
Got no heart. He's got no heart.
I love you, Kyle.
Yeah, like your little
you see those players out there just leaving it all on the ice, leaving it all, and he he gets a scratch. He's one to be a real pussy about it. I just don't like how he plays the game. No heart.
No, I agree.
That's how Kyle's right, even though I don't think Kyle knows Sidney Crosby at all.
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah, he plays for what team is it again, Kyle?
The Saskatchewan Faggots.
Again, he's right.
Yeah.
we underestimated you, Kyle.
So this guy, just quickly, this is an interlude. About 4 years ago at the Staples Center in LA, at E3, they had these motherfuckers like lashed all over to the Staples Center to like promote the game Rage. And so they approached us to do a video for them. And I immediately was like, well, I need those fucking monsters you got tied on the building outside. You got to get those to me. They kind of chuckled. And I was like, nah, for real. I need like 4 of those. And so they sent me 4 of them in a box truck. Apparently they cost like $5,000 a piece because they got full like metal skeletons that are posable, even the fingers. And it's heavy. It's this big foam thing. I don't know. This is Zorgon. He's been part of my life for a long time now. I just leave him set up in rooms and stuff, ready to scare any unsuspecting
How many times
person.
has he been shot?
Never. This was I told them that I needed 4 of them, but I only needed 3 because I wanted to keep one. Yeah.
Smart. A rainy day, just in case. You need a posable goblin.
Yeah, good thinking, Kyle. Just in case you need a Zorgon.
I like having him. Like upstairs, I've got the guy from what's the guy with the mohawk? What was that game?
Mr. T?
Nah, the white guy from the game that came out a couple years ago. He had the mohawk.
Borderlands, They
were on an island.
Oh,
Dead something? Dead Island?
Let me grab him and you'll know him. Hang on.
An island with the mohawk. God, I'm gonna know this.
I don't know.
Oh, Far Cry? Far Cry 3?
That's kind of like the
Is it Far
Tomb
Cry?
Raider.
Everyone started doing promo videos. I know Devin Supertramp did one. They were like paying everyone to do videos. I think it's Far Cry.
I've never played Far Cry.
I bought it. It's in my Steam library, but I still haven't played it.
I thought there were like 5 Far Cries now.
I think there are. Yeah, I think I'm nailing it with Far Cry 3, actually. Here, I'll share it with everyone so they can see what I'm seeing. I bet this is what Kyle's talking about. And knowing that he seemed to get it through his YouTube world, and they were like, everybody was pimping him at one time.
Oh, that's probably it.
I bet he had an agreement with them to help, promote the game.
This guy's got the beginning of a bad ear decision going.
He does. I would say he's already made a bad ear decision.
Well, none of them are good.
Piercing your ears, I feel like it's good, and it's also temporary. Yeah. You can pull.
Like the gauges.
Right.
Have you ever met someone with a gauge like in their upper or lower lip, to where if they take it out, you can just see teeth?
I've seen it on TV. I've seen it on the internet.
It's very unsettling. It's weird to see someone's teeth through their lip and just kind of be reminded, like, oh yeah, like
they really go lower than you think.
Yeah. Like you really got to step up your oral hygiene if you're just going to be popping out your cork and showing off your lower incisor or whatever the hell that tooth is. Oh yeah, this must be it. He's even got the little bandana that slipped down to his wrist. Is it Far Cry?
Oh, Kyle. Oh, there it is. He froze for a second. I think I'm right.
Yeah, I think Woody's right.
Yeah. Kyle, are you there?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
You froze for a
I think
sec.
we froze a little
now.
bit, yeah. But we saw the guy. Far Cry 3, right?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, Kyle's totally winning the rarest thing competition, which it wasn't
I had that made.
Started. Really?
Yeah, I got the...
My painting, the Call of Duty painting.
The makeup artist.
That's kind of a rare...
That's
of course,
very cool.
nobody else wants it, but I think it's neat.
I had one of the makeup artists that work on The Walking Dead. He did my makeup for that Hitman video. I had him make this thing, the hair and the airbrushing. And
Kyle's blinking in and out.
Yeah,
I've got another painting coming. So it's all red, but it has PKA and the pill in white, and it was a regrettable decision. So basically, I banned a guy on Woodycraft, and at Woodycraft now what we do is if you even like threaten or say dox or DDoS, we come down super hard on it. It's a
no tolerance policy.
Really, we lock it down so hard. And the no tolerance thing I almost have to do because people scream favoritism very quickly. And I think this guy, I forget which one he mentioned, but it was like he didn't do it, but he kind of like vaguely insinuated dox or DDoS, which is all it takes. So we banned him. And he doesn't have the money to get unbanned. So that's what we do. $25, $50, $75, and you can buy an unban. Otherwise, we couldn't ban so easily. It would be a death sentence. So anyway, he offered to paint me a painting instead. And I am getting a Painkiller Already painting that might replace that one.
What if it's just
backdrop.
A painting of you sucking a big dick with like Woody is a douche over it or something? Just his one final way to stick it to you.
Then we won't be unblocking.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of art and paintings, you should check out Melissa's
There's more
Instagram.
to the story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it turns out, now Kyle, you're not fully back yet, that if half of the stuff that he's accused of doing is true, and people falsely accused, but if half of the stuff that this guy has done is true, I should not have accepted easy payment. I am really regretting it. I'm going to stick to my word because that's what you do. But I mean,
I think you may have been too lenient.
He's on ice. He's on thin ice.
We had players, their leader is permanently gone. Where again, I don't know what's true or not, but these guys appear to be like a full-on gang of cyber criminals that like to pick on kids that play Minecraft. And we've just been like banning them left and right for when they get caught. And this is one that purchased an unban with, instead of cash, using a painting. And I feel like a dumbass because...
enjoy your painting.
Well, I hope that His reputation is worse than his reality.
How much is the second ban for him? 2, 3, maybe 4 paintings?
He's on his third ban. It would have been $75, but instead it will be a painting.
Ah.
So that's
And
that.
then he's gone.
Watercolor?
Yeah, if he gets a fourth ban, then it's not purchasable. I had a guy offer me $500 for a fourth ban, and I was like, no. No.
You're done.
Yeah. If we caught you 3 times, you've probably done 3,000 bad things, and you've got to go. You got to go. So, and then, he knew he was on his last ban, still did stuff. That's just the way that we do it. You're done. So,
Hey, Chiz linked us to this video.
let's watch it.
Am I coming through okay?
No,
you're really
barely.
fuzzy.
So this video is all the talk right now. It's just been uploaded. Let's watch it together.
Can you try talking again, Kyle?
1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3.
That was good.
It's better than it was, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm queued up at 0.
Same.
I'm good to go.
Ready, set, play.
Today Senator Sanders said that President Obama failed the presidential leadership test. And this is not the first time that he has criticized President Obama. In the past, he's called him weak. He's called him a disappointment. He wrote a foreword for a book that basically argued voters should have buyer's remorse when it comes to President Obama's leadership and legacy.
Ready,
and
set,
I just couldn't agree.
pause. So this has been a continuing theme of hers. She's always trying to say that I am the successor to Obama. If you liked Obama, vote Hillary. And I feel like there's a lot of people, I'd be included, that would have, like, if hypothetically 3 terms was the limit, they'd vote Obama one more time. I think Obama would win this year's election easily.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
So she's really trying to run on Obama's coattails. And let's see how this plays out. Ready, set, play.
Disagree more with those kinds of comments. From my perspective, maybe because I understand what President Obama inherited, not only the worst financial crisis, but the antipathy of the Republicans in Congress. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves for being a president who got us out of that ditch, put us on firm ground, and has sent us into the future.
A lot of cheers for Obama at the Democratic debate.
Surprise.
The kind of criticism that we've heard from Senator Sanders about our president, I expect from Republicans. I do not expect from someone running for the Democratic nomination to succeed President Obama.
Madam Secretary, that
Looks
is
like she's dressed
a
like Yoko
low
Ono.
blow. I have worked with President Obama for the last 7 years. When President Obama came into office, we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. 800,000 jobs a month. We had a $1.4 trillion deficit, and the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. As a result of his efforts and the efforts of Joe Biden against unprecedented, I was there in the Senate, unprecedented Republican obstructionism, we have made enormous progress. But you know what? Last I heard, we lived in a democratic society. Last I heard, a United States senator had the right to disagree with a president, including a president who has done such an extraordinary job. So I have voiced criticisms. You're right, maybe you haven't. I have. But I think to suggest that I have voiced criticism, this blurb that you talk about, you know what the blurb said? Blurb said that the next president of the United States has got to be aggressive in bringing people in to the political process. That's what I said. That is what I believe. President Obama and I are friends. As you know, he came to Vermont to campaign for me when he was a senator. I have worked for his reelection, his first election, and his reelection. But I think it is really unfair to suggest that I have not been supportive of the president. I have been a strong ally with him on virtually every issue. Do senators have the right to disagree with the president? Have you ever disagreed with a president?
Senator,
I suspect you do.
what I am concerned about is not disagreement on
that made me think
issues,
of
saying
Bill.
that this is what I'd
Yeah,
rather
Cal,
do.
can you fix your
I don't
camera?
agree with the president on that. Calling the president weak,
Just hit the
calling him
camera
a
button.
disappointment, calling several times that he should have a primary opponent when he ran for re-election in 2012. I think that goes further than saying we have our disagreements. As a senator, yes, I was a senator. I understand we can disagree on the path forward, but those kinds of personal assessments and charges are ones that I find
Senator,
particularly
if you'd like to
troubling.
respond to, you may respond to that, but it's time now for closing statements, and you can use your time for closing statements to do that.
One of us ran against Barack Obama. I was not that candidate. All right.
That was good. I like that. I really felt like he was referring to Bill when he asked if she'd ever disagreed with a president or something.
Yeah,
like that.
my mind immediately went to the Monica time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever disagreed with a president, or are you okay with your husband getting his
I wish he
cock
went
sucked
deeper.
by an intern?
Yeah, I wish he went further. Sometimes presidents make decisions we don't agree with. I'm sure you've been there before. Maybe a certain president did something you didn't like.
Yes.
And,
And you probably removed all the cigars from the Oval Office.
And the result of this, the consequences, sometimes mean sometimes we'd fix it with a good steam clean, but that's not the case this time, Madam Secretary.
You can't steam clean the economy.
You
The economy is not a cum stain, and it's not going to work like that.
Yes, jobs are not blue dresses, and you can't just take them to the dry cleaner.
I hate her with a passion. I really hate
horrible.
her so much. Just looking at her goddamn face makes me angry. I wish Sanders would beat her. I really do. I mean,
my dislike of her is more rational. I feel like her look. Her policies are
visceral. I can
kind
feel
of
the hate.
a continuation of Obama. Like if you look at what she actually wants to do, there's that. I feel like she blows with the political wind way too much. When she voted for the Iraq War, that was either because she's bought and paid for, or because it was a popular decision, or she has bad decision-making processes. One of those. Either makes bad decisions, she's bought, or it was popular. I said one time that the Iraq War had like a 95% approval rating, and people looked into it, and it was in the 90s. I forget the exact number, 90, 92. I went a little high, but it was wildly popular. It's rare that like America, like 90-some% of America agrees on a thing.
Yeah.
And that's where, to stand against the Iraq War, took a real backbone, and it took good decision making. I did it, but I'm not a politician. But I thought of it at the time. Bernie Sanders did it. Obama did it. Hillary didn't. Hillary was pro-Iraq War. She fucked up. Do you want her as your president when you fuck up like that? When you fiercely fucking decide to invade the Middle East with no proof? And you know how I know there was no proof? Because it wasn't there, right? If there was any proof, then they would have actually had to have done it. But there was no proof. The burden of proof was lower for a war than it is for like a capital punishment case. And they literally started a war just on a hunch. And it's fucking horrific. And only the stupidest of stupid leaders would do something like that, like Clinton or Bush.
Well, like pretty much every politician then. Like you said, like 90+%.
A lot. Yeah. That was the people's support. I don't know if there were 90% politicians, but it was really popular. And it was awful. And Hillary, I wish I could name some of the other things that she supported that I really disagreed with. But she's a
very pro-traditional marriage until 3 years ago. No, not even that long.
And Obama had a similar mistake, I think. He didn't have the backbone to be for gay marriage until recently, when there's really no cost to be for gay marriage. If anything, there's a benefit. Now, if you're anti-gay marriage, then it's like being racist. It's the same battle. These guys are fighting what I guess black people.
I want to know if they support the FUPA movement, the furries, eunuchs, and pedophiles of America. That's what I want to know.
So Hillary is taking
group
weak backbone positions for her whole career. Politically expedient positions is what they would call it. She doesn't stand up against the wind.
That woman has stood up against sniper fire before. She told me.
I heard that too.
Kyle says that, I guess when she ran against Barack, I don't know. She got off a helicopter and they dodged sniper fire.
Yeah, I think it was a plane. Like she landed somewhere, maybe Kosovo, or I don't remember where she landed at, but she claimed to have been under sniper fire. And it was just a total fabricated Peter Jennings kind of thing. Is Peter Jennings? No, not Brian Williams. Brian Williams.
You're right. It was Brian Williams.
Brian Williams. He got attacked in the helicopter, didn't he?
Yeah, they shot him down with an RPG. He imagined the whole thing, unfortunately.
Or did it happen to a different helicopter in his thing? That's how I remember it.
The way I remember it was like he claimed that his chopper might have been hit, and the reality was that like a different chopper was shot at or something like that. There was a little meat to what he said, but not much.
Yeah, he actually ended up having PPTSD, pre-post-traumatic stress. It was just the anticipation of something that's stressful was enough to set him off.
Yeah,
you know,
just imagining a stressful situation quickly.
He doesn't do well in horror movies, anything like that. You know,
any imaginary
he can't read
stressors.
books with a twist at the end. You know, good God, loses it.
Speaking of books with a twist at the end, I guess the new season of Game of Thrones is only 60 days away, something like that. Are we excited about it? What's your level of anticipation and excitement? But I've completely pulled the plug on any kind of a spoiler. There's lots of behind the scenes photos. They're saying like spoilers all on them because there's like 16 photos. I haven't looked at any of that stuff, but I'm excited.
I'm tempering my expectations. Like every other season, I get super excited months leading up, including last season, and then. It wasn't a huge disappointment last season. Overall, I still enjoyed it thoroughly, but it didn't quite hit that threshold of like, oh my fucking God, this is so cool that the season with like the Red Wedding had. And so I'm just trying to not get excited so that whatever happens, I'm fine with.
Yeah. I guess I feel the same way. While I liked the whole Khaleesi on the Dragon more than any of you guys did. That was a big episode for me. That was like a triumphant moment where my heart was pounding and I was like, yeah, fuck them up, burn them. You know, I had a good time with that. I think there were maybe like 6 good episodes last year, and that's definitely down from past seasons. So last year was the worst season yet. I'm hoping it was an aberration and not a trend.
Yeah, I agree completely, except my number would have been less than 6. I can't name them, but maybe there were 4 episodes I thought were really good. And like you said, I'm hoping that that was just a hiccup in an otherwise great series. And it will be interesting. Because I watched last season and enjoyed it the least as a book reader, audio book reader. I don't want to get all.
You don't have to keep hedging that.
Yeah,
it's the same
that
thing.
counts.
I feel like in terms of knowledge, it's the same count, but there's a certain prestige I think, that comes to a written word, like
that's true.
Actual reader. Whereas I am a guy who drove too much because I went back.
It's like saying you got a perfect score in goaling, but you use the bumpers.
Oh,
yeah.
You have to include that.
I disagree. I think it's just as I think I'm multitasking. Hey, not only am I absorbing this gigantic fucking series of novels, I'm doing other things.
I'm mowing as well.
Yeah. So I don't think there's any more prestige to reading the book. I absorb it better having it read to me because it's like I'm able to let go of the part of my brain that would have to focus on words and flip pages and follow along and pay attention to punctuation so I hear it correctly, so I read it correctly, get the right tone on the words and everything. But I can listen to Roy Dotrice go on about this stuff with his accents, his voices. It's so much better. I absorb it, I understand it, I retain it. I think audiobooks are the way to the original story. It is spoken word, right? It's how our history was passed down. It's how all of our greatest stories were originally conveyed. It's by listening to someone else tell you a story. The whole written thing is a downgrade from listening to a story, the original way of learning a story.
Yeah, it's not a downgrade. Like, it keeps it more accurate. Like, back in the day, like Bible times, like...
Oh, I'm not talking about accuracy of the story.
At first, it was like, how many people did Jesus feed with that bread and those fish? And they were like, I don't know, like, must have been at least 11. And then over time, it gets to the point where it's like, he fed a ton of them. They're like, well, how much? I don't know. The guy who told me this story didn't tell you. It had to be, they wouldn't have made a big deal out of it if any less than 5,000. Like,
I agree with you about oral tradition and there being discrepancies. But Roy Dotrice isn't part of some oral tradition. He didn't get told this by some guy who got told it by some guy. He's reading the fucking book to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some people are different. Or I guess I know some people are different with how they absorb information. But I get way more of the full story when I'm reading. Sitting down, I can go at my own pace. If like a paragraph, if I have difficulty picturing it, or if I do what I often do, which is I get like halfway through a paragraph and I'm like picturing it, and then I imagine something cool and I start like building my own side story and then I get a few more lines down. And I'm like, fuck, that's not even happening. What am I even reading anymore? I'm just in my own head. Yeah, I have to go back.
No.
Can't do that with audiobooks as well.
I do. When he's reading it to me, I feel like the timing is perfect. In my head, you know, his timing is perfect because he's telling the story orally. You know, he's reading it and then conveying it like a performance. Whereas if I'm reading it, maybe my timing, my reading speed isn't feeding my brain fast enough, or maybe it's feeding my brain too quickly with details. I love listening to him read it. I remember, and it goes back to like my mother reading me stories, and I always loved in school when the teacher would read stories. That was my favorite stuff. I like listening to other people read. That's definitely my thing.
I would probably haven't gotten more out of it if I read it myself. Like Taylor, I just feel like my comprehension's a little higher than it would be listening. Yeah. Especially the way I listened, where I was always driving or mowing or doing some other task. So, like, I don't know, like sometimes I'd be busy and then I'd say, you know what? I didn't really get the last 90 seconds, but I can't easily go back 90 seconds. So we're just going to hope that we can pick up what I lost. And
I also like change details in stories sometimes, and it helps me when I'm reading, so I can like reestablish it. Like so many times in books, even like Game of Thrones, they'll be like, oh, and Josephson was a stout man with a curly red beard and a purple, you know, sash round his neck. And I'm like trying to picture that, and I'm like, no, that's not jiving with me. That's really stupid. He's going to be a little taller, and he's going to have brown hair and a crest of an orca on his chest or something. Like, and I will go through the rest of the story picturing that. Or when I first read about the twins, like the Phrase Castle there that bridges that big river, I didn't like the way they described that. And so I had to, like, sit down and, like, build it in my head first. Of like, that's what it would really be like, you know, and then move forward because the way they described something. Do you guys do that? Like, you put your own little things?
I'll read a name incorrectly and then just keep reading it incorrectly for the next 9,000 pages. Like, his name is Plebeian, and his name is like Peter, but I'll just fucking Plebeian forever, hear it so many times. That happens with all, like, in tech sometimes. I'll read about the new, like, you know, the McDouble core Intel processor, and it's like, all right, it's the McDouble core. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the McDouble core. And then it's like the McDirth or something. Like, yeah, right. I never really did look at the second half of that word very carefully. And
that's a thing.
Because I read by learning, a lot of times I learn by reading, I will just have mispronunciations filtered in there for way longer than you might guess.
Well, I think our friends at Audible would disagree with both of you. I think they would say that an audiobook is the only way to really absorb a book properly at audible.com/PKA. Get your free book now.
They're not even sponsoring this show.
They're not, but
you can still get a free book, though.
You should get that free book.
Yeah, go get the free book. Check it out. I bet the deal's there.
Let us know which one is better.
I think we should call it right there. I think we've been about 4 hours. I've enjoyed this show. I like Josh. I think we talked about a lot of cool stuff.
Okay, then. All right. Painkiller already, episode 269. I hope you like our new backdrop. Made possible by Patreon. Sign up, and we'll get backdrops and shit.
Even better.
We'll handcuff one random fan to Wings of Redemption for a week for a chance to win a Corvette. That and other lies next week on Painkiller Already.